And let's see. Okay, I think everything should be all set up and ready to go. Let me just unmute the stream myself, make sure everything sounds okay. Forgive me if I punch my mic or something real quick. Okay, I think that's okay. Let's say that's good enough. Well, hold on, now I can't see. Okay, there we go. So last time we just finished up working on biochemical science, so let me go see where that is and I'll show it off a little bit. There you are. So we got 3 biochemistry science going. Biochem is this entire setup up until this level, I think. Yeah, starting here we have graphene. So from here down is all biochemical science. But, you know, that's just what stage of the game we're in, and you can see it's not even like it's running all that well. Yeah, it's, I accidentally dumped some of the sugar into the logistics system, so I'm still scraping some of that out, but... Oh yeah, there's 1,200 in there. Oh, you decided to mess with extended qualities. Extended qualities, huh? Trying to think what that would be like to play with, like trying to visualize that for myself, because often I don't really go for quality game, like, I don't know, that's just not a part of Space Age I usually go for, but maybe if there were a few more, then it would be a little more interesting. Like, especially if it gets has a little fun with it, gets a little absurd at points. Could be fun. But anyway, now that we have the biochemical science, let me go ahead and quickly see what we're short on for nucleotides. Phosphoric acid. Fair enough. Okay, I'll check out phosphoric acid in a minute. But my, how do I put this? My bigger priority, I guess, is what can I actually do with this new science pack? I know we have Biology 1, which is going to give me a few random recipes here, but I don't actually know what any of these are really for. Like, bacteria genome takes 6 physics research, and 12 chemistry research, and nucleotides. What a bizarre recipe. You take mineral dust sugar, a lot of the things I just made, and you produce graphite and protocell. Okay, and then you take that genome, those protocells, and more of my biochemical products and make bacteria. Okay, but then once I have bacteria, I can use it to make more bacteria. Okay. So I probably don't have to do this more than once, it looks like. And I don't believe Space Age is enabled for any of this, just naturally. I can't even imagine the Space Age compatibility between all of these different layers, so I don't think I should have to worry about spoilage or anything like that. It's just gonna spit out bacteria, and then I can use that pretty much indefinitely. Just seeing if anything in here is weird, but all you take is sugar, which I already make, mineral dust, saline water, bacteria, and cellulose can be made out of more sugar and some solvent. So, not exactly that big of a deal. And you only take 3 biochemistry research, so, you know, I think we're okay. I do want to figure out how I'm meant to produce helium, so I'll do that in just a minute. And let's see, anything else that I, like, eagerly want? No, none of this seems all that interesting. Maybe some of this aluminum stuff is kind of cool, but I think I will just immediately queue the new biochem line of research. So maybe after I have that first one, I will go ahead and queue the last of the non-biochem research up here. Just go ahead and get that on the go. And then we can start into entirely new stuff. I also do need to get these checkpoints out of the way, so I'll probably go ahead and mess with that for the next half hour or so. Especially these androids. I do believe I already make androids. They should have been made over this direction. They should have been, but they weren't. Oh, that's just because I don't make all of the ingredients. That's right. I do remember setting this up and being like, yeah, I'll deal with that later. And I am aware I have a chlorine alert going. All the chlorine alert down here is talking about... if I can actually find it. There you are. Is that my my chlorine area up here needs a little more chlorine production, but it is able to mostly run fine for right now, so I'm not that worried about it. We're keeping sodium hydroxide supplied. We have ECH... Yeah, ECH is backed up. And ECH was the primary product in here that I was trying to produce, so as long as ECH is full, I don't really mind what else is happening. We also have full hydrochloric acid, which is a secondary byproduct we also need, and even that's full, so as long as we're supplying all of our products, I don't really care if other random stuff in here is a problem, though I do know as soon as any balance anywhere changes, I will have to come in here and address the chlorine issue, so I'm not removing the alarm, I just don't really care about it for right now. That being the case, let's go ahead and get these other, 5 products going? So, I think I'll start with chassis, since that's the one likely to take the most weird byproducts, and then I'll just move on down the line. But all of these things I do have. You are made in a foundry, which is a little strange, but okay. I can work with this. I reroute oxygen. Oxygen's going into you. Okay, what if I move that down so that I can run oxygen downwards? That would work if I used a better tier of pipe. So, let me go fish around for that. I really should have that on my hotbar at this point, so let me actually just go ahead and swap that out. Oh, and of course, I don't actually get the construction guide if it's set for upgrade, so I do have to set you as deconstruct and replace. But there we go. Okay, so oxygen's down this way. So now I can run you over here, and I guess I'll do this just so it's all red pipe through here and it matches, but I do want to start migrating to the final tier of pipe now that we do have it. Okay, so that does give me a oxygen connection through here, so I can remove all of that. And there we are. The whole reason of doing that, of course, is so that I can get a foundry over this way. And let me do that to copy your settings, and then I'll just change your recipe. You're gonna make chassis. Yeah, chassis 3. And I probably don't want 200 of you. That's probably a few too many. In fact, maybe I'll keep like 20 of you tops. Maybe not even that many. I might keep like 10. Because honestly, how many of these do I ever really need? Oh, and I gotta make sure to wire you up. There you go. Everything else is set correctly. Okay. And in you go. So that's gonna give me chassis 3s. And what's next on the line? We need night vision and... let's say night vision, legs, and productivity. I'll come for cargo pods last, probably. Just because I don't think I make the prerequisites for them yet. Oh, and you should have modules. Definitely, definitely. So let's see. Where do I have empty room? Here's some parameterized stuff. Let's start with you. Let's say legs first. Do I need anything for you? I don't know if I make the jump boots or not. I'll have to find out. But again, we'll keep like 10 of you for now, unless that becomes a limiter somehow. And for this one, let's go with night vision. There you are. Should definitely have all of those things. So, again, I'll keep like 10 of you, unless it turns out I need you for something. You're only needed for Android and Night Vision 3, okay. So yeah, I think 10 is plenty. And then let's get a new square on the go. And let's see. The last one before cargo, what was that? Yep, don't remember. Well, I guess I'll do cargo first. Okay, so you, and then you take large cargo pod 1, large storage chest. Okay, I do actually think I make those things, so maybe this isn't as big a deal as I thought. I'll probably go ahead and make more of the cargo pods though, just because they seem to be an issue sometimes. Just making sure I don't need anything else. No? Okay. And then small chest, large storage chest. Okay, I should make all of those things, so I guess I will leave this last one parameterized, especially since I do need one more ingredient anyway, that I have just forgotten. Down here. Oh. Nope, that's chassis 3, okay. I was thinking Android. Let's see. Productivity coprocessor. You must be made in a small assembler. That's kind of what I thought. I also don't think I automated the other coprocessor, so I guess I'll go do that. Wonder if the other ones are used in anything. Doesn't look like the other ones are ever an ingredient in anything. Okay. That's all I wanted to see, so I only have to do the productivity one, I don't have to do the other ones. Okay, so smalls are up this way. I even have one that's not dedicated to anything yet, so let's see. Well, unfortunately I do need 2 though, because I have to do the tier 1 and the tier 2. But oh well, once again I'll just keep like, maybe even just like 5 of these. And then let's get another small up here. Pop you in right there, and all of these are going to be parameterized, except for these guys making tier 2s. Yeah, I don't even think there's anything else I want to put up here, so I'll just allow these to stay as they are. There we are. So let's see. That's tier 1s, tier 2s. Yep, that should be all that I need. Yes, all I'm waiting on are legs and the coprocessor. Why are legs not getting made? Oh, I don't have jump boots, most likely. I did mention that possibility, okay. Oh, there we go. I knew there was a blank in here somewhere. So let's go and make jump boots. And I definitely have all of those things. Okay, no problem. Let's see, what are we waiting on? Those things. Yeah, that's just going to be bot delivery speed. We are missing red wire. I guess I'll go briefly look at red wire. Let's see, where would that be? Where would that be? I know it's over here somewhere. There you are. Okay, red wire's missing logic again. I am definitely going to get some of those display panels over here. If I can remember where they are. There you are. So, let's see. One for red. One for green. And where's just normal circuit? Oh, I bring those in with logistics drones. Okay. But they're made literally right down here. Well, I guess I do have to feed them into these guys, so it is a little snaking and complicated. I'll do some of that. You're in a logistics dead zone somehow, so let me go ahead and get a relay in this area. Maybe a relay too. Okay, there we are, and there you go. Everyone cool? Everyone cool. Okay. So, did these get placed up here yet? Yes, they did. Let's grab your icon. You in. And let's see, read circuit, pop you in. So, red wire counts fine, I guess. Let's just leave it. Leave it there. And then I'll do the same down this way for the green wire. So just change you out and you out. So this is read circuit signal. Can I do logistics instead? I did circuit by muscle memory because that's what all the fluids need, but I think I can just read logistics. Count item on logistics. There we go. Then I'll do the same up here. Very cool. Okay. How did you become red wire again? Okay. Good. Maybe I didn't hit okay. Okay, all cool. All cool. Good. Alright, let's take you and then copy you down to these three, wherever they are. That's part of why I'm doing this, because I always lose these guys. They're always so hard to find. Okay. So you're going to be the counting circuit. Counting. There you are. So, do something like that. And then you're going to be memory. And then lastly, we have just regular old circuit. There you go. Oh, not circuit Q. Okay. They're a little mashed together, unfortunately. Maybe I should space that out a smidge. Let's see what I can do about that. I'll put you up there, and grab you and put you down here, and then the red kind of just has to stay where it is. But, I'll see if that makes it any easier to read. At any rate, why are the circuits dead? Because we have no logic die, because we have no polycrystalline. Polycrystalline is running. Oh, we're low on hydrogen chloride. Okay, that's not what I expected to be out of. Let's see. You continue to run low. Why is this belt not populated? I thought I put miners on you. Hold on. I know I'm getting distracted. It's just, I do want to check on this. Okay, I just ran the belt. So I didn't actually place the new miners. I guess that's fine. I'll do that later. Let me make sure that we're not starved on chlorine products. So, hydrogen chloride is empty. Hydrochloric acid is full. Calcium chloride is fine. Chlorine is seemingly okay. Okay, here's the chlorine tank. So chlorine is holding steady. Just hydrogen chloride. I guess I'm just not producing it quickly enough. Okay. I can just upgrade the speed on you, I guess. Though that's probably pushing you to the point that we're going to be consuming more chlorine than I'm producing, and you can't just throw modules and electrolyzers, unfortunately. However, I'm pretty sure I also provide hydrogen chloride down here. So why are they not picking up from you, especially since you have a higher priority? Interesting, interesting. Maybe it's not set up on logistics, maybe it's just, piped in directly. Let's see. Hydrogen chloride. That's gonna be what it is. You're just piped in directly. Okay. I do actually put hydrogen chloride in a tank down here, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. And maybe that's the plan. I'll see if I can move this belt a smidge, get another requester in here, and then I won't pipe you in directly. Won't break the pipe yet because you are still running well enough. Also, I can upgrade the productivity in all of you. It's going to slow you down a bit, but a little extra free product is always welcome. If you're way too slow, I can always just try and fit a beacon in here somewhere. All of these guys can be upgraded actually, so I'm just going on down the line. I'm not going to have this many modules, but that's fine. It'll take me forever to remember to change any of these if I don't just go ahead and do it now, so there we go. I guess I should have probably started with the main guys up here. All of these guys look like they've already been upgraded, so I guess it's just you that's left. There we are. All of these guys are finished. And by finished, I mean upgraded. Okay, oh cool. Just wanted to check since I was here. Anyway, let's get the new requester in. So, belt. I guess I'll just go straight for green. And let's see how far you reach. Okay, down to here. There you are. Then I can just pick up all that. And that gives me plenty of room for another requester. That's not what I wanted. There we are. Pipes are kind of right in the way there, so I might actually have to carry you down even just a little further. But that's fine. And actually, I can get rid of this pipe, since this is what you're going to be requesting. I didn't want to break these pipes yet, but... oh well. Let's just go ahead and get them out of the way. Just makes everything that much neater. And then I'll go ahead, while they're placing that, and run this way and just pick up all these old pipes we don't need anymore. There are quite a few, but that should do it. Okay. Oh, cool. And of course, as I said before, we do feed this down this way. There we are. That's our hydrogen chloride right there. And that should just be a direct line into here. Yes, so there's no weirdness in there. It's just exactly the same connection as before. How did you wind up not quite right? I'm not sure. Also, why can't I build you? Oh. Okay. Sure. Well. Hydrogen chloride. And then let's keep you like 5 and full, and yeah, that's cool. Priority can be a little higher than normal, since these are important products. And I think we're just gonna wait for the trucks to show up. Yep, there they are. All of these are still the original tier of productivity. You have the higher tier though. So maybe I'll also, just while I'm here, go through and upgrade all of you. Including these guys up this way. There you are. Might as well stack productivity where I can. Oh, and we got the first android. Let's go. Think you'll finish the mod before overtime? Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. Let me go ahead and put modules down in these guys, just because I'm looking at them. and I'll show you what I still have left to go. There we are. And, hold on. Let me camp over here, and then we'll make sure this works right. So, I just last time finished making biochemistry. I still have a whole nother microbiology research to go. And once I have microbiology, then there's botany research. After botany, there's nematology. After nematology, there's ichthyology. And let's see, where does it keep going? Dendrology. I'm not exactly sure even how many there are. I know black science is the final one. So let's see, where is black science? That should give me the best idea of what I've got going. There you are. So for astronomy science, that's black science. Let's see, what do I do? I assume I just get it. Oh yeah, Rocket Launch provides 100 astronomy research boxes. So yeah, I've got a good bit left to go. I can't zoom out on the research tree, of course, but you can see the scroll bar and just, you know, it may not look like that much, but that's a good bit. Especially since this is cutting out most of the chemical processes that I have to do. Let's see. You guys might want an upgrade, because it does look like you're kind of struggling. So, I will be kind and maybe even upgrade your belt, which does mean having to upgrade the belt all the way back this way. And maybe I'll even upgrade you all the way back to here. There you are. And let's see. Did that ever help circuits? Because that's what I was trying for. Circuits still dead. That's because I never hooked you up, of course. So let's make sure I do give you a connection. Everything else does look good though, so as soon as that comes in, polycrystalline should be running again, and that should help circuits out a smidge. Just waiting on stuff to show up. Maybe you need more than 5. I don't think you consume hydrogen chloride very fast, but I'll help you out if I can. Oh yeah, I forgot that power was being a problem recently, so I guess I'll also go ahead and stamp down a little expansion in the power area. Oh, all of this has been mined again. So let's clean that up. Let me make sure that wasn't my only source of... What were you? I think that was phosphorus? Get it all done by end of stream. Oh yeah! We're just going solid today. Okay, so that was my starter base stream of phosphorus. I don't know if I still use phosphorus for anything in the starter base. Like, I'll look. Best I can, at least. Okay, so phosphorus is still coming up in here. I am kind of using you to make a very slow stream of circuits in the main base. But that's kind of it. Oh, and I don't make polycrystalline in the main base anyway, so that's not important. Let's see, I do have a stream that comes down this way, and I was making phosphate ester in here, which was something I was shipping out. But again, I think I make that somewhere else now. Let me give that a look. Let's see, I request it here. I provide it here, I make it here. Okay, maybe that is the only place that I make phosphate ester. Interesting. In that case, since you need such a small amount, I might just bring you in with bot. Yeah, you need a tiny, tiny amount. I'll use a yellow inserter for you, just because you use such a small amount. There we are. Anything else that I need? You guys are fine, you're fine. What are you meant to be? You're not running because I have no phosphoric acid, because I have no phosphorus. Okay, fair enough. I will also get some phosphorus for you. Have fun. Of course you're one off. Let's do that instead. Oh cool, okay. I might even go ahead and pick up these belts then, just to denote that I don't plan on refilling them. There we go. Just cleans that area up a smidge. See, look how much cleaner it is, right? It's so much better, right? Okay. So where does that even get me? So I wanted to do the checkpoint. I did get an android down. Speaking of android, I guess I should show them off because the androids are really cool. So usually, I spend my time standing up in this area, but what that means is that then every time I need to do something like way down in this part of the base somewhere or something, it's a bit of a chore. So what if I go ahead and throw an android down like over here? Where's that like chlorine flashing, for example? Where are you at? You're way over here. So just for fun, what if I put you over there? I can't ghost place you. Interesting. I guess the bots can't build an android? Why are you stopped? Oh, you're just really slow. I thought you were stopped. Okay. Yeah, your recipe says 0.0 seconds, so you're gonna be a minute. Well, anyway. Boom! And there we go. So if I hit you, now I'm this guy. And if I hit you, now I'm this guy. So the Android system is really cool. I do really like that. It's very nice. And as the tooltip says, I was just mousing over to look at them. You can also just flip back and forth. So if you do Control U, you go one way, and if you go Shift U, you go the other way. The achievements, interesting. But anyway, the other guy should get some equipment. I guess while I'm already inhabiting him, I will come up this way and just grab a chassis 3. I haven't even upgraded my main body, the chassis 3. So let's grab you. And then let's get you some equipment grid. So let's see. If I come into here... first things first, let's grab generator 2. Some legs would be nice, actually. Let's grab legs. Pop you in. Definitely want storage. So let's just scatter some storage in there. I think storage does make you walk slower, but that's part of what the legs are for. Definitely want some fab tools. Yep. So let's grab you and start scattering you around in here. And I'm going to do the same for the main body, of course, in just a moment. Something like that's probably fine. And let's see, obviously I'm going to want some batteries. Best I got right now is these guys. Let's just get a whole wall of them in there. Now where's the robots? Also, I guess I will get a coprocessor too. Since I am making those now, I might as well. Where'd you go? Let me look at the rules for these again. 1 Tier 3 coprocessor. 1 Tier 2 in addition to Tier 1. Install up to 2 Tier 1 coprocessors. Of different types. Okay. So I could put, in addition to my Tier 2 productivity, I could do another Tier 1 productivity and a speed, or I could do an efficiency and a speed. And let's see. This is a 15% crafting speed penalty. And you give a 20% bonus, so one of you does outpace that crafting energy discount. I don't know if I care about an energy discount, because that's just methanol fuel cells. And as long as I can supply the energy fast enough, I should be fine. So I don't really see a reason not to just do another productivity. There we go. And then a speed. And then I guess just another battery for that cell. Let's see, what is this one? Reach bonus. Reach bonus is interesting, but not exactly that interesting. Might as well give myself a multi-tool. Can I make this multi-tool? No, I cannot. So, I will just grab the one that I can. And pop you, like, over there, I guess. And then, okay, just bot. Let's... Oh, I didn't get a jetpack yet. I don't make the Tier 2 jetpack, I don't think. I can just handcraft that. I don't see why I couldn't. Yeah, I'll go ahead and put you in as a ghost, and then deal with you in a minute. So, bot stuff. Let's grab a hanger too. And probably a charger too. Just to help the bots charge a little faster. I don't think anything else in here is equipment. Could also try and reorganize things to get another hanger for a few extra bots, but I do so little in person that I don't really see the benefit to that. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. I do also have to make another speed coprocessor and a jetpack Mark II. But that's fine. Okay. All of my logistic stuff is going to be empty, but I can just come up here and select all of my existing tabs. So, let's see. First is handcrafting. Next is going to be... let's see. Metals. Because again, I need those for handcrafting. Handcrafting is more the, like, very specific parts, whereas metals are just the general metals. Don't think I need building. Raw materials is... it looks like the same as metals, but better. Oh, this is going to be for the buffer chest. So this is the one that I usually keep on me. Okay. I'll go ahead and throw my auto trash on here. Okay, and then what was the last one? Building. Do I need building? I guess if I'm using another body, I'm probably there to do building in person, so that's probably not a bad idea. So I'll go ahead and mark you as well. And then that way, they're exactly the same. So as I wait for that to accrue, let me go ahead and go through all of these little exclamation marks. Go ahead and get rid of them. They always want to yell at me, so I always have to come through and just mark them off. Okay, so there's that, and then one more row of you. Okay. Metals. I might actually keep those so I can see what you are. New tier of battery. Okay, very nice. New smokestack. I actually don't want to mark you yet. Okay, all cool. So jetpack. What do I need for a jetpack? I need a bunch of stuff. I might just throw down a random assembler so that I can blue chest it just temporarily. Just something like that. Set your recipe. You do take a jetpack Mark 1, so I guess I have to start with a jetpack Mark 1. And I might as well get my other guy over here so that I can upgrade his jetpack as well. Oh, you have 2 jetpacks. Okay. That's fine, I guess. Oh, I didn't get a refueler for you either. So let's go ahead and see if I can make that. Just because that is actually pretty handy. And then I'll just take out this one random battery that the bots aren't placing anyway for some reason. There we go. And while I'm waiting for this to get built, let me see if I can make... what was I trying to get? A coprocessor. So let's see. You require speed modules, and you must be made in a small assembler. Let's grab a small assembler and do the same deal with you. Where is that? Okay. Feed coprocessor. And there you go. Okay, so we've got 3 jetpack Mark 1s. So let's change that recipe to Mark 2s. In you go. And there you go. Okay. Should be cool. Now let's come over this way. You already had jetpacks. There you go. So we'll just go ahead and get all of those upgraded. And you're just waiting on those things, which we should have. Ceramic powder, but not robot frame Mark 2s. We should definitely have robot frame Mark 2s. Should definitely have those. Missing night vision, missing sensors. Why would I be missing sensors? Because we're missing red wire. I guess that's reasonable. Being that we were just dealing with that a minute ago. And yeah, they are still dead. Okay, recovering though. We do have some circuits in storage. We're just kind of waiting for all the buffers to refill again. Yeah, still don't have logic dies up that way because we still don't have you. Okay, these guys are running now. Okay, so they are running. It's just that we only get this far. Okay. Do I have vacuum chamber 2s yet? Also, granted, we are still struggling on power, and I never did do anything about that. I guess I really do have to go do something about that. I do have vacuum chamber 2s. Let me go ahead and upgrade you. If I'm doing that, I should upgrade all of you as well. As much as I would love to put more productivity in you, I don't really care about most of your products. Silicon we have just tremendous amounts of, nitrogen's literally free. We are struggling on hydrogen chloride for some reason, but I think I just need more drones in here. So let's just double that. Actually, 7. Hold on. 7 is the most that fit in one of these depots. So I guess I will just need another depot. I know that from working on one of the other depots before, that the fluid ones will never dispatch more than 7 drones. So let me just copy you. I don't know why you say 0. Sure. Not gonna worry about it. Full only, and you can be 60 as well. I think the other one's 60. Yes, you are. Okay. Just making sure they're the same. Yes, they are. Okay. So that's the best I can do for right now. I can smooth out this corner, I suppose. And just the upgrade should be enough to keep you running a little more consistently now, though where I was going with that is that since I don't care about most of these products, I might swap the second one out for a speed. But if I'm not able to get all the hydrogen chloride, then I guess it doesn't matter, and I will just do a second yield. I'll allow this time to see if this works. But yeah, we'll see how that shakes out. In the meantime, I do need more power squares. I could also just start upgrading things, but part of the reason I haven't been too excited about upgrading these is that this tiling blueprint that I have here was made for tier 1 everything, and while the solar panels and wind turbines and all can be upgraded kind of just wherever, the solar collectors and the Stirling engines actually do change ratio when you upgrade them. And so I upgraded these for a checkpoint, but it's not as good. Like, to show you what I mean, each of these solar collectors generates an average of 150, but with neighbor bonus, that's more like 200-ish. So with, I believe this is 10? Yes. So with 10, that's going to be 2,000 megawatts of heat. But of course, we have the day and night cycle, so it does whatever. Then we have the Stirling engine ones that consume about 1,000. It says it produces 80 or 800 kilowatts of electricity, but that's at 80% efficiency, so they really consume 1,000 kilowatts of heat to generate that 800 kilowatts of electricity. So, two of you fits perfectly on 10 tier 1 heat panels. These guys, however, are a 90% efficiency at 2.5 megawatts, which means each one of these is consuming about 2.75 megawatts. But the solar collectors over here, even with neighbor bonus, let's see. So you typically get a 40% neighbor bonus. That brings you to about 420 kilowatts generation per panel. So with 10 of you, that's 4.2 thousand, which is not enough for 2 Stirling engines, because at 2.75 apiece, they actually want 5.5, not 4.2. I don't know if that explanation was useful for anyone, but that's why I haven't been as eager to upgrade. Even though it is better than the tier 1 square still, like I do get more power out of it, it's not as material efficient. Like I am wasting materials here. And there's no good way to really resolve that. How many am I short, just out of curiosity? Like, just since I am already up here and doing this. So, if this is 4.2k at 10, each one is 420, then I'm 1.3 short, which is about 3 panels. So, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you want to be all the way connecting to the next set of panels there. I guess I could play with this, just this very first row, and see how I can get things to play out, since I do need to expand power anyway. Though, I think the very first thing I will do is I will make a upgrade planner for all of my wind. There we go. That's just a little free power while I'm playing around doing other stuff. I might have wind turbines up this way that the bots will never be able to get to, but oh well, that's fine. And yeah, that's gonna take a minute. I also kind of forgot I was doing jetpack stuff down here. So, let me see. Oh, let's get rid of you. I guess I can get rid of you as well. So there's 2 jetpacks for you. Why do I only have 1? Oh, my construction bots put it into you. Okay, that's kind of funny. So if I check out you, yeah, the construction bots put you in. That's funny. Also, why have you not gotten any fuel? I know you request fuel. Yes, you do. Ethanol. Oh, I think I have to put at least 1 in you first. And then the refueler will work? And then the refueler will work? Oh, you also need power. That is fair. Let's see, are you gonna just work now? Okay, there we go. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Okay, good. So you're all topped up. Everything's charging, everything's working. We need that speed coprocessor. We did get one. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me momentarily do trash unrequested to get rid of my extras. I do have my speed processor in, everything's cool. Yes, you are completely outfitted. All of my trash is gone, I can turn that off now. Now back to you. I might do the same here, just for a moment, to get rid of all of my extras. And let's see, how are you doing? So, you still have a blank slot. I don't remember what that blank slot was gonna be. Oh, it was another jetpack. There we go. That's what that was for. Okay. And then I guess I can just get rid of these 2. Like, they're around if I ever need them, I suppose. Okay, and now that I have a second body, I will go ahead and fly you way down this way. Let's see, where am I? Okay, this is near biochemical science, I think. Yeah, let me go park over that way, next to the blinking chlorine symbol. There we are, and you can just live down here. That way, if I ever need to do stuff in this big chemical area, I'm all ready to go. Also, since we are stalled on biology science, and I never send the biochemical science in anywhere, let me see what I can do about that. Where are the labs? Here's the labs. And upgrade beacons. So I could bring biochemical in on trucks, but that would mean laying a whole nother belt, and that just seems inconvenient. So I do think it's time to just start requesting them in with bots. Especially since, for the meantime, we need so few of these. I really don't have a problem with that at all. There we go. I just kind of have to think about how I want to do it. Oh, and wires are running again. Like, love to see it. Okay. I don't want to do, inserters feeding back this way, because that can give you weird floating point rounding stuff with science packs. Sometimes you lose a little bit of research progress from your science pack if you do that. I do also want to just get rid of some of these glyphs. Which does mean I want to feed them in from this direction. I'm just trying to think about how I want to do that. Because even with Bob's inserters, that is too far. Even Bob's doesn't allow you to go that crazy. Okay. Like, I could just go to an all-bot solution, I could also make these buffers. That does make some sense. Like, hold on, let me find them. There we go. Yeah, let's just do that. There we are. And then you're going to be Geo. And then whatever the blue science is. And then red science. And then purple. And then green. And then boxes of physics. So let me go like this. So physics, box. There we go. Yeah, I made the bots a little unhappy, but they'll get it done. I'll continue on down the line. So now that I don't have to output on the belts, I don't have to worry about the beacon being in the way. And then let me think. Is biochemical also made in a box? Just perchance. No, okay, so you are just a regular, plain old item. So I can just request you. Just one, actually. Thank you. Allow bots. Any of these guys finished? No, they're still going at it. Okay. Sorry, bots. I didn't mean to. I apologize. I think it's time for a drink of coffee while I wait for the bots to clean this up. Something I was just wondering about, actually. I don't know if allow logistics here can take items from this depot when requested. Okay. That is generally how you would want that to work. That is, this can only be supplied by logistics drones, even though logistics bots can pick up from it. But in this particular case, I just dumped an enormous quantity of science packs into logistics storage somewhere. Where are these all going? Okay, they're all going over here. So I do, even if just temporarily, also need to have a request. Though, I guess one of the good things is I can set up a requester that doesn't pick up from buffers, but that does mean I want to make sure these red depots are not logistics connected, even just temporarily. So let me just go ahead and do that for all of these so I can fish the ones out of storage first. And where is chemistry made? Okay, you're not bot enabled anyway, so that's fine. And then down this way. There you are. Okay, and then of course just reset all of these up again. Oh, you're still going. There we are. Okay. Blue's done. Oh, I already did blue. I guess I'm just waiting on these two in the middle then. And then I'll go ahead and... I'll keep the nearest belt because that does have to be unboxed. I guess? Maybe that doesn't make sense? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Let's just go ahead and get rid of all of the belts. It does just mean I'll also have to request the unboxed science. but if I'm already doing some cleanup, I might as well do all of the cleanup at once. And there we go. Okay, so you guys are also finished now, so let's go ahead and get drones into you. Okay, very cool. So now each of these guys just gets a single requester right in the middle. Actually, you need 2 requesters. That's fine. 2, because I will also need one for a boxer. So I think I'll put them like this, and then request a box right there. Let's also get substations in here, so I don't have to run power poles everywhere. Let's see. If I were to put you right here, it looks like you want to move the beacon and the top row of labs. I can live with that. If I'm already messing with everything, then I might as well mess with everything real hard. Why not? So let's just grab this top row of labs and move them down a smidge. And then take the beacon and move it down 3 places. I assume that's okay. You actually need to move yourself now. Let's see, if you're here, you are right on top of that power pole. So it looks like best I can do is right there. But that's fine, I'm cool with that. And now that that's in place, look, give me thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that beacon does just need to move again. Once again, that's fine. I can live with that. Move you down another 3 places. And you should be okay. Actually, I didn't need to move you at all. I just needed to move you over. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, now I can get rid of all of these power poles. And everything should be much nicer in here. There we go. All of these as well. There we are. Of course, I do actually have to put the substations in here. So let's grab substations and get them all connected up. We don't even need to do you. You're just fine. Yeah, everyone's just fine. Okay. Very nice. So, now let's get the inserters in. So you're going to pick up from below. You just work. You just work. Love to see it. So this one is going to be for all the boxed sciences, and then this one is going to be for unboxed science. So let me go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't ask me why I'm doing these backwards. I really couldn't tell you. We just are, and we're not going to think about it. And there we go. Let's not do requests from buffers yet, so that I can clean out storage. And then this one up here, so far the only boxed science we actually have is physics. I guess I will go ahead and request all of them, even though we aren't going to have them. If I do ever switch over to making them, then that way I don't have to come in here and update everything. Just seems smart. And there we go. That way I can just come up here and copy and paste these down the line. There we are. And that should be okay. Should be cool. Of course, they're going to be mad for a little while since they have to fly all the way down to storage and then fly the packs back up, but again, eventually we will be using these buffer depots. I also can't help but notice These do not have a slot for my biochemical science. So what's the deal with that? Do I need like a different lab or something? There is a biology lab, okay. Do I make a biology lab by any chance? Have you researched? Do I just have them? Maybe I'll start a row like over this way, perhaps? I'm not making them, okay. I have no idea exactly how many of these I'm gonna need, so I'm just throwing some down, and we'll see what happens. I guess I can be a little neater than that. There we are. In which case, all of these guys down the way... Okay, I didn't even request biology, science, and you. Maybe I noticed before I set the requests up. I guess that's fine. I will steal the general idea. So, provider, and a boxer. Oh, that doesn't work, actually. That could get stuck. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. There we go. It just means I have to request the boxed stuff separately and then unbox it up above. Not a tragedy. Okay. So the box stuff comes in here. Then I would have a unboxer, like right here, and then into a provider. And then the bots can redistribute as necessary. Just for right now, I'm going to have a bunch of the boxed ones in logistics, just like everything else. So I will have a requester over here first. So... where's search? There you are. So, physics. Boxed physics. There you are. Okay. Oh, cool. And then I suppose that does simplify this setup a smidge. Redo please, thank you. So far, all these guys need is biochemistry. So let's do that. I won't go ahead and set up the other ones because they might be made in boxes or something. Who knows? But there we go. Okay. Now, of course, substations extend over this way now. But everyone should be okay. Beacon even covers everyone. What do you know? Very nice, very nice. Okay. Also, don't need you anymore because I actually have a roboport in here. Should also probably upgrade all these roboports. Okay. And then I guess I need to make the biology labs. I really should get back to expanding power at some point. Do the biology labs need to be made in anything specific? Large assemblers, okay. Just so happens I have some room in a large assembler. There you are. In you go. And we'll just keep like 10 of you, I guess, unless you're an ingredient. No. You are an end product. Good to know. You take weird stuff. You take weird stuff, but I should be able to supply all that without too much issue. Even the insulation boxes, I'm pretty sure that I do make. Maybe not though, maybe not. Also... Okay, you do show up, you're just really hard to see, I guess. So, I don't have insulation boxes, I guess. Let me just verify. Insulation box 0. Yes, okay. So, insulation. There you are. And then limit you to insulation boxes 50. Seems fine. You also aren't able to get logistics bot 2s. That's probably due to being limited on robot frame 2s. We are producing some, but yes, we are limited on robot frame 2s. They're mostly going into construction bots, it seems. Don't ask me why. Yeah, we are low. And we're low on you too. Okay. Well, I guess we're restocking at the moment. That's fine. Yeah, we do mostly seem to be low on levitation fields. Don't really know why that would be. What are you made? What are you made with? Maybe it's still sensors. Could be antennas. Would be cool if I could just find you somewhere. We do have sensors. You're just input limited, it looks like, so let's upgrade you. Let me look for levitation. It says it's right there. But I think it's lying. There you are, so levitation's waiting on plastic. You are also input limited. Honestly, just have fun. You do only request 20 plastic at a time. Can I increase that reasonably? Yeah, none of this is exactly expensive, so let's just bump that up a good bit. So we are able to deliver all of that plastic, that's fine. We do keep plastic in a buffer chest here, don't we? Could have sworn we did. Maybe plastic is over this way? Plastic's over this way, okay. So drone request. Okay, we just need more drones over here, it looks like. All of these look okay, except maybe you. Funny enough. So you are fine also. Okay. How are you doing now? So you are running full-time. Do you have any issues? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, you're able to stay fully stocked, so you're cool. I might go ahead and increase your buffer amount, though. Let's do that. What's your stack size? Stack size 20, I might as well do 40 of you then. Okay. Okay, really do need to look at power now. So, what I wanted to do before is just try and sketch out what it would even look like if I did want to do a row of these. And I kind of had an idea that maybe I could do in the space of like 3 tiles. Maybe I could do like 2 new tiles or something. So I just wanted to see how that was potentially going to work out. So the way that was going to start is with me actually removing some of these. Though, maybe I should upgrade some of what's in place here first. So that's a tank 1. Let me do this entire row upgraded. That way, as I do try and move pieces around, I'm not intermixing different, like, tiers of stuff. Also, I should go ahead and upgrade all of my solar panels. There we are. So I'll go ahead and do that as well. Just everywhere that I can. It's an upgrade. Let's see, am I missing stuff? I am missing solar panels, I'm still missing wind turbines, gonna be missing some of the heat panels, that's fine. Oh, we do have the first bit of biology science coming in, it looks like. Even though it says 0, it is incrementing, which is interesting. Don't really know what to make of that. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, okay, so we're missing a little bit of stuff. That's fine. How many of the tier 2 solars do I keep then? Because it's not like I just did a massive upgrade. Where are the tier 2 solars made? There you are. I only keep 50 of you. Why would I only keep 50 of you? Let's keep like 1,000 of you. How many of you do I keep? Yeah, we should keep like 500 of you now. Just easy. You. We'll bump you as well. I'm gonna make production very sad for a little while, but that's just the way it's gotta be. Solar panels, I think, cook something weird. Yeah, so you're over here. You at least I keep 400 of. Let's bump you to like 600 though. Yeah, okay, so I kind of just probably screwed production for a little while, but we'll see what happens. So I was going to start ripping some of this up and reworking the tiling. Oof, big stretch. Okay. I guess what I was saying is all these guys I was going to rip up and start reworking. But it did just hit nighttime, so I'm going to wait until the sun comes up and then start reworking them. I think I will take the opportunity to have a sip of my increasingly cold coffee. The old 2-for-1 special. You start with hot coffee and end off with iced coffee. Okay, looks like the sun's coming up. I'm gonna wait until we hit at least like 80 kilowatts on a solar panel and then start ripping stuff up. You know what, this is a single line of production. I think I'll be fine. So I needed 3 extra panels. So 1, 2, 3. That does fit perfectly in here. I did just want to check. That one didn't want to fit for some reason. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, why is that weird when I try and copy and paste it? Maybe it's not a perfect fit. Maybe it's like 1 square off. It's 1 square off. Okay. Well, that's not nearly as nice as I was thinking. Oh well, I'm still gonna extend you out. If anything, it gives me a clearer divide of where the tiling begins and ends. So anyway, here's what I was thinking. I have this line. That is enough to keep 2 tier 2 Stirling engines running. What if I just took this and copied it again back to back, and then I had another heat tank and Stirlings going that way? Where would that end up? Okay, so that would come out to this line over here. We'll go ahead and break that. And see how that all lines up. Actually, really hard to tell. I guess I would want you to flip this way. That way I can access the heat from all of the solar panels. And then put you in there. Okay, so break all that, and then that's what's left. So if I did try and do kind of a back-to-back thing, that's what it would look like. Interesting. Interesting. And what is the tiling like? Let me do... It's 13 this way, yes. Yes, okay. So how is it different if I do try and tile this way? Well, first of all, the heat connections don't work entirely. That's fine, I guess. They never did over here anyway. Interesting. Okay. So what if I take you now and try to overlap you by the heat tanks? Okay, what if I only take one copy? So that would be out to 13 panels. Right there. Now, how do you overlap? Still not good. Yeah, I just really wish this worked out a little better. It just really doesn't want to. Just really doesn't want to. Just out of curiosity, what if I keep this going for one more tile? Let me grab the roboports. So if I grab all of that, and we are of course out of build range, oh well. I'll have to get a radar out here. Like right there works, I guess. Okay. And then of course, wait for everything to come in. Which is probably gonna be a minute. I think I just made them pretty thoroughly unhappy. Why are you blinking? You don't show up. Wind turbine. Wind turbine's fine. Okay, I was worried it was like the roboport or the radar or something, but perfectly okay with that. And give me map area. There we go. Okay. So if I continue that way for just a little longer, I grab a full tile here. Come over this way. And pop you down. Right there. Do you ever line up? No, you're always just a little shifted. Just a little shifted. It really doesn't work. Okay, whatever. It's fine. What I'll do, I guess, I'll just lay down this, allow the bots to build out this level, and then as I need more and more power, I can just take this layer and copy and paste it over the layers up above. It's not as nice as what my original pattern was. I was quite happy with the original pattern. I thought it was very nice, but the game says no, and if the game says no, who am I to challenge it? Anyway, yeah, that's gonna take a minute. Something I should probably have in one of these buffer chests up here. Let's say this guy. Let's keep just a whole bunch of landfill in here. That seems intelligent. Keep like 10 stacks of landfill in here. Okay, so where does that leave me? I know I need a whole bunch of buildings, but that's fine. The bots will get those worked out. I'm missing quite a few solar panels. Are you even running? You are running, you're just very slow. You're just very slow. Okay. Well, you'll get done eventually. The bioscience is constructed, even though it's missing modules. Wish it weren't missing modules, but, you know, when your science cost is literally 3 packs, it doesn't make that much difference. We are on our way through calcium production. So, let me pop out of here real quick. And just see. Maybe stand up. I guess this was fun. Let me see. What kinds of new stuff do I have? I got more boxed recipes. Let's get rid of those. New bio stuff I'll have to get to in just a second. This is going to be lithium. Okay, so that's also important, so I don't want to just arbitrarily uncheck that. So, new furnace, new chimney. Let's do those first. The furnace and chimney are going to be relatively easy. I assume those are large assemblers. Yes, they are. And yes, you are. Okay. New chimney, new furnace. So I only have one empty left, so I'll go ahead and pop down the new square. Just so the bots can go ahead and get it placed and all. And I guess I'll go ahead and fill it out here. So, which one of you did I just unlock? Okay, I do have the final tier of furnace. Very nice. And you were chimney. And then the rest can stay parameterized. So 2 and 3. There you are. The other ones were a little more difficult. I've got a couple new metal recipes. So nickel alloying. Why would I ever want to do that? That seems completely pointless. Nickel solution. And then nickel solution and hydrogen becomes nickel ingot. I guess that's why I would want to do alloying, okay? Because I can just make straight nickel now. I wonder if that's any more efficient. Let me see. So 8 nickel matte becomes 32 solution. And then 18 solution becomes 1 nickel ingot. That doesn't seem very good at all. 8 matte. Hold on. So 1 matte becomes 4 solution. So then 4.5 nickel matte becomes 1 nickel ingot. Plus a little ammonia. I mean, ammonia is a valuable product, kind of, a little bit. Not really. So let me see. This one is 6 ferronickel to 1 nickel ingot. And then, what am I running up here? So 9 matte becomes 6 ferronickel. So 9 matte becomes exactly 1 nickel. Whereas this one was 4.5. Okay, so it is just double. It's just double? Okay. The only thing that's a little bit weird is that... Okay, you do produce iron oxide. I was gonna say I lose a little bit of iron. But I guess if you're gonna produce iron oxide... I can turn iron oxide into iron ingots. Even though that's a little gross. I can also skip this process and make you directly from nickel solution as well. What's down here? Calcite becomes calcium carbonate. Ooh, I can just directly produce crushed phosphorite from calcite. That's actually very valuable. You also produce gypsum. That's actually a problem. Gypsum is a difficult byproduct to get rid of for me right now. Definitely something I want to keep track of, though. I kind of wish I had a to-do list at this point. Okay, so, change of plans from what I was thinking I was going to be working on, like, for the first couple hours today. I'm immediately going to swap over to these nickel recipes. These are pretty substantially better. Which it does mean I'm going to be poking and prodding in the nickel area, which is a little unfortunate because we just kicked off a whole bunch of production and upgrade stuff up here. And power really does need to be upgraded. And until all of these things are placed in a reasonable order, they don't work. Like, the way the bots build this stuff, this is never working until we're pretty much 100% built. Like, this solar collector will probably be the last one built on this whole line. That's just the way that bots do stuff. Let's see, these are running though, which is nice. Yeah, that tank is going to empty very quickly. And we did only just hit nighttime, okay. So yeah, energy is still not great. Oh well, what can you do about it? Let's go upgrade nickel. So the nickel solution is gonna be in here, I assume. Though I don't see it. Oh, it probably doesn't show up in here for some reason. A lot of the fluid recipes don't show up in that menu. There is a distinction between the ghost cursor. I believe this only allows me to select specific items. And this is specific recipes once you go into the guide. So even still, I'm not actually seeing the nickel solution, so maybe that is in fluids? What if I just look for nickel? Yes, so it is in fluids, nickel solution, made in a flotation cell. That's what I wanted. Okay, so flotation cell with nickel matte, ammonia, and water. Hopefully my ammonia supplies keep up. They should. So this is straight from nickel matte. Okay. So after this step right here, instead of going into furnaces, go ahead and rip up this belt. And then I'll go ahead and cut off your intake. Just start clearing off the belts a little bit. And I'm gonna let you just fully output. You shouldn't take too long. You've got like one more recipe in there. Any day. And there we go. Okay, so once these are done outputting, I'll rip them up. That way I don't wind up with stuff in the system I would really rather not. And out you go. So you should all have power from somewhere else. I should be free to rip up these power poles. You're needed for the pump. And all this should be fine. I knew it. I knew there were going to be pipes and stuff in the way. I was doing my best to avoid them, but I knew there was going to be something. I'm glad I caught it, though. So those are still connected. You don't actually go anywhere. I don't know what you are meant to be. Steam, I guess? Is there a steam pipe up here? Well, if there was at one point, there no longer is, so let's go ahead and get rid of that. Not like it really matters anyway, they'll just come and deliver steam to you like they do everyone else. Oh, you don't have power anymore. Let's put that up there, but I would like to see if I can get a grid RoboPort up there. Why don't you have a RoboPort? You definitely should. And then you're kind of right in the way of the bend of the belts. So you would want to be around here, so you'd want to be around here. Okay. I can pretty easily make that work. Let's upgrade you to something else. Yeah, snip those. And then throw you in there. Clean up everything in the middle. And get you right there. We'll even get a turbine for you. So where does that put you? Okay, so then you want to be over that way. You want to be here. I can make that work. Again, let's just grab one of these guys and have you continue that way. There you go. And what's that do for me? Well, I'm still trying to figure out exactly where all of the grid-placed roboports would belong. And it does look like this is actually a proper grid connection right here. This pylon looks to be one off, but I can just break you, and you'll be fine. Okay. And if I grab you right there, I don't quite want that wind turbine. There we go, I can just barely grab that. Where would you want to be? Oh, you're weird. You're not placed correctly. Oh, whatever. Yeah, it is quite difficult to tell what is and isn't a proper grid placement. So you would want to be in there, huh? That is a little annoying. Oh well, what am I even doing? I'm working on nickel. I've already ripped up nickel. Let's not delay for too long. So where on earth even is it? Okay. So here's nickel mat. I need flotation. Get a flotation guy in here. There you are. So the nickel mat flows out this way. And let's see, I want you to be somewhere around in here. In fact, here's your output. If possible, I would like to continue using that. Yeah. Nickel solution. So you do have an item output, it's iron oxide, and then you're just nickel solution out. And then nickel solution is used to make nickel ingots. You were also my supply of ferronickel, though. That is true. Is this any better for producing ferronickel, or do I need this and a furnace set up? Let's see. So 9 mat gives 6 ferronickel. So that's a 50% decrease. That's acceptable. Sure, good. Just keep that locked in the old noggin. And then you're a 1 to 4 from nickel. Okay, so 18 nickel solution makes 4 ferronickel. And it takes 4.5 nickel mat to make 18 solution. So that's almost a 1-to-1 from mat to nickel. So this is substantially better. Okay. I'm just having to rework a lot of how all this stuff works. But I can work with this. Okay. So I can actually bring you together. 1, 2, 3. None of this is going to be correct anymore. I can just go ahead and pick this up. Let's just break all that for now. Where do you go? You're gravel, okay. Do I have iron oxide? Where do I make iron oxide? There you are, iron oxide right there. And then you output into here, okay. Right. Right. The problem is this is entirely full of iron oxide, so I can't really easily move you. So I think I will have to send iron oxide this way and then priority merge into here. One thing I probably want to do first is go ahead and lower this by about, even if only up to about here. Go ahead and break that, wait for all of that to empty out, and then I can start removing you. There we go. And then I'll have to run iron oxide coming in this way. The whole reason I needed to lower you by a belt, and I'll probably also want to move this a smidge. Yeah, that's fine. In fact, might as well get a max length in for you. There you are. And there we are. Okay. That way I just have a little more freedom to move around stuff in here. And, for example, I'm going to have these belts reverse, go this way, move where you pick up from. You're going to have to go down one more, down one, and down one. And then we'll have a belt coming in this way. Have a merge here with a priority input on the bottom. Which does mean actually maybe you would have been better where you were. Let me actually just put you back. You're actually more in the way now. There you are. In fact, I'll just turn this one around and reuse you. That way the bots don't have to do too much extra work. There we go. There we go. Okay. I'm a fool. You need to be down here, actually. There we go. There we go. And now we bring this over and into here. Okay, all cool. We've kind of managed to get somewhere, I think. You're still on the wrong side, though. Like, I really need to switch you. I can do that. Okay. I think that's the best I'm gonna get for right now, so... Iron oxide. I guess I could just have brought you in up top. That's not a big deal. And then you can just go back to normal. Okay. Might even move you back just a smidge so you don't look quite so strange. And there we go. Okay, that's a decent connection. That's decent enough. Okay. And then I can get rid of this gravel line. There we go. And I'm sure I'm gonna need a new gravel line at some point. I just don't need it right this moment. Okay, so nickel solution. Let's go ahead and get you worked in. So you do need water. And ammonia. Okay, you do need nickel matte as an input, and you output iron oxide. How quickly? A little over 1 per second before modules, so let's say 1 per second then. I'll go ahead and do purples. Everything should be at least purples, pretty much. You take 2.28 input. So after modules, that's probably about 2, so you are slightly more than 1 per furnace. Slightly more than 1 per furnace. So if I did 3 of you, that's probably fine. Though I might go ahead and just do 1-to-1 and then add speed modules or something over this way. You want to connect into that pipe, which is not cool. You're that guy, so that can be moved easily enough. Yeah, this whole line can be moved over a couple spaces. That's no big deal. And in you go. Where can I actually get you? So if I pop you over this way, I guess right here works. One more this way. And yeah, that's fine. In you go. I did forget a connection there, so let's get that placed then. And then we're all cool. Okay, very nice, very nice. So that's all sorted out. Now I just need water and ammonia in here. So one thing at a time, let's go ahead and get some belts in. You can still be yellow belts. I don't think that's going to be any issue. Though, maybe I'll make you red belt. We'll see how it goes. Don't think I'm going to need red belt down this way, but you know, I might as well see how it goes. Go ahead and upgrade that as well. And then, why are you undergrounded? You don't need to be underground at all. There you go. Whew, okay. That should be all cool. And then I guess I might as well alternate these guys. Just so I can actually fill that belt. Okay. Once again, I need nickel matte, ammonia, and water. You're gonna output nickel solution and iron oxide. Iron oxide's already dealt with. Nickel matte is easy enough. Where do I want to get my fluid output from? I'll probably take these middle lines, since I needed the spacing for water anyway. And then that leaves the outside lines clean for input, which I can just run like that. Let's go ahead and get those worked in. And where can I get some water connections? Let's go ahead and get those undergrounded in. And then the same in here. Okay, you're already connected, and then good. So, water. Do I have water anywhere in here? You're a line of water literally right there. You just line up. Look at that. Beautiful. There we go. Then, how do I get water continuing up the line? I suppose something like this works. There we go. And then it can just feed from right to left. And then ammonia solution can likewise just flow out this way, and I'll deal with it in the place where I used to make nickel, over here. Let's see, so once I have ammonia solution, then I feed it into a distillery with hydrogen, and you make nickel, and you give me some of my ammonia back, and you give wastewater. And then I combine 3 iron and 1 nickel to make ferronickel. Okay. So all of this in here has to go. This is just going to be completely reworked, rewritten. Let's see, all of these pipes are just for you. Yes, they are. So let me find where you connect into anything. All the way up there. Let's just start removing those, since you are no longer needed. And then rip all of this up. All the pipes on the back I'll also have to deal with, but one thing at a time. So pipe up this way, and then you are a carbon monoxide request. So I can just remove you. Okay. All of this has lost power, but you don't have nickel right now anyway, so what does it matter? I guess I'll leave some of the belts in here. What were you? You're iron. Which is actually kind of a problem, because I'm not going to be producing iron, I'm going to be consuming iron from now on. That does mean I can get rid of this whole thing up here that I was working around for so long. And I will no longer need this active depot, which is kind of cool. If anything, this thing up here that wrapped around and sent iron ingots in, I could potentially just turn around and bring iron ingots out. I could also just bring iron ingots in with trucks, assuming I put iron ingots on the trucks somewhere. I don't actually think I do. I don't actually think I do. So maybe I will just belt them down. Yeah, I think I will. Let's replace that connection, just because this is a little neater now. Then I'll have a split going this way. There we are. Flip you around, and just bring you in. I don't actually know where I'm gonna want you exactly, so maybe I'll stop like right around in here. I could also just put you on a truck. Like, that's not a ridiculous idea. Maybe I'll just load you in like literally right here. Maybe that's a better idea. Yeah, I think I like that better. Rather than having a big snaking belt just kind of bobbing and weaving everywhere. Let's just get rid of that. There we go. And then instead, we will have a split up this way. Let's see, maybe I'll even go ahead and upgrade some of the belts through here. Not that I really think it's gonna matter, but I might as well. There we go. So you go there, up this direction, and in. And we'll have some input right there. Why is there a pylon here? Couldn't tell you. So down and down. They're going to be up and up. Go ahead and... Nope, not logistics supply, because I have a thing that recycles and gets back into somewhere, so let's not do that. There we go. Okay, so you're working, you're running, everyone's all cool. That's going to give me a supply for ferronickel. None of this has power, I'll have to work that out at some point. And let's get a split on you. Send you up, send you over. And maybe I'll put you there instead. You're just a little nicer. Okay, so the nickel solution has to come out and over this way. I'm a little wary of the sludge line. I don't want to be in the way of it. I don't know why I did that. Did not need to do that. That was the water line. I was looking at this, thinking about how I was going to get it out. Okay, so 1, 2 outputs. That's all I've got. Okay. So somewhere in here, now that I've got empty room, I'll just put the nickel stuff in here. Let's see if I can't reroute the oxygen a little nicer. Would be cool if I could bring you down from here, but this is right in the way. I can do that, though, and bring you down from here instead. Maybe even shoot you off to the right and be on the other side of the iron ore. Seems reasonable. Down that way somewhere. Yeah, I'll figure the rest out in a minute. That way, where do you go? Okay, so you actually are sourced from here. But I can still just cut there. And be cool. So your oxygen now comes from over this way. Connect in. And connect in. Okay. That's gonna redo the oxygen connection out of the way. Now how about this water connection? Water also only comes down for you. I'm not even going to be using this machine anymore. This makes nickel oxide. I have a new recipe for nickel oxide. So actually, I don't even need this. This can just go. There we are. You still need oxygen, but all the oxygen up this way can go. And there we go. Very nice. Okay. Let's get you repowered. There we are. Okay. Okay, so I need a distillery. Let's stay on track. So, distillery. Put you at this level. Probably, oh, one lower. Being that I'm likely to need something to be shipped in. And start maybe a line there. I don't know how many I'm gonna need. We're gonna find out. Let's see. Ferronickel solution becomes nickel. Cool. The other recipe for nickel oxide is also in a distillery. You take in soda ash. You have 3 fluid outputs. Okay. So you have 2 fluid inputs, 2 fluid outputs, and an item output. And then the other recipe has an item in and an item out. Just trying to think how I want to arrange that. Okay, well I didn't need nickel oxide until way down here anyway. So what if I just kind of repeat the setup down this way? There we are. Get rid of this here. Maybe even just reroute this whole line a bit. There we go. And that allows me to move this whole line this way. A little nicer. Flip them around so everything is the same way. Now, getting the item out is going to be interesting. I might actually flip all of you so that your fluid outputs are on the top. And can I work with this? That would be output. output. There we are. You are gonna need fluid input, of course, so let's go ahead and pipe all of that together. There we are. And I'll go ahead and alternate the ones on the inside. And what I was thinking is this can also be the side where I do my item input, I think. I can have a requester for soda ash down this way, and then I can just item input up here. And I think that works just fine. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. So let's just put you in the same level as these inserters. And then you can have an input right there. And then let me get this belt out of the way. I think I'll just underground you. And then go ahead and get a requester in here. Maybe like right here. That way I can send the belt straight up and in. So this is going to be for soda ash before I forget. Okay. And then you'll output nickel oxide and a bunch of gases, including wastewater. I think I do have a wastewater pipe in here somewhere. Yes, I do. So wastewater is right here. So I'll probably just connect into here. I could go ahead and start upgrading pipes. Just kind of haphazardly. I could even just upgrade planner this. There we go. And then red pipe and red pipe. I'll even do, just in case, tier 1s. I don't think there's many tier 1 pipes in here, but, you know, just in case. There we are. I'm sure there's no tier 3. I don't think I ever really used tier 3. But that way I don't have to worry about pumps and stuff as much. Where does wastewater ever go off to? Wastewater comes down this way. Okay, so let's just start upgrading wide stretches through here. I know this is going to give me just mismatched pipes all over the place, but you know, I'm not worried about upgrading the entire base. I don't think I'd have enough pipe to do that all in one go. In fact, we are already missing underground pipe. I just wanted to go ahead and get some of it going. I'm surprised we're already missing underground pipe, though. I'm only keeping 50. That would probably do it. There we are. I am keeping 600 of you. That's fine, at least. I kind of feel like I want to upgrade all these inserters. Let's just get all of you upgraded. Probably you guys as well. Whatever. You can get upgraded too. Have fun. Okay. Maybe that'll do something for me, who knows? You are request from buffer. Yes, you are. Okay. Anyway, that should help out a smidge. I notice this isn't running anymore. We're out of circuits again. Circuits need logic dies need poly, and poly is full on chlorine. One thing at a time. Let's finish nickel, and then I'll go look at chlorine. Okay. So, nickel's being done this way. Give you a couple trucks. That's probably plenty. I'll worry about your outputs in a moment. This is all getting built. That's cool. How about you? You need hydrogen and nickel solution. Go ahead and get all of these flipped around appropriately. I also haven't looked at production amounts or anything. So you take 9 a second, each of you. So you're basically 1 to 1. So if I have 8 of you, I want 8 of you. So I have 7, so just one more. Well, I guess I'll move you this way. Okay, so let's go ahead and get your pipe set up. I'll allow you to be the 1 tall, because you're kind of in the way of that stuff. Then hydrogen is the 2 tall. There we go. And then just gotta get the underground in place. Okay, all cool. Hydrogen. I should have a hydrogen pipe up here somewhere. I'm sure. I know I do. There's hydrogen. You're just way up there for some reason. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't really come down anywhere. Guess that's fine. Just have to find somewhere to bring hydrogen down. Maybe alongside oxygen wouldn't be a crazy idea. Power pole's right in the way though, so maybe I'll do it on this side. Okay, so you will reach that way. I just have to move the belt. Also, it's not a great fit for the hydrogen pipe itself, but oh well, I'll just have to do some reworking. There you are. Let's remove that, put you in there. And again, upgrading does not give you build guides. Kind of thought you would reach further than that, to tell you the truth. A little disappointed. Okay, what if then I start from all the way back here? Little better, okay. Then I can just connect there, break this in here, then connect into there. Okay, that's a little better. That's going to give me a hydrogen connection. Don't know what the pipe extents are like. Actually, you look pretty okay. You're only at 34 over here. Water cuts in the way right there. It sure does. Can I move you? Yes, I can. Pretty easily. In fact, why are you zigzagged at all? You don't need to be. There you are. And then just get rid of that nonsense. Goodbye. Okay, now we can just bring hydrogen straight down. Can I make that work? No, that is a pipe, okay. Huh. Well, it is what it is. Over and in. Have fun. Can I do anything better than that, actually? That's pretty bad. I could move you 1 to the right. Would that be any better? Yes, if you were 1 to the right, that would be better. Because I could just do that and plug you in. There we go. Okay. Very good, very good. That works just fine. So now we've got hydrogen coming in. Let me worry about the nickel solution that we make over here for a moment. So if I send you this way, you want to be right on top of the belt. If I brought you in this way, you would be in the way of acid. So you do have to be up here. I could also move you up too. And I like that a little better. That way you're in the way of inserters and not belts, and that gives me a bit more flexibility if I need to do stuff up in here. And then I'll just pipe you in. That's fine. Okay. I also need to handle your outputs, and you do have an item output, of course. do have an item. I have to be honest, I was actually so focused on the fluids, I kind of forgot about that. You do only have 2 fluid outs, though. Okay. We're fine. So wastewater gets to be the 1 tall, I think. Unless there is a wastewater connection in here somewhere. No. Okay, so wastewater can be 1 tall, and then ammonia can be the 2 tall. Let's go ahead and do this so I can just copy and paste it. There we go. And then I will figure out the inserters. So I think you can just go right there. And then I'll copy and paste those as well. You actually don't want to be there. There we go. Okay. So now I have plain old nickel. So plain old nickel comes in this way. And that's kind of the only thing I was doing with nickel. I am gonna need a new thing for nickel, a new area, to turn nickel into ferronickel. That is true. Well, I don't need this belt through here anymore. I can get rid of this whole thing. I could, in theory, also raise this a little more, which I think I will go ahead and do. Also move you over just a smidge. Maybe to, like, right there. Let's see, you can go to here. Then I can bring you down and connect you in there. Okay. So hopefully that's a little better. Once they've cleaned this up, I'll see what I can do about belts. Okay. So belts can come in this way. And then down. Can I underground you instead? Yeah, let's go this way. And then I'll shoot you in here. There we go. And then after nickel wire, then I'll have something in here. Maybe I'll split the output. Let me see what all I need. I know I need iron ingots. Do you need anything else? Maybe you're not made in this. Hold on. You're made in a foundry. Okay, and it is just the 2 inputs and 1 output. Okay. Well, at least you're being kind there. Before I forget, I would like to throw modules into you. And into you. And then let's grab foundries. So, ferronickel. Okay, so ferronickel needs to go this way. This was also the former ferronickel supply depot. So that is gone. So I do have to remember that. Let's erase that. So, okay. Foundry. We have this belt here. So I want to come at least 2 down. Maybe try and start around here. And let's just see how many this does. Oh, I guess that makes sense that I can't yield module you. Fine. That would cause a looping recipe, so I could just go forever. Okay. 1 belt of you. And then 1 belt of you. Okay, so I do want to move you down then. There we go. And since I do want a belt of nickel, and I do need less nickel than iron, I'll make nickel the outside belt. And then this can be the inside belt. This is iron. Have to get iron in here somehow. Yeah, I'll worry about that in a minute, I guess. So then you just produce ferronickel. And then I send ferronickel over to the side and here. And we're all cool. Okay. Just trying to figure out how I'm going to do that. Okay, so first things first. Let's clean up this belt here. That's not going to be there anymore. You are gonna underground this direction. Maybe I'll underground you. Just to clean up line of sight a little bit. Okay, what if I just brought a belt in this way? And then hooked you around into here. I think that's acceptable. That works. It does mean you get priority, technically. But well, I think we're okay. Not the end of the world. There we go. And then you even line up perfectly with these guys, which is phenomenal. And there. So I have no idea how much this takes. So one of you is 1.25, one of you is 0.5. Okay, so we don't need nearly this much. I only have 8. So that means 4 total is my maximum output. So, like 3 of you would be pretty much all I could ever hope for. So I will leave 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just for a little excess, but like all the same, we will not be capable of processing all of that. And I'm gonna try and line you up with those guys to some degree. Okay, that works. Here's iron, and then the outside can be the nickel. So you're gonna be long pickups. There we are. And that's all I really need, it looks like. I do still need the nickel wire, of course, so that is still important. And then you just run off nickel solution, so you don't even need nickel ingots. I guess that does mean I need something in here that will take nickel ingots out of the system. So you're gonna request nickel ingots, just because I'm gonna have a few in there. Let's get those out. And let's see. I still need to get nickel solution plugged in. Nickel solution is up this way. So let's run a pipe over here somewhere. Yeah, that works. And shorten that right there. And connect you in. Okay. Oh, cool. Now I still need to do your outputs, so let's see what I can do there. So ammonia can be a 3 tall, and then carbon dioxide can be a 2 tall, and then wastewater can be the 1 tall. There we go. Then I guess I should look at how much you take. So each one of you is 24 a second. I produce 7 times 8, so 56 a second at most. So I can actually only run 2 of you, really. Like, I guess if I have buffers, I could run a little more, but how much nickel oxide do I really need? So maybe I'll limit you to just 2. There we go. And that makes getting everything out and around a little easier. And also, get rid of this in here. I guess I could have saved the others, but oh well, what does it matter? I think we're fine. I also might want to lower you in case I ever want to extend wires. Let's grab all of this. And maybe one to the right and one down is okay. Okay, pipes. You were too tall. You were too tall. You were 3 tall. And then 1, 2, 3. And then let's get the undergrounds piped in. You're already connected. Don't I have ammonia up here? Yes, I do. Doesn't go anywhere yet, but I can still just feed you in. Would it be better here or one to the right? Neither. They are both terrible. Okay. What if I moved you like 2 tiles to the right then? Just grab you and 1, 2. There we are. Oh, and of course, you also need to move 2 to the right. Okay. And then you also need to move to the right if possible. Though you're kind of fine where you are. Yeah, I don't really mind too much. That's fine. Okay, so wastewater. Where can I get a wastewater output to? There's wastewater right over here. Pipe extents 109 and 144. Okay, so you are still connected to a red pipe somewhere. Right up here. There we are. And then, yeah, okay, so you're fine down that way. Anything this way? Doesn't look like it. Okay. So I'll just continue running you on the assumption that you will be fine. And... okay, wastewater... wastewater right there. Okay. Okay, so I can come from this connection out, not this connection. There we go. So run you down this way. And then over and in. I think that's fair. Might even just make you pipe instead. Yep, okay. And of course, we're still waiting on a whole bunch of pipe to get placed. Actually, we're down to just 57 straight pipe. Everything else is good, it looks like. Okay. I can work with that. Now, carbon dioxide. Actually had a carbon dioxide pipe down this way. And then removed it. Guess I need to put it back. Okay. So, carbon dioxide. Let's just run you to the side this way. And where does that get me? Yeah, what if I was able to run you to, like, right here? Yeah, that's fine. So, you are the right one, yes. Okay, so connect up this way. And then we'll have you connect in right there. What's your pipe extent? 49. That might be a problem. Maybe I will go ahead and start trying to upgrade you. Oh, that's upgrading to blue. I actually have my special upgrader right here. Let's just run you this way. Up to the pump, and then where do you go from there? You do run up a good distance. Oh, you go all over the place, unfortunately. Oh yeah, we're snaking all over the place. Okay, so there's a dead end. You come down this way. Let's get all of these worked in. Okay, so do the bottoms fine. Now I need to get all of these worked in. And there we go. Okay. So that should give me quite a bit to work with on that pipe length, and hopefully it's a-okay to just run down here and in. If not, I guess it's gonna just yell at me. So let's see, wastewater, all I need is the ammonia. So where was ammonia going to line up? Okay, so we want you here, which means I want the underground right there. And then I can just connect you right there. Okay. Of course, I still need ammonia. I don't think I bring ammonia in anywhere in here. Like, even remotely close to here. So I will have to just request ammonia. That's fine. I'm not concerned about that. Didn't I bring hydrogen down? I thought I did a hydrogen line. I did, it's just way up there for some reason. How have you moved? How have you moved? Because I remember making this hydrogen line to fit specifically on you. Huh. I can move you one to the left or one to the right if it's any better. I can't move one to the right, never mind. I can only move one to the left. And one to the left doesn't really make it any better. Okay. Well, I'll just move you up here then. And I guess you just get a fun connection. And I'll remove the undergrounds. Have fun. It just gets to be a little silly. I think I actually like you better there. Okay. Fine. That'll give me hydrogen. The nickel solution should be on the way. Once those are both in, then we'll produce ammonia, wastewater, and nickel. I produce 6 ammonia, producing half an ingot, so each ingot is 12, but why do I need ammonia? I also output ammonia down here. Okay, so neither one of these consume ammonia. You are an ammonia source. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I might just run that down this way then. Also, let me try and get everything power in here. So, I know nothing in here is going to be on-grid. But is there anything I can do about that? Okay, you're on-grid. So, you are grid, you are grid. I'm gonna get a vertical connection. Okay, let me upgrade that roboport. And then grab you. So the nickel area is in here. You are a grid connection right there. I can get a grid in here. Okay, the reason that's important is because I don't like doing substations off-grid, but as long as these are actually grid connections, I can just do substations. In fact, are you not a grid also? You are! Look at that. So you can also be a substation over there. Oh, look at it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay. Can't do anything down below. That's fine. You might be a grid. You are a grid. Look at that. Okay, so I can get a few more substations in here. Very nice, very nice. Where would you want to be? Okay, that one I can't quite do. That's fine. The point being, since I can get substations in here, I can get rid of a lot of these really ugly power poles. So maybe I'll get rid of you and get a power pole deconstructor in here. There we are. And then I don't want to break anything that's actually important, and I think some of these lower power connections might be. But let me see what I can do up in here where I have substations. Okay, so you don't reach that low. So this area does need power poles still. But I can just connect you, like, right there. you can also be a substation, and then I can get rid of these power poles. You can be a substation, and then I can get rid of these power poles. Literally made a deconstructor for this purpose. Don't think I can continue that way though, so I'll have to leave that power pole. And yeah, a substation here would literally only like do that pump. Let's not be too silly. So, okay, these are definitely improvements though. Let's see. I can put you there and then remove you. That works. Anyone else still without power? You have no power, but that's because I didn't give you power, so that makes sense. Okay, so you can be a substation. And then let's give power poles down to this guy, because I don't think I'm going to be able to get a grid Roboport down here. Yeah, didn't really think so. Well, let's see. So I can just do that. And that's not too bad. And then you can connect over here somewhere, or over here somewhere. Maybe up top. I can connect right there. Sure. Okay, you still need ammonia, so you need an ammonia source, actually. Interesting. I didn't set you up the same way that I usually do when I have a fluid on the inside. Well, I can just do this. No big deal. I'll even just do a connection across there so that I don't have to worry about getting a input for both sides. I can just connect one of the sides and be good. Well, funny enough, I have ammonia over here. So to produce 7 nickel solution takes 10 ammonia. Over here, consuming 7 produces 5. Okay, so you're only like 50% of what I need. So you do return some, but not all. I will connect the lines, but that's about all I'm gonna wind up doing. Okay. If I could make you 2 higher, that would be cool. That would be here to here. I can make this work. What if I did this and this? There we go. Okay, that works. And then I do still need to request ammonia. There we are. So let's get a requester in here. You need to move. Okay, and you're gonna request ammonia. But of course, since I do produce a fair amount of ammonia over that way, I am going to throw a pump on here so that this line only stays about 50% full. Let's see, you are covered, okay. So I do need someone to come down and place this, though I guess I can go ahead and request some trucks in here. There we go. Now I can change the amount. Bring you down to like 40. Something like that. Just in case. And let's see, what am I still missing? I'm still missing 64 pipe. 64, huh? Okay, all this works well enough. All you need is nickel. Okay, I don't need you anymore because you are logistics connected. That's all cool. I do need iron. I do need iron. Yeah, I think I'll just request iron, though I could bring the belt down. I could also bring this belt over. Yeah, I think I will. That's just more reasonable, I think. Let's see, do you, like, right there, and then in right there. And I know I have a yellow belt leading into a red belt. Oh well, I might even go ahead and upgrade it down this way, since it's all red down this way. You know what? I'll just upgrade all of this. Why not? You can just all be red. You also don't need to be underground anymore. This is all red over this way anyway, so I don't even need to upgrade that far. Okay, that works. And then we have this belt right here. So you can come in here, come down, and then trade right there. Which is kind of messy. Kind of messy. What if I do that instead, and then clean that up? I think that's fair. Could I do anything better? Not really. That's fine. Then that's gonna bring iron in. Oh, did I already make my first recipe of you? Doesn't look like I did. I guess I still had nickel on this belt somewhere, somehow? Oh, the bot. The bots would have brought nickel in. Okay. I can get rid of that now. Well, I might as well leave it there, just in case. Okay, and that's gonna start producing ferronickel again. There we are. So there's my ferronickel materials, but I do also need to be sending ferronickel out. Lots of things are really just steel. Pretty much just steel requires ferronickel. Yeah, we are making more ferronickel than I need. I think I would just put a... Make sure that was a supply. Yeah, it was not. So put you there. I'll have a split this way. And we'll feed you in from the side, I guess. There we are. So up and up, and then down and down. And one of my pipelines is mad, and it is this carbon dioxide line, though granted, we're still upgrading you. So hopefully, as the pipe comes in, it'll be better. Yes it is. Okay. Our extents now... Oh, pipeline extents 672! Wow! I mean, granted, I did skip the blue tier, but that is quite a jump. That is a crazy jump. Oh, wow, okay. 672. Okay, I'm happy to take that. Okay, so you're missing nickel solution. Nickel solution's missing ammonia. And ammonia is on the way. Okay, we're literally just waiting on an ammonia shipment. I guess that's fine. Hopefully it is soon. I would like to confirm that this area is working. And also, the whole time that it hasn't been working, of course, most of my production has been dead. Also, iron oxide. I'm going to be producing a lot of iron oxide now. I'm gonna logistics limit these guys, since this is connected to the logistics system. So iron oxide is less than like 1k. There we go. And then I am going to have to take some of this iron oxide and turn it into iron ingot. Just something I'm going to have to do. So, let's see. Iron oxide, graphite, calcium carbonate, in a furnace. And that makes iron ingots, gravel, and lime. That's just such a bad recipe. Oh, it's such a bad recipe. Okay. It must be done. That is going to be in a furnace, of course. Maybe I'll increase this a smidge. So, 2,000. You have 8,000 in you, so if we fall below a quarter, that's fine, and I will output priority into here, and then extras will come down this way. Let me go ahead and move you here. There. And then... Ooh, didn't mean to do whatever that was. So since I do have iron down here, could I fit a furnace in here? Like, I don't think I'm ever going to need that much nickel alloying, so I might be able to squeeze a couple furnaces in here. Also, you were never connected. Whoops. Make sure I fix that. Soda ash just doesn't have output. Reasonable. So, let's see. You go there, and there, and then you go to the right, and to the right. Okay. And then you will just start producing nickel oxide. Okay. Wastewater is getting kind of full. Hopefully I didn't break something down here. Let me just double check. Overflow. Okay, so you are on an overflow. I guess that's because this pipeline, somewhere along the way, does connect to something that consumes wastewater. Maybe whatever this is, I guess. Okay. So, as long as it doesn't actually back up, we're fine, and we do sit around that 320 line, so I guess we're cool. Yeah, and we are producing nickel oxide, that's all cool. Yep, okay. So, this is all good. Let's confirm you are in a furnace. Yes, you are. You make carbon dioxide also. Well, fortunately, I have a carbon dioxide pipe right there. Okay, let's just get furnaces. Don't think I actually make you yet, so I'll stick to large furnace 1s. Let's go with large furnace 1s, yeah. Okay, so the belt comes down the side of this guy. Leave 1, 2 room. And then room for output. We will have to sort your output. But that's fine. Yeah, let's, you only do boxed recipes. Okay. Do I care? Iron oxide, calcium carbonate, graphite. Well, that is the recipe I wanted to do, I guess. So that's okay. So I need calcium carbonate boxes and graphite boxes. And then you produce iron ingot boxes, gravel boxes, and lime boxes. That's actually really annoying. Maybe I won't do a large furnace then. Maybe we'll go to medium furnace. Because I just don't think I want to do that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And I don't need very much of this. Yeah, you already produce 1 iron ingot a second. So each one of you takes 3.75. Okay, so if I just say 4 per, that is 16 furnaces. So that is a fair few. There's 4. So then, can I fit another? Okay. I'll probably have to move you, but anyway, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's see if I can adjust that at all. Not really. Best I can do is like right there. Okay. We'll probably go ahead and grab green undergrounds for this iron ore. And just get you out of the way entirely. Okay, so now I can bring iron oxide in this way, and this way. I do not want to underground the rock, thank you game. Also need graphite and calcium carbonate, which I'm gonna have to ship in. Which means I actually need to lower you a little bit. Unless I want to move this belt. I don't think I do. So yeah, we will grab you, and then lower you a square. There we go. Okay, let's get your inputs piped in. So you can be the long ones. And then we'll copy and paste that all the way down. And then grab a full copy and flip it to the other side. So of course the near belt is going to be the iron oxide, and then the other belt will be mixed graphite and calcium carbonate. On the inside here, we'll have a bunch of undergrounds. Can I get like different pipe? Because I don't want to use the expensive pipe here. I might even just use like tier 1 pipe and then pump out. Just because I don't have enough of the tier 4 pipe right now. So what if I just did something like this? Ooh, are you not far enough away? There's only 3 spaces in here. And I can't really lower you or raise you anymore. Okay, let's see if I can get creative. Okay, let's start by just connecting all of the outputs together to show me where I can and cannot go. There we are. So I have to get a belt in here. But what I'm thinking is, what if I do something weird? Okay, bear with me. So let's grab you. You there. You there. Okay, so everyone on the bottom has an output. So then... how much do you output? More than 1 per second. This is a little tight. Okay, so let's have some fun. So what if I do something like this, and you output, so 2 to the left, and you 2 to the right, and then we do that for all of these guys, and then vertical flip. Well, okay, vertical flip doesn't work, but you just output 2 to the right, and you output 2 to the left, like so. Okay. You want to be on the top. You're also on the top. Let's make sure you are on the bottom. Please. Thank you. And then Copy and paste these all the way across. Oh, before I copy and paste you, you actually need to pick up from too far away. There we go. Now I can copy and paste you across. There we go. Yeah, that's a fun design. Okay, anyway. Now I want to bring this up and make you a priority input on this iron line. So, input from the bottom. There we go. So let's see. Carbon dioxide's right here. Let's just go ahead and do this. And then, like so. Alright, anyway. Input. So this is the iron oxide and iron oxide. So I can just connect you like so. How can I get this one in though? I'll just do something like that. And then you can go here and down and in. There we are. So, iron oxide, there you are. So if you come in from up here, okay, maybe I will change you just a smidge. I do that there. Doesn't quite work. Well, it does work if I underground you. Okay. Then I can just put you there. And in you go. Okay, much better. Then there's iron oxide. Now all I need are the graphite and the calcium carbonate. Okay, much better. Let's get a request in here. I'll have to do 2. I'll have to do 2 of them. Okay, something like that. So you output into here, you output onto here, and then in they go. Okay, very cool. So first one, calcium carbonate, and then you are graphite. And I'm assuming I even put graphite into the logistics drone system. I legitimately don't know. We'll have to find out. Of course, I can't even tell anything until those show up. There we go. Make sure we get the modules into you. Even though we are missing modules left and right. Okay, all of you are properly upgraded. All cool. All cool. Okay. Yeah, this is rapidly filling with iron oxide, so if I don't get these in place soon, we are going to have trouble. I don't know why I don't have medium furnaces. I guess I will go look into that. Having 2 bodies, already pretty nice. One thing I do want to do is make sure you are my crafting body. Yes, you are. Okay. So, medium furnaces. Well, let's just start here. So, medium. You need heat pipe. Well, that's going to be ferronickel, most likely. Which would be a reasonable reason to be empty. Heat pipe is missing chelating agent. Or chelating. Still have no idea. Well, there's some in you, but you're not allowed for logistics for some reason. Let's go ahead and change that, but more importantly, why don't I have any? Because there's no phosphoric acid, because there's no phosphorus. Because there's no phosphorus. Okay. Hold on, that's not the issue I was expecting. Phosphorus has no crushed phosphorite. Okay. So that one ore patch I looked at earlier really was all of my phosphorite. So I am completely empty now. On the other hand, I could just allow logistics. There you are. Okay. Well, if I'm going to be working on that, I guess I might as well go ahead and rip all of this up. And get the new calcite recipe in as well. The one that gives me a little bit of crushed phosphorite. So rip all of this up. There you are. So the sand goes away. And then you can be just a normal belt. Oh, you also are just another furnace stack. Okay. Very carefully break all of this. Yes, okay. So, you can go for now, you can go for now. Okay. Sand was coming from this direction. So I don't need that sand anymore. What were you? You are the apatite. Okay, so I do need that. I don't need the sand. So that can just continue on that way. In fact, let's move you a smidge earlier, because I likely will need other things. What are you? Okay, nothing up here needs apatite, so that can definitely go. And let's fill in a lot of this nonsense. Yeah, none of this is useful to leave as water, so let's just go ahead and fill this in. Just because. Okay. So before I go looking for new ore, let's go ahead and get the new recipe sorted out. So there's my output. This is the output line right here. I have no idea what you were. You're probably gravel if I had to guess. Let's see. Gravel, yes you are. Okay, I'm sure I will still have gravel. So that can stay. Okay. Let's see if that worked out okay. I might have made a mistake in here. Yeah, that's not meant to be rude. There we go. So all this can go. That can go. This can go. These pipes are something. Who knows what they are. Where do you want to connect to? Okay, let's connect you to, like, here for now. That's fine. And okay, so new stacks. Let's get the new stacks figured out. So you output 2 items, take in 3 items. You output a gas. I guess the gas has to go in the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's see, you consume. So you're going to be limited by... Ooh, actually the silica. Silica, okay. So it looks like the apatite and the graphite will share a belt. Yeah, even though once that happens, then we will be limited on graphite. Okay. So... that's 15. I'll be limited to 15 furnaces per stack. So I'll go ahead and make 16. So there's 8. There's 16. Let's go ahead and nudge you up just slightly. Help fill in the space a little better. Okay, and then I'll probably have another line of 16 over here somewhere. Let's go ahead and get those placed down. I will need to work out all of your inputs and stuff also, so let's get that sorted. Also, you output carbon monoxide, not carbon dioxide. Interesting. I might just throw that in a provider. Okay, so there's that. Once again, since the black pipe's a bit of an issue, I might actually change this around and use like tier 1 pipe or something. And then I'll just have to throw a pump on it when I'm ready to take the output out. So here's the belt for the item output. Oh yeah, let's not forget to connect all these together. And then long reach and long reach. Okay, so everyone's all cool. Let's get those pasted in. There we go. And now, of course, the inputs as well. So there's your short input and your long input. And then copy and paste that down the whole way. And then copy the whole line for the other side. There we go. Go ahead and get the belts worked in, I guess. Move that back a smidge. And once again, just copy that whole thing for the side. Make sure I'm actually lining that up properly. There we go. Okay. So if I have the outer input coming in this way, then I can split here, send you in, underground, and... Yeah, how do I want to do that? That's a little tricky. Okay, if I have you come down this way, then I can do that. Then I can split that way. The reason being, I need to be able to continue that line on for the next row of furnaces over that way. So let's see. I can underground here, and then have a line go in this way for you. That works. Okay, sure. Okay, so this needs to be silica somehow. Where am I even going to get silica from? Silica's way up here. Maybe I'll bring silica in the other direction. And maybe that'll make it just a smidge nicer. Yeah, let's see. If I bring silica in from the top, then I can do this, underground you to here, and then shoot you in that way. Okay. That's not too awful. Then silica just comes along here. And then you just come in that way. Okay. In that case, I'll go ahead and move this a smidge closer. And I think I can just copy and paste this now. A little higher. Okay. That looks okay. Then I don't have to worry about continuing you. You can just come straight in. On the other hand, I do have to worry about splitting you, but then I can just remove this here. But that doesn't really work so well. So what can I do for you? Okay, right here, you just have to sidestep. You in there, and over there. Not really any other two ways about it. Connect you in. Pipe extents are still perfectly okay, so you won't have any problems there. Remove you. And silica! Okay, all I need left is the silica input. So there is silica right here. That comes down this way. I can pretty easily tap into that. Yeah, that's no big deal. Let's turn you that way. And underground. Also, you don't have road connections somehow. So you need to be a better tier of underground. Green's amazing. Of course, green will do it. Fortunately, I still need to move this whole thing. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Let's just grab from here down. And then you just have to go over to here. I can live with that. Up you go, in you go. Yep, okay. And then you can just go back that way. In fact, yeah, this roboport is a little weird. It can be wherever it wants. It's fine. Alright, so what all do you output? You output gravel and phosphorus. Okay, I can deal with that. The gravel line is right over here. I also sent gravel down, though I'm not actually entirely sure what this line of gravel was for, or who was using it. Maybe no one was using it. Huh. Well, hopefully no one's filling up on gravel right now. I guess I'll leave it for the time being. But it does look like I can just remove that and send all of my output straight into here. Have you go here. That way I can split you in more nicely. Okay, so I've already got the silica coming in. I just need the graphite and the apatite, which are both right over here. So, where is the apatite? That's this belt here. And then you just need to merge with the graphite. If I do that here, kind of, but I think this is better. And then in you go. Hold on. Does that work? No, because it was maxed out. This line right here is already half of a red belt of graphite. I actually need to re-merge them over here. Which does complicate things a little bit. Does complicate them just a little bit. Okay. Well, I guess a green will reach over. So if I were to split you like here, green doesn't quite reach from there. It will reach from there though. So I can do that. Which means I can do that as well. Maybe move you down. Okay, there you are. Though that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. What I should do is throw a splitter here, and then throw a splitter here for you. Feed you in this way, and then this one can come up and out, and then this one can underground that way. And that makes a lot more sense. Please do not underground the puddle. I do not want to underground the puddle either, game. No puddles, no rocks. Okay, that should get placed in now. And then you should just work. Okay. Why are the inserters wrong here? You're just missing one. How about you? You're also wrong somehow. Let's put you in there. Anyone else wrong? No? Okay. How about on this side? No, everyone looks okay over here. Curious. Okay, well, that's fine. That's fine, I guess. Okay, so you bring in crushed phosphorite, that's cool. What if I also had you bring in apatite? And then made sure to filter you, so apatite. And then just reach a little further. Okay. And then you can be apatite. Oh, cool. Okay. So that should be any junk that winds up in the system should just get called over. What's your condition? If acid is low, then we prioritize that way. Okay, that is what I want to do. That is correct. Okay, so everything is okay. And we are still getting some, whatever you are, crushed phosphorite from this process up here. We have dipped below the gypsum requirement, so we're in no danger of overfilling, so we will get a trickle, it's just certainly not enough. Speaking of a trickle, I would, while I'm over here, like to change this recipe. So, let's see. I don't want to void phosphorite, no thank you. I want to take calcite and crush you into phosphorite. You're gonna give gypsum as well. Also, you're usually 8 to 5. This is going to be 17 to 11. So, out of 17, 6 calcite becomes something else. And this would be out of 16, 6 becomes something else. Okay, so you are very, very, very slightly worse on calcium carbonate, but not in a way that I care about at all. Yeah, this is perfectly fine. I will go ahead and upgrade your modules. And unfortunately, I might have to move you literally like a square to the left, which would be quite inconvenient. But I don't know how else I would reasonably do enough filtering, because you are going to have 4 items coming out now. Not even sure if just 1 square is going to be enough, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, I should have checked speeds also. Should have checked speeds. Okay, let's change a recipe. So, this one. So before, you did 4 items, now you're 4.8. Okay, so you do have quite a lot more input coming in. Let's go ahead and upgrade this belt of input. Just since I can. Actually, you're already blue up to this point anyway, so that just seems reasonable. Okay. With the modules, actually, you drop back down to 3.4, so 2 of you is going to be 6.8, then 12 plus 1.6, so that's 13.6. Okay. So we're not actually quite consuming a full red belt with this setup, which is fine. If I need more, I can always just make more. I'm very glad I did not just connect that belt, because changing the recipe did just kick it on, and that would have sent gypsum and crushed phosphorite into the calcium carbonate belt, which would have been very unpleasant. So let's see. Crushed needs to go back this way. So let's put you in there. Set a filter to crushed phosphorite, whatever you are, phosphorite. That can come down this way. You can be a red belt. And you kind of want to be on this level. You can just merge in, like, right here, I guess. Oh, that's wonderful. I love how long the greens are. The greens are so nice. Okay, in you go. You're also filtered the wrong direction, so let's flip you around. I kind of want to put a filter on this direction now, just to make sure. I already have a split right here. Well, I guess that's an actual split, not a filter, so let's do you here. So you're going to be calcium carbonate. There we are, just to make sure. Then I still need to split off gypsum. So where does gypsum go? Okay, so this is a belt of gypsum right here. But it's going the wrong direction, aren't you? Oh, you're not the gypsum belt. This is the gypsum belt. Okay. There you are. So, I can bring gypsum down this way. And where does gypsum want to be? Can I make this jump? Yes, I can. In fact, let's... Oop, not that. Let's bring you back just a smidge. I think that's just a little nicer. Okay. So you're going to come down this way, then cut that way. Very cool. Okay, so that's going to give me my gypsum input. That's going to send it into all of these guys over there. Hopefully they can deal with the extra gypsum without clogging or anything. How am I going to get you down, actually? Alright, let's move you up this way. Yeah, okay. That way I can put you there. I can filter gypsum to the bottom. Like so. And then you can go straight across that way. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 4 products, that's everything accounted for. I did put filters on everyone so that hopefully I don't accidentally send anything the wrong direction, and everyone should be a-okay now. Yeah, as soon as the bots come down and place these last little bits, that should be everything. Yep, just waiting on the last little bits, and it does look like a little bit of something snuck past. So I am glad I threw a filter on here. Kind of thought that would be the case, and there we go. And it does look like I probably need to upgrade these belts here. Let's go ahead and get all that done. But anyway, that is going to give me a little bit of extra crushed phosphorite. And how am I going to merge you together? Okay, you can go here. And then in you go. Okay. Not too bad. These guys still can't really output, but I'm working on it. There we go. Okay, that should help. now are you able? Let's just make sure it empties fully. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so you are able to fully output now. I didn't mean to put green in there. Let's put you back to blue. I mean, green's great and all, but I don't really need it right there, right now. Okay, anyway, that's gotten a minimal amount of this restarted, but I do still definitely need a new source of ore. Definitely do. Okay, so what can I do about that? Let's zoom out and look for phosphorus. So, phosphorite, rather. There's only 12k there. That's hardly worth it. There's 180k right there. 76k. 180k over there. I guess I go for the 180k right here. That's just the best that I've got for right now. Probably should start bringing that in on trains. I could also just tap this 12k. It's literally, like, in build range. Hold on. Where is that area? Something I should do. Let's go ahead and put displays down for my processing areas. There we go. How do I want to do this without limiting you? Let's put you, like, right in here. And then let's get... Why even make large chest 2s? Let me see if I can just request you. Do you exist? Missing... No, so I don't even make you. So what I'm thinking is... large storage chest could work. Yeah, that could work. Let's do something like this. Okay. So, break all that. I think I need a red here. There we go. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have inserters up here. And okay, so you're going to be logistics limited just so I actually have storage space for this, and then I can get rid of these requester chests down here. So you will be filtered to bauxite. There you are. Same over here, so you're limited to bauxite. These... How many stacks do you hold? 100 stacks, so that's 5,000 per chest. So that's a total of 10,000. So let's say these guys stop putting into here if we're over like 7,000 or something. I don't know what possible reason that could ever happen, but let's make sure we always keep some room. There we go. Okay. Okay. And then down here, I'm going to display bauxite. Add you. Count on logistics. Bauxite. There we go. And so as soon as these guys get power... Yeah, there's fine. Then that should enable me to keep track of when my ore supplies start flagging. Let's see, if I go through that much per second though, like if I go P, how much... where's search? Let me look for bauxite. How much every 10 minutes am I going through? Okay, less than 1,000. So 10,000 is only like 10 minutes of buffering. That's not an incredible amount. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade all of this to red all the way down. Just because, why wouldn't I? We're still surviving off of this, though it does look like it's finally struggling to fill the belt. Especially once I've upgraded the belts, that'll probably be time to hook up the new mines. But anyway, we have... It didn't take. Why didn't it take? Okay, do that first. Count item. Bauxite. Okay. Yeah, okay. There we go. Should be cool. Okay. I wonder if there's anything else I can do also. Like... it's not going to let me until it gets placed. I wanted to look at what other options are in there. Like, I think I can output statistics and stuff in here, which might actually be more useful. Though, I don't know, because they won't build it. Okay, there we go. So, what all can I do in here? So, read circuit, get production, get consumption. Okay. So I can do get production and get consumption. Interesting, interesting. So let's say bauxite. We'll go ahead and do that, sure. But what I'm really interested in is there anywhere I can connect to nearby? Can't connect to you? Oh, that's a shame. I'll have to wait for them to come over and build a power pole, I guess. Or, I could just leapfrog off a building. So, can I make you do circuit reading at all, so I can read this? No, sadly not. I would have liked to have been able to read that, actually. Also, you are total consumption. Not, like, consumption per time. That is important to know also. Okay, oh well. Well, as it fills up, I guess that'll be less and less of an issue. Go ahead and grab this, I guess. Maybe I'll leave the power pole out. So grab that, and let's put you in other places as well. So what are you? Nickel? Okay, so this one's nickel. Let's put you there. There we are. And then we'll have the same thing that I had down here, but for nickel. I just have to wait for it to actually get in here so I can change it around. I think while I wait, this is a perfect time for a sip of water. Okay, and power from somewhere. Now change around to nickel and nickel. Okay. Just making sure that is in fact nickel. Okay. So last but not least, let's get one for iron up here. You fit. Just barely. And make that work. Once they've cleaned this area up a little bit, I'll come back and look at it. I do think probably time to upgrade some of these belts though. So let's see what I can do. try and make sure not to double upgrade. There we go. Okay. That's fine, I'm just messing around at this point. So let's turn these guys around and get you connected. Okay. And then of course, you do still need power. So there you are. Should have already put the holographic sign down. Oh well, I forgot. At least we're quite close to the main base, so it should get, not the main base, but like, the bot base. Let's call it the crafting base or something at this point. But the crafting area is quite close, so this should get placed pretty quickly. There we go. So, iron ore, iron, you, count item on logistics, and okay. Very good, okay. Then I'm gonna copy you, and we're gonna put you down next to steel as well. Wherever my production of iron for steel is. There you are. So you're gonna go over this way. You're gonna go in right there. And there you go. And then, once again, I think I will upgrade all of these feeding belts. Not that they're needed, but I just might as well. A little tricky to make sure I don't double upgrade things, but I'm doing my best. If I do double upgrade them, then they just don't get placed, so it is kind of important to stay on top of it. There we go. Okay, so you're coming in. Let's get you power. Unfortunately, I didn't really think this one through. I might want the iron to be circuit connected instead of logistics connected. Let's bring that power pole down this way. That way I can connect you in. And there we go. Okay, so instead of logistics, let's go circuit, iron, and then we're going to change you to iron for steel. Still 0 because this hasn't been placed, but as soon as it is, there you go. Okay. And then I'm going to go do the same thing for actual iron. Let me just see if there's a clean path. If I connect you, I can't quite make that jump. Can I make that jump? No. Well, you just have to wiggle around a little bit. And then, once again, rather than logistics, read circuit, iron. There we go. I just realized all these that I copy and paste are going to have a box height limit. So let's change that. That one was iron. Let's get nickel in here. There we go. Bauxite's fine, of course. And then another iron. So let's grab iron. In you go, and in you go. And I believe all of the ores stack to 50. 50, 50, 50. Yes, it does look like all of them stack to 50. Okay. That way I don't have to change any of them. Okay. So that's all cool. Of course, the whole reason I was doing this is I wanted to come down to whatever you're called. I don't remember. Appetite. You just say appetite. Well, I guess that's fine. This is where I make apatite, and I don't ever want to be storing apatite. That wouldn't make any sense. So actually, just saying apatite is fine. You have probably too many trucks, but oh well. So what do I do with you? I'm not storing the ore up here. I've been bringing it in with logistics drones, and I might continue doing that. Though that does mean I'm not able to really carefully monitor how much you have. So I suppose if I am loading it into supplier depots, and then those supplier depots are logistics connected, they will be part of the logistics system. I just have to remove that. So, let's see. How do I work this out? Okay. I think what I do is I put you here, I get rid of this. I don't need the second line, I guess. There we go. And then you're definitely going to be red. Bring you this way. And then you can split that way. And then up. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And then just make sure I actually change you to be the correct ore type, which is going to be phosphorite. Which still stacks to 50, yes? Yes, it does. Okay. Oh, and then, of course, I need the hologram itself. Otherwise, it doesn't work very well. And since we're so far from the crafting base, that is going to take it a while to get in here. I might go ahead and just leave that for now, and then set this up over here. Do I have road anywhere? I'm not that far from road, actually. Just funny enough. Go ahead and start trimming some of this away. Okay. So I have road right up here. How far is that? That's really far. This should definitely be a train. Yeah, that should definitely be a train. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Let's just come in here and see where I can get a train. Right here seems to be the closest I can go, so let's grab a rail book. I guess first I'll have to do a T-intersection. Make sure they're at least one pylon apart. So there you are. Gonna go there. So this is removed. That's removed. You're being changed. You don't need to be there. Okay, everything looks alright. Now we just need a an unloading station. Okay, so this is going to be phosphorite. And where do you even want to go? So you want to be way up here. I can get rid of all of this in here, though the oxygen does still need to come from somewhere, and I can't feed you in there, so I guess most of this will stay. I think the hydrogen's also going somewhere else. Yeah. Okay. This can all go at the very least. Connect that to there. Might as well do something like that. Yeah, the oxygen's just whatever, it's fine. this setup and do something else now. I don't even know. Yeah. I guess I'll put you like here. And then just change this again. So you go there, come down this way, break all this. And then I just need inputs in here. Somehow you're backwards. Let's flip that around. You are also backwards, so there you go. Okay. I really doubt I'm gonna need 2 red belts of this stuff. So actually, maybe I will go ahead and just re-break that. The reason being I couldn't get a splitter in here if I wanted to. So let's see what I can do. You can come from all the way over there. There you go. That's a pretty decent jump. I can bring the line up, not quite there. I can bring a line up here, and that works. Okay, so that gets me to the iron ore. And where are you? Okay, I need build coverage, which means I need to extend this area down. Let's just continue that a little ways. Oh, and I've got a belt somehow. Don't know where I picked up a belt from, but I probably don't want it. So let's get rid of that. Okay. So where was I? I'm over here. Over here. Okay, so I can bring you this way. Bring you down there. And what if I just go straight down and in? Yeah, I think that's fine. This is a total mess, whatever this is. I think this is copy and paste errors, whatever's going on over there. Okay, I know you are side balancers. And then let's just bring you up this way, and out, and out, and out. Okay. And then I'm trying to meet up over there. So far all of this has been red belt. I will just continue it as a red belt. I might pull this way, though. In which case I will swap to a blue underground just to make you match with everyone else, and then continue you as a red belt this way. So we meet up with calcite, and I might actually give calcite 1 belt of room in case I want another calcite belt. And then I'm in the way of all of this stuff, so I'll run here. There we go. And then this is phosphorite? Yes it is. Okay, so in you go. It wasn't too bad. That gives me a phosphorite station. Okay, and then all I need is a loading station, which I should be able to put right here. As long as I'm not building on top of the bauxite patch, which might be easier said than done. So let's say loading. I think I can make that fit. Oh, I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Alright, so you go here. Fix the signals. There we go. And then loading station. There you go. And this is going to be phosphorite. And yeah, that just barely works. Just barely. In fact, I will be swapping around the order of these input belt. There we go. There we go. Redo. Okay, and then just flip you around. And break the ones I don't need. Oh, that's... What even happened up here? Hold on, what are they supposed to be like? Okay, that's just how the blueprint is. Whatever. I'll just redo them. Easier than trying to fix whatever that was. So let's see. You go there, and there, there. Okay. Let's redo that one more time. There we go. Okay. And now you do need a green wire connected to you, don't you? Do the other loading stations have a green wire connected to the station? No, they don't. Okay. So you're fine. Okay. Should be all cool. Let's grab a stamp of the miners. We can almost cover this entire patch with a single stamp. Hard to tell where the mining range is. Man, that's just awful. Okay, I believe everything's covered now. Yes, it is. I'll go ahead and do red belt through here, even though it's not exactly necessary. So, you there, you there. Yeah, you are right in the way. Okay, I can make this work. I can make this work. There we go. You in. There you are. Litter there. And then I just gotta feed both lines into there. Perfect. Okay. I will go ahead and change your color, though honestly you're already pretty close to what phosphorite looks like. I think you're just a little more like this, a little more yellowy. Maybe something around in here? Let's just leave it like that. That's fine. Okay, so that's all connected. You guys want power. There you are. And that should be everything taken care of. You're all in build range, everything's a-okay. Perfect. Okay. So that's gonna be phosphorite. I just have to come over to the station, make sure you're connected. Yes, you are. Okay. Oh, cool. We're missing weird things that we should definitely not be missing, though that might just be because we're missing phosphorite. I mean, we do have a little trickle coming in still. Let me look into that. So, like, why am I missing you? Well, that is going to be phosphorite then, because that does take logic die. Train stops are going to be the same. And I assume the furnaces are likely the same as well. They're probably, you know, if you follow it down, I'm sure it's probably circuits that are missing. So let's see. I do need train stops. I do need inserters. Anything else? Furnaces. furnaces are right in here as well. You need heat pipe. What could I possibly be missing heat pipe for? What could possibly be the reason? Still don't have chelating agent. Oh, that's also phosphorus. That's what actually kicked off this whole adventure. Is I found out we didn't have phosphorus. Okay. Okay, in fact, maybe what I'll do is throw a little alarm this way. I already have one. You're just not connected to anything. Yay. Okay, which one of you reads from things? This one. So, pop you in there. Hope you don't crash my game again, because that has happened before. Rebuild phosphorus. I remember why I did that. Not exactly relevant anymore. Let's change you to phosphorus low. There we go. I can build that, so it's just a matter of time until it gets placed. There we go. So how much is in here? 6.9k. So you should definitely turn off now. Yep. There you go. I might actually go ahead and increase you to 4k. You are also logistics allowed. We are supplying, so actually, why is everything dead? Oh, you're backed up on chlorine. I forgot about the chlorine issue from forever ago. Yeah, chlorine is very backed up. Hydrogen chloride is full. The tank is full. These guys are running. They're just not able to keep up with how much chlorine I need to vent. How about you? Okay, you have spirit capacity, so I could just speed these guys up or add more of them. Yeah, chlorine is definitely full. So, you're not at max extent. Oh, you actually just connect into this. What's the pipe extent here? 22 out of 64. And then, okay. Just gonna move you down. Just to give myself a little bit of room. Anything important? Okay, I do have a chlorine pipe going that way. That's not anything to do with you, okay. I have to reroute this over here, but that's fine. Since we are a little far from base, I want to give them an opportunity to actually get all that built before I disconnect it. Okay guys, come on, you got this. There you are. Get in there, come on. Okay, I did place that one last. And there you are. Now I'll go ahead and pick all that up. Okay. Okay, oh cool. Now I'll just grab all of this. Maybe a little less of it. Maybe just like here. Okay, do need to place an underground on the end, that's okay. All the other ones connect properly. And there we go. So that gives me a 50% boost to how quickly I was producing before, and if that's still not enough, then I'll just have to speed modulate or something. I would like to side balance you if possible. Let's go like right here. There. Just because you do pull so much and you do pull unevenly, so I would like to balance that out if I can. Yeah, waiting on bots. One, two, one more. There you are. And boom. Okay. So what I wanted to do is I want to wait and watch, see how quickly you produce. This should start filling up again. Okay. You are running. Now, can these guys keep up? All the pipes staying empty, so I'd say that's probably yes. Being how quickly you run, and how quickly they run, if we were going to run into any issues, I think we already would. Okay. Has that helped chlorine at all? I mean, it's still pretty much full. We do have this backlog here. It doesn't really look like we're making any progress. It's hard to tell. Eesh. Okay. Let's get a beacon in here. Of course, I can still add modules to these guys themselves, but if we're that short, then let's be extra sure we have enough capacity. Also, I can upgrade those beacons. And I think just short term, let's go ahead and void the tank itself. That way everything short term starts moving and I don't have to wait and watch and see if buffers have to empty or anything like that. Tank's already full again. Let's go ahead and empty that out. Okay. That tank's filling up pretty quickly, even with all of these running and fully moduled. But I think I do have an overflow on you, perhaps. Okay, your input is hydrogen acid anyway. Hydrochloric acid, yeah. So hydrochloric acid is doing okay. Chlorine, around 17k. Doesn't seem to be just flying up at any rate. Hydrochloric acid's running pretty constantly. I can increase your module tiers. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, I can do that over here as well. Do you have enough capacity? Hold on. What are you? You are a 15, you are a 20. Okay. Each one used 340, you only consume 2. Yeah, okay, you are perfectly fine. You are more than fine enough. So I do send water over here, and each one of you is like 100 and something now? Well, you seem to be doing okay. If it becomes a problem, I guess I'll find out. Anyway, we did manage to get through the backlog of chlorine. The tank is at 22k. If I void you one more time, do you continue to climb? Okay, you do continue to climb. You do continue to climb. I have no propane. I have trucks bringing propane in. Okay. Well, it is still going up. It is still going up. Okay. Let's replace you now. And 26 out of 60, or 24 out of 64 is still perfectly fine. I can add like one more. Maybe even one more tile. But that's pushing it. Okay, I can add like one more machine. And that really is it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So once all that gets placed in, that's going to be pretty much all of the ability to void chlorine that I can reasonably fit right here. If I need even more than that, then I'm going to have to figure out something else to do. We'll go ahead and clear that one more time while I wait for this to get built, but I'm sure that will be enough because it is a very slow trickle of chlorine coming in. Granted, this only improves my ability to void hydrochloric acid, which I do have more of. That's not an issue. I am running out of water now, so I do need more of you. Because you're running out of water, because I didn't build enough of you. Yeah, it's... How much is a well 2? You produce... how much? 400 a second, okay. So it's a 1-to-1 with well 2s. So let's do that. There we are. Just gotta wait for them to actually get placed. And I do make them, yes, okay. Just had to double check. I was pretty sure I did, but that would be a nasty surprise. Let's see, there you are. Okay, yes, 400 a second, 400 a second, so you should be exactly right for each other. How are the water pipes doing? They're kind of keeping full. Yes, you're at least able to run, you're able to run. You are limited by salt. With that many inserters, really. Okay. I can improve that. Go ahead and improve this as well, I guess. Alright, everyone is running now. I don't even remember what the chlorine problem was. Oh, it was you. You were full on chlorine, now you need hydrogen chloride. Yeah, so chlorine's pretty much done with. We just need more hydrogen chloride, okay. Yeah, the road is pretty long, actually. They have to make quite a journey to get hydrogen chloride over there. That's why originally I just piped it. I guess I could have kept the original hydrogen chloride and put like a provider over here. Also, I don't need this anymore. That can go away. Because I don't make excess iron anymore. At least not in the same area, in the same way. So I can clean all of this up. This was originally from my nickel setup. Now that nickel's taken care of on site, I don't need to be pulling it into here. Yeah, I don't have enough hydrogen chloride, it looks like, because this one's not being supplied at all. You're just not connected. That would probably help. I just didn't give you a pipe. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Yeah. There's a group of bots? Yeah, okay. Now you should run. So that should be able to supply them enough. Let's see, you got upgraded. So let's give all of you your extra yield module. I can likewise upgrade these guys. There. Along with these guys. And I guess I might as well upgrade everything through here as well, if I can. Okay. And then you can all have extra yields as well. Unless that makes you just way too slow to deal with, and then I can swap one of the yields out with the speed. There we go. And I actually did have all those modules, surprising enough, so that is working. Okay, let's get these furnaces connected in, since they never had power. Now that I'm actually getting materials into them, that's probably something I should focus on. So, move you up. Move you up. Okay. Okay, and then you can go down here. There we go. Now let's get the same thing in on the other one. Even though there's a roboport in the way, I guess it just has to move. It's not a grid roboport anyway, so what's it matter? And delete the ones that are already there, they're leftovers from the previous setup. Oh cool, okay, so carbon monoxide I still have to deal with. Not really sure what to do with that. Okay, I can get a provider over here, I guess. A fluid provider, of course. And then pipe all of the carbon monoxide in that direction. Just a matter of how I'm going to get it out. I can run you this way. And in. There you are. And I guess now that it's been a while, I probably have enough black pipe for all of this. What are you? You're pipe 3. Go ahead and do pipe 4. I don't have my upgrade planner anymore. Oh well. Or it might just be like chilling out in my inventory or something, but I don't have it here, so it doesn't really help. I can do that, however. And then if I just do one of those, I can copy and paste you the whole way down. There we go. That way I won't need a pump or anything on this, it'll just work. But I'm sure even red pipe would probably work for this, but you know, I've got black pipe now, so black pipe is what I will use. And once you're full, I do need some way of venting you off. So let's throw an overflow this way. You each make 4 a second. Oh, I didn't get those guys. So maybe I'll lower you one. That way I can match up with the other side a little nicer. There we are. Let's pop you into there. And you should just reach. You don't actually. What? That's disappointing. Oh well. That reaches. Okay. So then that's all the carbon monoxide. You're gonna need power. Of course, you want to be right there. You know what? I can just move the pump. And how many is this? Let's see. That's 32 times 4 is actually over 100, so a single tier 1 wouldn't do it, so I will need a tier 2. Okay, so I am able to store carbon monoxide in case anything actually wants it. Let's increase your priority since you are a byproduct. Go to like 75, I guess. And then any excess will just be vented. Let's see, gravel is properly sorted. Yeah, that's still from the original system. Okay, we should be all cool. I think I will go ahead and upgrade you because I think I do have more throughput now. Or at least more maximum throughput. I can't help but notice this has never gotten a delivery. We should have the ability to send a train there, and you should definitely be the one being chosen. Yes, output signal is phosphorite. Hmm. I'm confused by something. So up here, your signals are all within range, because I noticed down here we are not. Yeah, you're choosing 154, 106, and 1. Why is that? Why is that? Like, your input signals are correct, but yours are not. We're adding you. Why are we adding you? We don't need to add you, right? Like, we read from you. That's connected to you. And then you output to there, yes. Your output goes to here. Let's see. Okay, so you filter out. You filter out whatever our input is, that is correct. And then you feed it into here. So do I not need this green connection then? Because you would feed into here, you output into you. Yeah, I think that's just correct. Okay. Well, let me go and undo those connections on an in-use station and see if that's still proper. Let's see. Are we about half full? I'd say 50% is correct, yes. So you're outputting 50, you're inputting 50. Okay. I just had a bad connection from when I was originally designing this. So let's come up and disconnect those. There we go. I think I will go ahead and update the blueprint then. So what I'll have to do, let me think about that. I can make this work. I can make this work. So rail, unloading, update blueprint, grab this, grab the stacker, of course, up to the pylon, no tiles. All of this is still valid, everything looks cool. I will have to parameterize you, of course, so you're going to be parameter 0. This is still good, still good. So what did I change? I just removed that wire, yes? Yes. Okay, train stop names are fine, and good. Okay. And I only had those stations. Right, these are different. Okay. Oh, cool. There's a problem. So at the moment, all of my stations are currently full of nickel. Something I was thinking about before is I probably want to have another station for iron unloading at some point, so I can have one for actual iron and one for steel. And so I might come back later, I'm probably not going to do it right now, and have this output into the station here and set its priority as that as well. Granted, could I not just go ahead and do that? Like, since I'm updating the blueprint anyway, is there any reason not to? Like, let's see, if your only input is from there, let's move you up this way, and then I can have an arithmetic in your place. Connect a red wire to you, and then transform the iron input. Just +0, and transform you into P. There we go. Now, of course, I could just parameterize this so that the priority was the ore, but then that gets kind of polluted by like the memory circuit and stuff like that. So I'd rather not do that. Also, you're not connected. Oh, that is intentional because I don't have an iron mine yet. But that does mean the blueprint that I made just a minute ago is wrong also. Okay, so let's not cross the green wires, just making sure that is okay. So you can connect to there. Yes, okay. Ooh, I would actually want to do 100 minus your incoming. So minus the ore. There we go. That way, as you get more full, you will eventually shut off. Might also... let's see. Let's disable you if you drop below 35%. So you're enabled if. Turn this entity on when conditions true. So as long as you're more than 35%, then you're on. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So just momentarily, I will connect you. Update the blueprint one more time. Let's start from back here to make sure I get everything that way. And let's see. No tiles. That's all good. I don't think I actually want the signals on the back here. Make sure you get parameterized one more time. And everything else looks good. Yep, okay. Now I can come in and disconnect that. Alright, So do I want to restamp the entire blueprint, or do I just want to doctor this a little bit? I guess I can just restamp the whole blueprint. This is unloading. I just broke loading, didn't I? Because unloading looks exactly the same. That's what I get for trying to be fast. I was trying to speed through this to go do other stuff. Yeah, I probably just broke loading. Oh well. Let's get this reworked one more time. No tiles. I missed the belts on the bottom. So let's do that one more time. Okay, now everything's good. I can parameterize you again. Everything's cool. Okay, good. Save. And I'll go replace these before I go and refix the loading station. Fortunately, loading stations aren't that bad. Also, I need to redo the belts. Yeah, there we go. Well, this was a slightly longer endeavor than I had originally planned, but here we are. I think we're finally done. Yes, there we go. Okay. Now disconnect you again. And now come down and replace these guys. So this one was nickel. Let's see. Bauxite? Bauxite. Ooh, I actually can't place most of you here. Interesting. Huh. Okay, what I'll do... I'll just take a copy of front here. And then put the blueprint down. And this is bauxite. Okay. And then... yeah, just replace you there. There we go. Okay. Now, of course, it's going to be very confused. Maybe I'll raise you one. Nope, I can just put you there, and then you can go back there. Okay. The same way, I'll put you there. All of that can go away, I think. Let's replace that. Okay. Did I break anything? Is anything broken? Doesn't look like it. Okay, you should be fine. Oh, it looks like... hold on. That was bauxite, right? Okay, that was bauxite. Yes, it was. Okay, is bauxite still running wherever you are? Bauxite's up here. Okay, we still have a few drills running, and it does look to be keeping up. But that's probably because most of the base is dead at the moment. Alright, next up is calcite. Don't know what that's all about, but let's remove that. Okay. So again, the belts are a little different here. Let's do that. And we'll remove all of this and send you up that way. There we go. Okay. Last but not least, what are you? You are phosphorite. Okay. There we go. Phosphorite. There we go. Okay. All good. There's a train confused somewhere. That's probably something trying to pick up iron, and iron just doesn't exist. That's fine. Let's clean up a smidge. Okay. So... yes, you are disabled, that's correct, but only because this arithmetic guy hasn't been placed yet. As soon as you are, you're re-enabled. Good. Because you should be... okay, you're 101, whatever. Sure. Well, technically you're negative. I guess that's fine, whatever. I don't mind an off by one somewhere. Alright, which train is confused? You are confused. You're trying to go... okay, that does make sense. You're trying to go to bauxite unloading, and bauxite loading doesn't exist. That just means I need to come down here and unhook the bauxite station. And there you go. Okay, very cool. Might want to go ahead and connect in the bauxite line. Ooh, I don't know what you used to be, but you're empty. Oh, calcite. Calcite's empty. So let me make sure the calcite station is operational. Does look like you are. Okay, so calcite comes up, comes in. Okay, so we are using you. Okay. What is this calcite for? You go a long way. I'm willing to bet whatever you were originally used for is long gone. Okay. So you only get turned into lime. And the lime is not being used. Whatever you were being used for, yeah, your line is cut. So don't even have to worry about that. In fact, I can just remove the belts. Just make it a little more clear that nothing's going on up here. You come up here. We're made into lime. Yeah, so that hasn't moved in an eternity and a half. Okay. There we go. Just trying to keep the stuff that's still kind of good in place. I guess I don't need that roboport specifically. So, in that case... let me just see if I happen to have one in the clipboard. Oh, well, kind of. Sure, that works. That works. Okay. I'll also grab you and move you over here. And one over there. There we go. Nope, that doesn't work. I think I still use you. I'm not entirely sure, honestly. Yeah, all of this through here is all completely disabled. None of this runs anymore. But again, coming in and breaking stuff is a little scary because I don't know if something else happens to draw from that line. Like, for example, I just broke that water pipe. I'm pretty sure that was actually supposed to stay. So let's just connect you back into there. There. Ooh, water's there. I don't know what that pipe is. See, that's why breaking stuff can be a little scary. Let's grab that. And then just put you over there. Okay. Because again, I don't know if I actually use this or not. Though, you only seem to be going into logistic storage. Problem is, I don't know if I actually put you into logistic storage anywhere else. That's just one of those things you gotta think about. I don't know why there's a blue belt here. Okay, so all of this can just go away. None of this is needed anymore. And just all the way down. There we go. All of this, I guess, can go too. Like, if I'm cleaning up, I might as well clean it all up. Why leave little bits and pieces laying around? Okay, let's say that's good enough for now. Hopefully I didn't break anything that was important. Because if I did, I won't know for quite a long time. Like this area. This area is not important, for example. We can just get rid of all of that. All of this can go. Yeah, I don't even know what this was, but let's get rid of that. And I guess I don't need sand in here anymore. So I can go ahead and get rid of that. I won't send the sand into logistics just because that would make the bots very unhappy with me. But I think I can pretty safely go ahead and get rid of all of this. Yeah, whatever all of that used to be, it can just all go away. And then, of course, this was the phosphate, the red stuff, whatever. I can never remember what that one's called, even though the name's not complicated. There's too many similar names involved in that line, so I always wind up getting them wrong. There we go. So, whatever this stuff is. Yeah, that can just all go. I guess I can keep that just so I know what you were supposed to be, but like, yeah, we're fine. Alright, why am I even doing any of this? Where am I? What am I doing? Okay, the bot's got a good chunk of this built. Let's go ahead and get another radar this way. So I can see what's going on. Okay, so we are getting ore deliveries down here. That's nice to see. These mines are already bare around the edges. That's a little less nice to see. I did want to check on bauxite. I keep forgetting. Okay, so that is still running. That's fine. could do something there, but I don't think I will. What I will do though is I will grab an antenna, shove you over here. I will read entire resource patch, since you can fit most of that resource patch into you. Though maybe I'd prefer to do it to this one instead. So read the whole patch. So bauxite. Metals. There you are. So if you fall below like 20k, then I want to know. There we go. So how is everything doing? So we still have you. Why are you not filled up, actually? You are, but you aren't. You are logistics limited, that is true. But if I did that, how much can you hold? So you're 5,000. You're limited to 7,000. So what if I did like... Okay, let me do like 4,000. And actually connect you to the one behind instead. That way we always leave a little bit of room in there. Okay, and then I can remove the logistics limit, which is this one. 4K. There we go. Okay, only that one. There we go. Okay. And I think I will go and do the same on the other iron as well. Wherever you happen to be, there you are. Just because that allows me to keep a nicer buffer. I guess I'll probably do the same for all of them. Why not? Just make sure to switch it to nickel instead of iron. Yes? Yes, okay. So that was nickel, here's bauxite. There we go. And do I have any more of those? I think I do have one down this way. Yes, I do. So grab you, pop you in, and pop you in. Okay, that's fine. And I don't think I have any others. I think that was pretty much it. Okay. So I still have trains up here waiting to unload nickel. That's fine, as long as there are other trains around, I don't really care. Don't really care. Okay. Science has been dead for an eternity. Let's go take a look at that. At least that's running over there. Missing green. Well, green's running. Green's almost full. Oh, I remember. I was trying to pull these out of the logistics system. They should prioritize storage over buffer, I think. So I will go ahead and turn buffers on again. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you have green in you. We're just waiting on bots to show up. I might even come over here and just make sure we always keep whatever current Logi bots are. I have a group for that. Current Logi. There we go. That way we can always keep some guys in here to keep the science packs moving around. I have a holographic sign here. I guess I was just gonna do labs, maybe? Let's go lab, I guess. And maybe I'll even do read research. Something like that. There we are. I don't know. Maybe that's a little silly. It would be cool if I could... I'm curious. Is there anything else I could do in here? Not really. What if I just did that? There you go. You're just big. Maybe I won't do that. Okay. Just the labs. There we go. We got labs. We're fine. I'll go ahead and turn you back on as well. That way I get a proper read from the screen up here. You just aren't checked allow logistics. Yep, that would do it. That would do it. I guess I don't really care about you, but fine, sure. Well, maybe I do care about you. Okay, I don't want requests from buffer on, because as soon as we finished the however many we have in here, then I will just turn you around that way. Hold on. Where do I make physics science, actually? I don't think I have you marked. Yeah, let me find physics. There we go. So you also need a hologram screen on you. And as soon as you get placed, then I can worry about how I was going to mess with you. So first, I would actually like to upgrade you and get more modules in you. Thank you, bots. Okay, let's grab this just so I can have it. Logistics. Read logistics. Why do I feel blind? There you are. And there you are. There we go. So I don't want allow logistics on until we've cleared this horrible buffer. Hey, welcome back, Laird. I've mostly been cleaning up for the last half hour, 45 minutes, so you didn't miss too terribly much, I don't think. I was fixing a problem on the train stops, I was routing new ore in, just little maintenance tasks like that. For example, my crushed phosphorite had just completely died, which was a surprise. I'm also not able to make furnaces for some reason. Changed out a thermostat at my grandmother's quick 30-minute thing. Took 3 hours. It always does. Somehow it always does. Nothing is ever just as quick as it should be. Medium tank 2s. Why? This is like the 4th time I've been short on medium tank 2s. I don't even think medium tank 2s are like that expensive, right? I'm trying to find where I even make them. Yeah, I have 2 machines over here making medium tank 2s. I'm out of medium tank 1s. Because I have no ferronickel sheets. Okay, that is a little concerning. I also see I'm out of sulfuric acid up there. My ferronickel product I was working on earlier. Well, that's not cool. Right, you output more than just iron ingots. Right, you sure do. You sure do. Okay. Good. Do I have a gravel return path anywhere nearby? Let's see. So all of these accept gravel. So this is technically a gravel line right there, but they're for something else. So no, not really. Okay, we're freestyling this then. Also have to get rid of this lime somehow. So I think that will just go into a provider over this way. Let's pop you there. Okay, so first things first, let's filter out the lime. Lime, there we go. If I could spell. And out you go. So, yeah, I kind of have to underground you, even though that isn't quite what I'd like to do. And let's see, where's that get me? I can just green underground from here. One further back, actually. Yeah, there we go. And in you go. So, do that. You're going to be really high priority because you are a byproduct, and if you fill up, I don't know what I'm going to do. The place has 2 living rooms, the thermo in the living room and not in the family room. The breaker was labeled with 2 family rooms and a living room north. Guess which breaker it was? I'm always confused by things like that. Like, I don't know, it feels like there should be better terminology in place. Like, how did we just accept that, yeah, they could just both be basically the same thing? The breaker I needed was basement north. Of course it was. Why? Okay, it wasn't even that it was just one of the family rooms. No, it's the basement. Obviously you need the basement. Alright, I gotta get the gravel out of here. Let's see, you produce gravel. Yeah, I can feed into you, surely. Surely I can. Actually, all that's going to be on here is gravel and iron ingots. So I could, in theory, just filter you this way, send you up. These guys get priority access. Like maybe? Let's underground there, because I can't really underground that shot. So I have to pull you this way. Or, I could just green underground. Those have been saving my life recently. Turn off the north living room's outlet was basement north. I have no belief in ghosts, but I sure hope they're real so that my grandfather could be laughing at me as I cursed. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting one. I guess maybe the wires come up from the basement? That's an interesting wiring choice, but considering where I grew up, that's par for the course, I think. I definitely had some interesting wiring choices in the house that I grew up in, so I can empathize there. Okay, so you can go to here. Let's see. So I want to get into this area. So I can probably bring you up this way. And where does this get me? Need 1, 2, 3. I guess not quite. So I'll just red underground then. Oh, actually, I need more than red here. You can be a blue, I guess. There we are. Okay, and then that's enough. That's all I need. That's all I need. There we go. The house was built like 50 years ago, so all bets are off. I do always love when you get something like that. That's just like, yeah, nothing in here really makes any sense. We don't try to think about it too much. It's just whatever it is. Go ahead and side balance you, since that seems to be a problem for whatever reason. You can go and you can go. Yeah, I don't know how far on the scary side some of your electrical wiring goes, but sometimes I do have distinct memories. Like, for example, we had a pantry that had clearly not an original electrical outlet in it. Someone at some point in time had added this electrical outlet, and it pulls from the electrical circuit where the air conditioner... Excuse me. I think I need a drink of water. But it pulls from the circuit that the air conditioner does, the air conditioner being on the other side of the wall. But what's really fun about that is that means the only way to turn that breaker off is actually to go outside, because our large appliance breakers are outdoors on the side of the house. So if for whatever reason you ever need to work with that one's always a fun adventure of looking around on the breaker on the inside until eventually you remember, oh yeah, that's not where this goes. That's not correct. Hold on. Why do you have lime on you? Oh, I forgot to clean the belt before I just sent it off. Okay, let's just go ahead and clean that up. I might have to do that one more time. So I won't fully reconnect you yet. Amazing, yeah. It's one of those things that you stare at and wonder, like, I understand exactly how and why this happened. At the same time, I can't understand how this happened. What was the thought process here? Why would you do this to me? Let's see, is there any lime on you? Okay, all the lime's gone from here. If there's no lime on here, then this should be okay to just connect straight out. And then straight back in. Everything looks clean, okay. We're just waiting on these last couple outputs. Oh, we finally got calcium production, okay. Okay, and there we go. So that should have priority over this line of iron production anyway. We already don't need very much iron, so I don't want it to back up unnecessarily. Yeah, so it's, unfortunately, our production of ferronickel is now tied to our production of iron ingots up this way. Maybe I should go ahead, filter off... I should filter off the gravel early. That would make a lot more sense. That would make a lot more sense. Let's bring you in this way. Split you into here. I'll even just do something like this. And run another belt for you. There you go. Or why would I do that? That makes no sense. I just do that. And then upgrade you up this way. And into here. Awesome, okay. As far as we could tell, the breaker labeled Living Room North did nothing, so that's fun. Always gotta love a good mystery breaker, you know? That's the kind of stuff you gotta live for, you know? That's the real adventure. Okay, if I can send a belt up from here, then I want to split, like, right there. Actually, I would love to split one earlier. So that's the best I can do, though. At any rate, go here, split off gravel, Make sure it goes the right direction. And up you go. Okay. That works just fine. I will have to underground again, but who cares? And out you go. Alright, so that should carry the gravel away at least. And that's mostly what I was backing up on over here was gravel, so just having a place for the gravel to go, even just a little earlier, is gonna be nice. I might even continue that on this way. Like, maybe I just go ahead and say we're already only iron by this point, and then this is gravel. I think that's fair. So let's break you and you, because things are going to be stored in you. And then we'll filter here, so gravel goes up, and let's see, you there and you there. Okay, that should be taken care of for the most part. That should be pretty good. The rest of this mod looks cool, so I kind of regret dropping it, but also it actually burnt me out of Factorio. Nah, like, I get it. It's a little rough. I mean, I haven't made any progress for the last 2 hours because I've been trying to route byproducts around and hook in new ore patches, so I definitely get it. Okay, so what are you waiting on? You're actually waiting on nickel now. Why are you waiting on nickel? Because wastewater is full. That shouldn't happen. Well, it would help if I actually connected wastewater to anything. Case in point. Case in point, I suppose. So, let's say I pull wastewater out this direction. And there you go. That wants to fill with ammonia. That's not quite gonna work. Not quite. I could have just got the drones, it would have opened up, but I did not feel like it. I mean, fair enough. Certainly can't fault you on that. Okay, I think I'm... Nope, once again, ammonia's in the way. I was gonna say, I think I can do that. Alright, we have to do a weird little loop back. No, even then that doesn't work, because there's a belt in the way. Where am I gonna get this wastewater out to? Guess I can break that. Maybe I can bring it over this way. Okay, what if I brought you this way? Bring you down to here. Over. Okay, that works. I can live with that. There we go. So you're connected, get rid of that. Connect the corner, and now you're all connected. Very good. Okay, wonderful. Doing a 2.1 all achievement run for Steam now, or for stream now, and it feels a lot better to play. How have all the 2.1 changes been treating you? Because I have seen a couple people like, oh man, some of this stuff is so nice, but at the same time you can definitely tell that some of these changes are rough around the edges. Okay, well at least nickel is able to resume again. I have no ammonia. That's probably because I didn't connect my ammonia. That'll do it. Okay, so you're connected, and as soon as that's connected, this side will be connected. Yeah, I've been running off 2 machines. Just those 2. I guess that'll do it. So I have plenty of ammonia in here, I just need the pipes to be placed. Okay. Fair enough. I haven't hit a rocket yet, or encountered too many parts that could be broken, so we'll see. Okay. Like, still fairly early then, I suppose. Okay, there we go, that's the nickel solution I'm supposed to be outputting. And there we go, so we've got some nickel coming in again. which means I can do more nickel alloying, so yes, you are alive again. Let's go. And immediately, as soon as I checked allow logistics bot, all of that paranickel's getting picked up. That's kind of crazy. But at least all the products get first dibs. My second first try right now, so only 1 2-hour stream into it. Ah, I see. Yeah, 2 hours. I'm not much of a speed player, so 2 hours for me is nothing. Wider expansion isn't as bad as I've seen for others yet. Yeah, I've seen 3-hour stream. Fair enough. I've seen some pretty absurd Biter expansion issues. Oh, you got the both already. That's pretty fast. I don't know if I could usually get the both in 2 hours. In fact, I'm going to say I don't know if I've ever gotten the both in 2 hours. Maybe that's not true. I think I have attempted some of the speed ones a time or two before, but I don't know. Usually I find that they're just not quite for me. Let's see. Okay, so that is running again, you're running again, everyone's happy. You output 5 items a second, so you should probably be blue inserters. And then you take in almost 4 iron a second, so let's upgrade you. Other than that, you should be okay. Getting on track like a pro with Lazy Bastard is... it really pushes you to get things made. Yeah, it certainly does. And that's one that I don't think I would ever try to combine. That just sounds... that sounds pretty tough. You know, I guess. How much power you take? Basically none, never mind. I was gonna say, if I have free module slots, I might as well throw an efficiency in there. You don't even take 300 kilowatts. Yeah, I think we're fine. And go ahead and break that, since I don't need that anymore. Okay. This is running. We are able to deal with all the iron oxide I'm getting. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, as long as we're not backing up. That's what I'm afraid of. But it doesn't seem like that's too much of an issue. It does seem like we're okay. Ferronickel's finally backing up on the belt. Building up a stockpile. Okay, so ferronickel parts should be building up again. That's all I wanted to see. So we should have, we should be making progress on our missing components again. So I am standing right next to it, so I guess I can just look. I believe, following everything back, I was missing medium tank 1s. So let's see, do I have you? I'm missing ferronickel sheep, but you are running again. Okay. There we go, that's all I needed to see. The ferronickel sheets are on the way. Even with big resources, practically no biter start, and a pre-made base, I got it in 80 out of 90 minutes. Yeah, it's just rough. It's just rough. I've seen people do it, like I know it's possible, and I mean clearly you did it as well. It's just one of those things that's like, yeah, maybe not for me. Go ahead and lower the priority of this one, since we do have venting and other things use you and all, and I do produce you as a byproduct in other places. Okay, sulfuric acid, why are you empty? We have not enough sulfur dioxide. Okay. I think I bring sulfur dioxide in somewhere. Oh yeah, literally right here. So I just don't have any other sulfur dioxide anywhere to bring in. Let me double check on that, make sure I'm not just venting you somewhere. I don't think I'm using this recipe for aluminum hydroxide. I could look into it, I guess. Gypsum decomposition. I turn into sulfuric acid on site. soda ash, whatever this horrible recipe is, exists. That's about all I can say about it. Organic separation gives me sulfur dioxide. Let me make sure I'm not just venting that or something. So volcanic separation is over this way. I'm only doing you for boric acid. Boric acid's full. And yeah, I am supplying my sulfur dioxide. It's just not going anywhere, so fair enough. Okay, speaking of, somewhere in here I have a big buffer of something that I wanted to check on. Where on earth do I do my air separation? I thought it was like right here. I mean, here's air. That's only for carbon dioxide though. Is it this stuff? No, that's also carbon dioxide. Let me just search. I wanted to look for trace. Wait, why does trace not come up? Okay. Separation. Air separation 2 is what I'm looking for. There you are, residual separation, okay. So I wanted to make sure compressed trace gas had not backed up, because I'm gonna need a good amount of trace gas. But yeah, okay, we're only a third full. So even though I don't think I can even do anything with you yet. No, I can. Oh, that's why I have the helium. That's why I have the helium recipe. Okay, I guess I can go ahead and do this and knock out the checkpoint. Unfortunately, I don't have anywhere to put you. Which is kind of a problem. And if I need to expand helium, there's stuff in the way now, which is kind of cool. I guess I could always just remove the tanks, because I'm not going to interfere with this, and even the hydrogen is low enough that I should be okay. Just barely. I had to lay out 20 assemblers for engines and hand feed them. The ability to not unlock the recipe to an assembler and fill it helped too. Yeah, okay, I gotcha. I got what you mean. I had to read that like twice because for some reason I can't think and read at the same time, but I'm with you. Hand feeding 20 engine assemblers is, that's like a Michael Hendricks video right there. Alright, what am I doing? I need this. Where do I need you? I don't remember. The problem is I didn't exactly leave myself room over here to work on this. Do I need these? Like, do these ever run? Okay, well I think I just saw you kick on literally right when I swapped over to you. Which tells me maybe. I swear I just saw you run. Okay, so this is sitting pretty much full. Why am I not getting anything from these guys? Carbon dioxide, okay. And there definitely is no compressed carbon dioxide either. Where does compressed carbon dioxide come from? These guys, and you're full-on compressed residual gas. Okay, so since I can't process residual gas, I can't process you because we're full-on compressed argon. Okay. Fair enough. Let's upgrade you. I'm going to get another large tank in here somewhere. And then if even that fills up, I will just have to vent you. So let's see. That does technically work, so I can just pop you in there. None of the other connections are a problem. Okay, and then let's get a overflow pump in here. Like right there is fine. Overflow, and then just chimney out. I don't know how much I produce. Yeah, a single tier 2 chimney is more than enough. Let's raise you to like 85. I'm not doing 90 anymore. 90 seem to mess things up. I don't really get why myself. But I will at least go to 85. My first practice try ended when I realized I was clearing biter nests at 3 hours or so away. Luckily, I had an autosave for right before I set out to kill them. Only I had killed a single, very close nest within the first 10 minutes of the run anyway. Ouch. Yeah, that hurt. If you're going for all the achievements, keeping your hand clean, that's a bear. Once again, that's one of those achievements that I kind of looked at and went, I might do that someday, and honestly, I might just not. Okay, so these guys are running again. If I'm going to do that for them, I might as well go ahead and upgrade these tanks as well. Just to store as much argon as I can, because it is a useful product, but not as useful as the trace gas, which means I probably do not want the vent on here. I was more worried about argon production before I could find a way to use this. Okay, so now that you're running again, you're making compressed carbon dioxide. So these guys down here are running. Yes, so you're making compressed carbon monoxide. Yes, so this is filling up again, and I don't think I need this area to the left anymore. I think I can get rid of all of these. Can't cheese it anymore either, right? With the pipes. The pipe strat's gone. Dead and buried. Feel that way about the legendary stuff achievement. Hope I find the drive to want to by the end of this run. That's another one that I've kind of just been like, like, I'm good. I don't need to. Like, I could. It's not a matter of ability. It's just a matter of, do I really want to spend my time doing that? And honestly, I don't really think I do. Like, not a dig against anyone else who does want to, of course. That's just me. Personally, I just don't find that to be an enjoyable part of the game. If I did get rid of these, I could put some of these over here, though again, if I need to expand this area, that doesn't really help me much. Volcanic gas separation. I don't think I will ever need more volcanic gas separation. I think these are distillery ones. I can even upgrade these and add modules to them and, like, never care. So, I think I will just begin a line of air separation down this way. I'll leave a little bit of room, enough to get the pipes in and out cleanly, and start around here. Are you in the way? I don't think so. Oh, I also need to start on lithium. I do need to start on lithium sometime soon. So, compressed residual... Nope. Compressed trace gas. That's the one. So let's get that filled in. I guess I shouldn't have done quite so many of those. Let's do that. And then just copy you across a time or two. Okay, I have a new aluminum recipe, I suppose. Not too interested, but it exists. Compressed helium, volcanic gas, compressed methane. I think my methane pipe is actually right around here somewhere, and then volcanic gas is over this way. So, this pump, let's swap you to top up, and then only have you output if I'm less than like 30%. Don't think anything else takes volcanic gas. I'll do the same over here, actually. So only keep you like 30% full, just in case. Anything else needs volcanic gas. Ooh, science takes volcanic gas. That's a good place that I can send volcanic gas. Okay. In that case, I put you here. I can put you here. Okay. So that's the one that comes from the train. Let me think. Okay, so let's remove you. Yeah, so you have to move. Let's move you up there. Hopefully nothing lost power or anything. I can just do that. Volcanic gas in. This is top up, and honestly, you can just flow out, I think. I don't think I need to do anything to you. Have been bothered by not having all Factorio achievements since Space Age came out, so naturally I cleared all my Steam achievements and started fresh. Naturally. I often do the wind up, not even intentionally, but many times since I do the monthly map setup stuff and I wind up with multiple installed versions of Factorio, a lot of the times it's easiest for me to just download the zip, like the self-contained versions. And so a lot of the times when I do a Factorio run, I wind up doing all the in-game achievements again. I assume the in-game achievements are the same as Steam, because honestly I don't think I've ever played Factorio through Steam. Okay, so that's all set up. All good. This can come this way. You also need to be changed around. So I'll also do this. There we go. I think that's the only pump I need to worry about. I'll need another pump on this side, I'm sure. In fact, what's your pipe extents? Yeah, I'll just go ahead and put another pump, like, right there. That way I don't have to think about it. Now let's go ahead and start getting these pipes connected. So volcanic gas is the 2 tall. Let's say methane gets to be the 1 tall. So then helium is the 3 tall. There we go. Let's make a nice little tile out of you. Okay. Let's grab you as well, you and you. Actually, I don't need that one. So that should be all cool. Yeah, that looks cool. And then just make sure I don't misplace them, because I do have 3, which is an odd number. And I'm not even counting how many this is, I'm just making some. If I overbuild a little bit, oh well. Let's connect all of these guys together. And you do have power from substations. Very nice. Love to see it. Okay. They're the same. Okay. The 1 gigabyte cost at the standalone would get too out of hand for my laptop if I start doing that too often. Well, I mean, like, right now I have free version of Factorio installed, so it's not exactly a wild cost. Where am I trying to get to? Okay, so we're up here. Pipe extents are only 24. And we'll go ahead and upgrade these pipes, though. And see just how much that improves, if it improves at all. So, pipe extents 144, once it gets upgraded, does it change? And while I wait, I think it's time for a sip of water. Okay, kind of expected they would have already had it done by now. We're not missing them or anything. They just have chosen not to place them. There we go. Any different? No, you're still 144. Okay. Well, that's fine. Let's just start running a pipe this way, and wherever we happen to need it to be, we'll figure it out from there. Actually, that's pretty close. If I just turn you up this way, then I can just pipe in there. Okay. Not too bad. I'm likely to need a pump So maybe like right here. 1, 2. Let's do a pump there. Okay. And each one of you does 3 compressed a second. Let's see. Each one of you outputs 3 a second. Okay, so it's 1 to 1. So how many is up here? 33. I've got 15. Okay, so pretty much just double it. So let's just... what do you start with? You start with the compressed methane. So compressed methane right there. Okay. I have no idea how many new ones that was. Okay, so I have 29 now, so I need another 4. I think I can deal with that. And there we go. So that should be everything all connected up. I know I have pipelines. Okay, so even before I reach the pump, yeah, just a little bit. Okay. Well, we have a substation right there, so this should do. Then I can replace you. Yeah, we're at 69 out of 672, so I think we're fine on this side. I have 3 or 4. If it's 4, I don't know where I put the last one. Wanted to try the unofficial C block, but it was 1 AM when I was trying to do it, and I got confused and quit. Yeah, fair. C block is very confusing at the best of times, so if you're trying to do it at 1 AM, I get that. Granted, that's kind of just how I play Factorio. Like, even as I say that, I have to acknowledge, yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at right now. That's my mental space. I don't want to upgrade that pump. Let's just do some of this, I guess. I know that's not a perfect line or anything. Oh well. I'm trying to be nice to the bots, but let's not spend too much time on it. So this is all getting placed. So that'll give me helium, volcanic gas, and compressed methane. So volcanic gas. Okay, that is just straight volcanic gas, not compressed volcanic gas. I was a little worried for a second. Let's make sure that's black pipe, actually. Don't want to do red pipe, because that'll affect my distance. There we go, okay. Compressed methane. Is there anything special I can do with compressed methane specifically? I can turn you into graphite and compressed hydrogen. Wait. Okay, I can turn you into ethylene. Hydrogen and carbon monoxide. And I can make methanol. Okay. And also just burn you. Yeah, compressed methane. And turn you into energy. Honestly, where is my methane? It's a little scratchy today for some reason. Where is my methane? Methane. On the wall, who's the fairest of them all? Methane. Okay, so methane is, for the moment, empty. Oh, installing it. Okay, gotcha. Directions I found had broken links and stuff has changed. Fair enough, okay. Yeah, I guess if it is the unofficial one, that's kind of what you tend to wind up with. I can't relate in terms of Factorio mods, but man, in terms of Minecraft mods, I certainly can. That just brings back memories. That's the good old days. Okay, so I have methane right down here. Pipe extents, perfectly fine. So let's do something weird. Okay, so I want to be up that way, so that is probably reachable with a black underground. Oh yeah, not even an issue. Let's put you there. Maybe I'll even lower you 1 or 2. Let's pop you there. Upgraded you. So I do want to upgrade you then. Oh, I literally... Never mind. Literally sent you right back up. That's kind of hilarious, actually. Undo that. So I send the methane up onto this pipe right here. Kind of funny. Okay, let's go with a barreling pump, wherever that happens to be. I think I make a tier 2, we'll see. So I'll put you here, extend that up one, and let's go ahead and make you red pipe. So you want to decompress... What even is this again? Methane, methane. You want to decompress methane. Let's bring that this way. Down and in. And there you go. Okay. And that should just deal with it. This is where I send all of my methane. I believe this just gets voided up this direction. Okay, so you get voided up there, but you're also sent over that way. And yeah, so there is a pump that way. So everything up this way just gets voided. If I didn't have this pump here, I could actually make use of this methane, which I would really like to do. So let me see what I can do about that. Let's drop that down, you down, and I can just flip you around. You can be a top-up. And let's see, what else you got? So we are making compressed helium. That's probably already made my checkpoint go through, but I'll have to check in a moment. Construction bots are on the way. You got this, guys. I believe in you. Very last one. Okay. There we are. So I don't want to do top up to 80. Let's do top up to like 30. That leaves plenty of room for these guys to be able to output. Okay. So helium's just sitting here in the pipes, just filling up. Might do a little bit of storage here. What do I do with helium, though? Like, are you only used in one thing? Are you useful? Okay, you do seem useful. You are somewhat useful, okay. Okay. So let's get a big old tank of you. And then over here somewhere. Maybe you would be better. Yeah, let's bring you down. Then I'll have a fluid depot. Ooh, let's actually move you. 1, 2. That way I can put a pump onto you and not interfere with the pipe extents over here. There we go. In which case, you now work better over this way. So, there you go. Sorry, bots. I know you literally just placed that. And connect in. Okay. Should be all cool. You're still running. Everyone's cool. Okay. Volcanic gas is building up a little bit, which is not super cool. Yeah, keep this area on top up, and this just comes out. This is set to overflow, but that's fine, I think. This is set to top up, and then this is also set to top up. So as long as we're making blue science, which we're not because we don't have chelating agent, then volcanic gas won't back up. We're missing silica. The bots are bringing silica in. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Let's do... well, not that. And let's get a buffer over here for silica. There we go. Okay, let's get a couple trucks in here. Full stacks only. And hope that helps with the silica issue just a little bit. I might just not have any silica though, which would be quite a shock, to tell you the truth. No, we definitely have silica. There's quite a bit of silica to go around. Okay. So I think once these trucks get in here, then that should help out, as long as they actually decide to move. I guess they do need fuel. Fuel should be coming from like right up here or something. There we go. And I do just want to check it. Oh, they're going to do a little spin for me. I do just want to make sure you are going to go. Sometimes I have set these up and they just decide not to work. Okay, but we are cool. So that's going to bring silica up. And once we have silica, then you'll be running. Everything is okay at that point? Should be. Okay. Okay. So, how are other things? Sulfuric acid is still empty. Granted, I think I also have sulfuric acid over here somewhere. Okay, I need oxygen. That's a weird one to be out of. Okay, hold on, I think something is broken. Okay, why are you not running? 'Cause chlorine's full. I remember you, chlorine. I thought we'd fixed you. Thought we fixed you. Go ahead and break that. Is the other place still chronically low on chlorine, or are you better now? You are backed up on chlorine. Okay, so you are also full. I thought I might have somewhere I could send my excess, but nope. I guess not. Alright, let's break all of you, whatever you used to be. You were calcite. Okay. I don't need to send calcite to the north anymore, so I can just go ahead and break most of that. And then all of this random belt down this way can go. Let's go ahead and clean that up. And just all the way down. So right there. And there we go. Circuits are still looking a little sad, because we are still low on polycrystalline. Well, you're at least running now. You're backed up. Okay, we might be running into belt speed issues. I wasn't anticipating that. So let's just go ahead and upgrade there. Okay. There we are. I guess that makes sense. I did upgrade the machine tier, even if that did allow me to put another module in it, which would slow it down. It did still, I think, double, if not triple in speed. Okay, so that should all be cool. Let's see. Ore's looking good over this way. Biochemistry is 0. Because we have no amino acids. Because we have no glycerol. Yep, glycerol is empty. Because we have no ECH. I made a big ECH area at one point. So where's my ECH? Down here? Okay, you're missing propene. Awesome. I will get a little holographic display for you as well. Over here seems cool. So let's get a big tank for ECH. You should be fine. Just gotta wait for it to get placed. I think at least one of those guys should be doing something. Oh, and there's a science. We got new power poles. Okay, there we go. So this is going to be ECH. There we are. You're going to read circuit, read ECH. Actually, I need to do a comparator before you, but let's do ECH percent. Good. And then let's get a comparator down here. There we are. The reason is I don't want to read you raw. I want to read you into here, and then output into there. So you have a capacity of 250k. So I want to divide by 2.5k, and that'll give me your reading as a percentage. ECH. So divide by 2.5k, and as soon as that gets placed, that'll give me an accurate reading, even though we are empty now. Okay. So propene. I do need to go investigate why propene's not doing so well. Where do you get propene anyway? Propene's just on the pipes. Yeah, propene's just on the pipes. Okay. So we are producing propene. So it does look like we're mostly full on ethylene. That looks to be the issue. I do burn excess ethylene, but maybe it's just not enough. Here's ethylene. Yeah, the steam's full. The steam's just full. Okay. Maybe I need another one of these kind of deals up here for the, whatever it is. I already forgot. Ethylene. Okay, so let's grab you. And then, which one was it? Ethylene is this one over here. Let's pop you in place, or right around in here. Okay, let's see what that does for me. Pipe extent 28, so we're perfectly cool there. All of the oxygen will be connected over this way. I have steam connections there that I can work with. And then let's change your recipe. So let's look for the ethylene one. Methanol and oxygen makes steam and carbon dioxide. Yeah, so these are all just burning recipes. So ethylene, yeah, there we go. There we are. Okay, so oxygen is connected in. I just need to get the ethylene connected. Carbon dioxide needs to be vented, which is that pipe right down there. I might be able to work with you, maybe. Eh. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Can I just go this way? Carbon dioxide. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Okay. Pipe extents are fine. Propene, anyway. So, you're 85 out of 144, so I should be able to make you work. There we go. Okay, and then let's make sure the steam also lines up. There we go. Steam is 43 out of 64, so this will be over limits. Right. Right. Okay. I can just do that. There we go. Oh, lower you one. There we go. Okay. Now you're... Yes, now you're disconnected from the tank, so now you're 144 max. That's good. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. So we're lacking oxygen, but we are at least getting rid of some of the excess ethylene. And then that steam comes over here and goes into the exhaust turbines, because these turbines are full. Even though we were having power problems earlier, it doesn't look like we are anymore. I think I will go ahead and upgrade all of these storage tanks while I'm here, just so we can hold a little more power for the lean times. There we are. What are you? Large tank 2 of water. Why do I have a tank of water? Fresh water at that. I have no idea. Why would I do that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just make these 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 2s. And then the other ones can go away, including these, this large tank that I definitely don't need. Let's not do that. There we go. Keep you connected. But all that should be fine. Okay. So that's as much oxygen as I can pump into this right now, and the ethylene has been exhausted. Very good, okay. So everything should be running more smoothly now. I come down to the main chemical area. Let's see. Ethylene. Methane's full now. Of course it is. Up here, where I make methane, that comes down this way. And I do only have you as a top-up, okay. That's fine. Benzene. Okay. I'm just trying to get a feel for what everything over here is doing. I guess I will be voiding a little more methane soon as well. So you haven't triggered yet. Interesting. Methanol's full at least. Benzene is full over here. It's so hard to keep track of all the various different fluid recipes and everything. Like, propene is dead. Like, propene's gone, but this is one that would take propene and burn it. So I don't care that this isn't running. Except that you're an overflow, but then I connect you right back over here. So the overflow was never doing anything, so maybe that's why I've never had a good source of propene. Because I've just been burning it the whole time. Anyway, that should work more as intended now. And I guess since I'm over here, I might as well replace your modules as well. All of you could also, I guess, get better modules, though I don't really care about your modules. You could get upgraded. There's a lot of you, so I'm not going to have enough modules for you, but, you know, I might as well get started on it. Same down here. Ones that I can replace, I might as well. There we go. And same down here. Okay. And whatever you are. And definitely for circuits, I want to update the modules. Okay. You're already updated. You're good. You're good. Okay. Yeah, I definitely did not have enough modules to do all that, but that's why I wanted to go ahead and get it started. So are you running yet? You're still full on ethylene. But I should be voiding some ethylene, I would assume. Very little ethylene is making its way up here. Okay. Why is that? So this ethylene is full, this ethylene is full. I bet my two ethylene systems just aren't connected. I bet you're entirely disconnected, in fact. So here's ethylene. Ethylene. Ethylene? Okay, so you don't turn upwards at any point over there. Ethylene comes over this way. So this ethylene pipe is full at least. You're full up until here. Okay, so you do make some progress into here. I bet at some point you just hit a single one-way pump, would be my guess. Okay, so this is still full through here. Yep, there we go. So let's flip you around, bring that down. In you go. And you're going to be overflow and top up. So top up can be like 40%, then overflow can be like 85, again because 90 seem to be behaving weird. Okay, I think that probably just let off a whole bunch of pressure on the system down below. And then you will definitely have some way to get out, yes. Let's go ahead and upgrade that pump there, and probably the one feeding in up this way. I guess you can be upgraded, sure. I didn't really want you to. This is small pump, so I'll upgrade you. That's for benzene anyway. It doesn't really matter. Okay, this is for propene. Here is ethylene. There you are. Okay. So ethylene comes from this way. Let's make sure the one feeding you is upgraded. And any others along the way, or at least tier 2. That's volcanic gas. What are you? You're propene. Benzene. Water. Ethylene. There we go. Okay. So I will at least upgrade you as well. Okay. Well, that should do it. Benzene's backing up as well now, so I think all that ethylene is finally going somewhere. Yes, we are mostly limited on oxygen now. Which again, I think I'm voiding an insane amount of oxygen, so that's just nuts to me. Trying to figure out where that might be. Okay, so I do have this connection to oxygen over here that I'm pretty sure I'm sending up. Oh, nope. Because it was broken. There we go. Oh yeah, that kicked a whole bunch of things into high gear. Even if only for a moment. I think there was just a little backlog in the pipe. Is there not oxygen down here? I believe that's the oxygen pipe. Let's see, carbon dioxide, oxygen. So where does oxygen go? Oxygen only goes up to here, okay. Where do you come in from? Okay, so you come in from over there. Yeah, that's fine. So how could I get oxygen up over here? I do have these pipes, but these are voiding pipes, so I want to be careful about merging into you. Maybe just like immediately right here, I'll put a top-up pump. Something like that. Okay, I do send oxygen down, weirdly enough. And offer it here. Okay, I have oxygen right here. So what if I also sent a little bit up this direction? Right there. Okay, you are reds. Let's make you underground 4s. Then just keep going until right here, where we come across the oxygen going in. So the problem is that in order to not build on the road, I have to do one of these ugly little knots, but oh well. Let's do this. Move you back to here. There you are. Then I'll just replace these pipes with black. Right here. Flip you around. Connect you in there. So let's see. Do I even want to feed into here? This is just voiding. No, so I don't actually want to do that. Which one of you is meant to be oxygen? Hold on. Okay, so this one here is oxygen. Good. Connect right there. Cool. And then top up, keep you to like 30%. That way when this is running, I do have somewhere for that excess oxygen to go. Should be any moment now. We're so close to base, I'm always so surprised when it takes so long to build stuff. Okay, there we go. So we should have more oxygen coming out now. Coming up. Yes, very good. Very good. Okay, so you're all running now. For the most part. I mean, you're at least running better than you were, which is going to help void some of that excess benzene and ethylene. And the methane, of course, too. Oh yeah, look at benzene go. Okay. Well, that's going to help if nothing else. So, trace gas separations are running. We should have a good bit of helium at this point. Did that do the checkpoint? Yes, it did. Okay. So, of course, I want to queue bot speed. That just sounds amazing. We get a new recipe for green science. Might be worth looking at. Let me give a peek. Styrene glycerol, solvent sulfuric acid. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot even come close to providing glycerol. Yeah, that's not happening for right now, so I'm not that interested in you. Electrolyzer tier 3 is interesting, but again, I'm probably not going to be using you immediately anywhere. Nitrogen chemistry, cellulose algae, ammonia, nitric acid, phosphoric acid, makes fertilizer. Okay. If I had any idea what that was useful for, I might be more interested, but whatever, I guess I'll queue you. Oh, you take a science pack I don't produce. Oh, Okay, I unlock a science pack when I complete this research. Okay. Well, I'll do you last then. Let's just queue all this other stuff. Let's see. Biochemistry, I guess I'll take breaking. Yeah. Because I think it'll take me a little while to set that up, especially since I don't even have the bacteria set up yet, which I kind of thought was what I was going to start the day with. But anyway, there we go. Okay, so that is all running now. I've managed to get through all of these tanks, so I think I can go ahead and remove them. This is a max extent underground floor. That doesn't go nearly as far as I would expect it to. Okay, so that does connect. That's actually max extent. That's perfect. Okay. I'll take that. So, let's see. Everything should be cool now. So, where am I? I need to make those bacteria, I think. Let me see if there is anything else I want to do before I just jump into that, though. Oh, I do need to make lithium. I think I'll make lithium first and then the bacterium. Okay. What are you? Don't care about you. Okay. So lithium, yes. I do have new aluminum recipes, though I don't really feel like going and working on aluminum right now. Could start making calcium. I don't actually know what calcium's used for. Better titanium. There's a uranium recipe that needs you. Okay. I think I'll work on you later. Once I actually have something that needs you, because I already had the calcium chloride set up. Okay. So brine turns into salt box, lithium brine, saline water, steam. And that and calcium chloride and phosphate ester makes lithium chloride and a bunch of other stuff. Then that's made into lithium and chlorine. I guess this is consuming brine, so typically I would be making chlorine from brine anyway. Okay. Sure. Okay, well I have a whole salt area. So let me go see if I can fit that into there. Okay. So all of these guys work on brine already. This is where salt that I get as a catalyst comes back and gets recycled. So I'll probably do lithium brine stuff up this way. A little compact. There's not a lot of room to grow, so hopefully I don't need too much processing. So let's grab a distillery. And I'll start from back here. Probably too many. Let's start with 4, set the recipe, make sure all the flips are correct. And then I'll copy that around. Okay, also have no idea how many of these I'm gonna need once again, so be somewhat cautious. Also, this is boxed salt. You do output 3 fluids, one of them is steam. Let's say steam gets to be the 3-tall, saline water is the 2-tall, and then brine is the 1-tall. Just make sure I make you nice and tileable. Let's see, you're 2-tall, and then 1-tall. Nope, you're 3-tall. Okay, there we are. Let's make sure I put you on the right place. Okay, so there's you. In you go. And in you go. So how many even is this? I've got 9, let's at least go to 10. There we are. I assume I can probably put modules in you. Yes, I can. Even though I don't have that many modules, they will get placed eventually. Clean up the edges. Clean up the edges. Okay. So, saline water, I'll have to send back over this way. Steam, I already have steam pipes over here. How much steam do I produce? With 10 of you, that's 250 a second, so not all that much. Like a single turbine could deal with you. I think I did plan this area out to be pretty tight though, so I might go ahead and add a couple extras in here. Actually, can I upgrade you? I can upgrade you. Let's go ahead and upgrade all of these guys. There we go. Okay, so steam, where do I want to get steam in? That's the one I'm worried about first because that's probably one of the easier ones, so let's say right here. Pipe extents are 93 out of 144. Let's just go ahead and upgrade all of the pipes on this line. That way I don't need to add pumps or anything. Or at least not any new pumps. There we go. Okay, all cool. Can I just do that thing that I did before again? So, underground, regular pipe, and regular pipe, and underground. And I might go ahead and do the other tiers just to make sure. I don't anticipate those being an issue, but I might as well get them in. There we go. And then just this whole little section over here. Let's get upgraded. Hey, at least I have the pipe this time. Okay, so that should all come in. You're all cool. Did I get this whole area? Yes, I did. All the way to the top. Yes. Okay. So once again, steam. Steam is this one. So we can run steam up that way. And I can do steam into here. There we go. That gives me a steam connection. Then saline. This is saline, correct? Yes, so saline water also needs a connection. So this is brine. That's actually what I feed into you. Let's run you this way. There we go. So brine in. Let's go ahead and do pipes up the back. But then saline. Saline is what these guys take in. And this pipe is full. So what if I come over here and do like a top up? Let's set you to top up to like 30%. Then I'll do the same for the next pump up the way, which I do believe there is another one. There you are. Okay. I don't think that one's as important. If I wind up connecting up in here, then that means I need another pump down there, though. So, anyway, let's run saline out now. You're brine. So this one's saline. Yes, it is. And there we go. which means you can be top up like 80 or whatever. Doesn't really matter all that much. I could, I guess, just turn you back into a regular pump. That's fine. Let's see. Chlorine low in that one area again. So, what if I go over here? My chlorine is completely full. Okay. So, let's try and get away... Try and find a way to get chlorine into this area over here. That's not going to work very well. There's no good way to get a pipe in here. So what if instead I did like over here somewhere? So let's see, chlorine is right down there. Just can't connect. Oh, I've got chlorine right down here though. Yeah, I can connect into that. And there we are. And this is a direct chlorine connection. Okay. Chlorine pipe, 48 out of 64, so I am going to need a pump. Probably like right there, if not even sooner. Anyway, that'll give me that there, and then let's go ship some chlorine out. Also, actually, make sure you're in overflow, because I don't want to send all of my chlorine out, and that wouldn't be very good. I will do overflow of like 60% or something though, but it should be mostly consistent. Come on guys, you got this. I am now missing black pipe, okay. Kinda figured I would be eventually. And like quite a bit, how am I suddenly missing 200 undergrounds when I wasn't missing any just a minute ago? Okay. Anyway, overflow. Like 50%. Sure. And then down in this area that says we are out of chlorine. What if I just request chlorine for you? There we go. You can request chlorine. But I do want to do one of the little circuit connected thing, control the attached depot. So, one of this, override the request or buffer depot, read P to override depot's priority, override the supply threshold. Okay, I do think I have to use this one. I was trying to see if it was one of the other ones maybe, but I do believe it is this one. Everything in here has power. So, connect you to there. Oh yeah, you're gonna need trucks. So let's give you like 8, because that's the maximum fluid can handle, apparently. Ooh, Huh. Okay, I want to do this, actually. That way I can do top up. Make sure I don't accidentally fill this too much, because this really shouldn't exist. I don't think I need this necessarily, but you know, if I have too much chlorine somewhere and this one doesn't have enough chlorine, I might as well try. Let's see, still, yep. Okay, so they are bringing it, it's just not here yet. There we go. Okay, so you enable disable condition. Signal value as max items, force recipe from signal. Okay, you're gonna be chlorine. Current value, yes. Okay, so you are disabled if chlorine is more than 20k. Okay, There we go. A little strange, but good enough. I've tried to use these before and they did not work. So I'm hoping they work this time. Yeah, there's no way to disable them from in here, so the only way to disable them is with the transport rider. The depot is enabled when this condition is met. Yes, so only if chlorine is less than 20k. I can only just hope that it works, and if not, then this is my backup system. So you only output if we're less than 20%, and 20% would be 50k. So, you know, pretty sizable difference. Might even go ahead and bump you to 30k. Also, I did request trucks. Yes, I did. Okay, so they are on the way. They'll be here eventually. I can only assume they will be. Anyway, moving on. So let's get brine finished up before I get too sidetracked. So all of these should be substations. There we go. You've taken just brine. Okay, you do also have that item output. I do have to remember that. How many per second? Point. Okay, so basically none. In fact, I'll just be funny. I think I'll do yellow inserters. Because why not? So you must reach 2 tiles. And let's get that copy and paste to hit the whole way down. I'm doing you first because you're the one who's different. And then I can just go along and repeat that the whole way. Until I get the you, at least. And then you have to be cleaned up also. Then I need boxers, I think. I might even just run a belt. I might just run a normal belt, actually. So you also drop away. There we are. I was planning on feeding you directly into boxers, but now that I'm not doing that, I'll also alternate the inserters. There we go. Yellow belt would be perfectly fine here, but I don't have yellow belt on the hotbar anymore, so red belt it is. And of course this underground pipe hates me. That is a max length, but what if I just move you back one? There we go. Good enough. Okay, so then salt boxes come down this way. I'll feed you into a unboxer. If I instead do here. Alright, you just get to go 1 up. Then I can do that. There we go. So I don't think I'm gonna ever have more than that. And then left and to the left. So you're good. And then to the right and to the right. Okay, there we go. And that should handle the salt boxes. You do have priority over this depot, which I'm not crazy about. I might actually move you literally 1 tile over so that I can do this and then put a splitter on you. There. And that should be good enough. How am I missing a thing right here? Question, don't know. Let's fix it though. There we are. And then that'll give those guys power. What do you still need? So steam's good, salt's good, saling's good. Okay, just lithium brine. Just lithium brine, okay. Don't know why I'm missing so many things. Let me go look at the pipes and just see if they're broken somehow. Graphene. Let's see. Carbon composite and graphene. What if I just increased the request through here? I wonder if that would do anything. Oh, also, what materials are they? Let's see. Carbon composite and graphene. Are those in buffer chests? Because if not, that would definitely help explain it. Graphene is, though there's none in here. I don't see the carbon, whatever it was. Carbon composite, I think. Something like that. So let me put a buffer over here. So I'm assuming you're not in here. And even if you are, I'm sure your logistics drone connected. So let's go carbon. Carbon composite. There we are. Give you like 4 trucks, full stacks. Allow logistics. There we go. Oh, you also need allow logistics for some reason. Yeah, there's 800 of you in there. Just checking now, making sure these are all allow logistics. You can't, but you know. Okay, should be fine. And let's see, so you don't go anywhere, so carbon composite is in fact kaput. Okay. You're full. Don't know what else to tell you. Oh, yeah, you're fine. Maybe I will just go ahead and break that. It's not going to allow me to because I don't have map coverage for some reason. I don't know why map coverage just changes occasionally. Okay, it is working though. I did get it. Okay, so, in the little buffering area. Okay, you're working now. I don't know, maybe you still needed fuel or something. I thought I waited for that, but maybe I didn't. Okay. Well, anyway, that's going to be carbon composite quite a bit closer, so that should help tremendously with making the pipes. I didn't realize the bots were having to make that entire journey every time I wanted to make a couple pipes. I guess that does make sense why they've been so slow for so far. So slow for so far. Yep. Do I have bricks anywhere else? Let me go ahead and delete this. And then just bring that up. There you go. There we go. Okay. That was my main supply of bricks for the longest time. So I'm hoping I have bricks somewhere else too. Otherwise, that won't be very cool. Okay, so that's there, that's there. let's delete that. And where would you want to be? Okay, so you're fine. How about you? You kind of want to be somewhere weird, but I think I can make that work. Yeah, we can just underground you, that's no problem. And the reason I wanted to check is that way I don't even need that rail report right there. And then this radar can go over here. There we go. This can all go. Okay. Chlorine is still blinking at me. Did you never get a delivery? Hard to say. Hard to say. Well, anyway, now that I know the pipes should be working a little better, this area should come together. Now, what do I do with the brine? Wherever that is. Okay, so we did have our first crafting recipe, very good. You don't have power. Guess I have to address that. Okay, so you should have power after that. Steam is full. What? Okay. Now you're running. Okay, so I do have lithium brine now. The boxes of salt should be coming in and getting unboxed. Okay, all cool. That does take priority over the regular boilers, correct? It doesn't take priority. Okay, it does take priority over them. Good. Okay, I might actually upgrade these belts. There we are. That way, all of this stuff is definitely prioritized over these boilers down here, because I don't want these boilers running if possible, because all they do is produce salt, and if we're now producing salt as a byproduct, I do always want to use that salt first. Like, look how quickly that salt is backing up here. So hopefully none of this is being used. You got this, bots. I believe in you. Okay, I want to see if that helps at all. Might also upgrade down through here. Just because. That I don't expect to be much of a help at all. But if it did help, then that would be cool. Yeah, we have already hit issues up here. We are already at capacity. So I don't know how much lithium brine we're gonna need, but hopefully it's not a lot. So, lithium brine. Can I use this recipe? Yeah, why not? So it takes phosphate ester, boxes of calcium chloride, and produces boxes of lithium chloride, which can be used to make boxes of lithium. Okay. Yeah, we're good. So this is done in a hydro plant. So let's see. Since you have belts down there, I'll start from about this height. So you're going to make lithium chloride. Let's make sure the inputs are set correctly, so you can be the 1 tall, and then the phosphate can be the 2 tall. Connect up your brine input. And I, of course, have inserters in front of the brine. So let's do something like that, and then I can bring you down and connect you in. All good so far. I will have to bring in the phosphate ester. And I'll have to bring in calcium chloride. And box the calcium chloride, actually. And equally, you will also produce saline water and wastewater. So wastewater can be the 1 tall, and then saline gets to be the 2 tall. There we are. Connect you all together. And connect you together. And saline is right here. So let's do something like this and connect you in. Okay. So brine should be connected. The other input just has to be shipped in. Calcium chloride has to be shipped in. Let's make sure you are the boxed recipe, actually. Just more space efficient. And let's see, how do I want to get you in and out of here? So, of course, I am gonna need trucks. I don't know how many of these I'm gonna need. I guess I should try and figure that out. So, lithium, what are you used in? Used in solar panels, batteries, chargers. These chargers, what are you used in? Let's see. You're used in hangar 4s. Okay, so that's it. So we're getting to the point where things are kind of dead-ending. Like, we're finally getting to the point where things aren't just endless ingredients and other things. Okay, so you are an ingredient in multi-tool 2s, which are an ingredient in the next tier of bots. Batteries. Okay, batteries are used in lots of things, or battery 2 specifically, including robot frame 3s. So the next tier robots are going to take a lot of lithium, and if I want to remake Purple Science, I'm going to need even more lithium. Robot frame 4s, okay. Okay. So it's 2 lithium, to 1 battery 2, and then a lot of these things need multiple battery 2s. So yeah, we will need likely mini lithium per second. And it's 1 lithium per 2 lithium chloride. Wow, okay. Then lithium chloride. I do get 4 per recipe, at least. So each one of these recipes gives me 2 lithium. Okay. And I don't need anything else for lithium. It does output chlorine, which is just awesome. Anyway, you're made in an electrolyzer, so let's get an electrolyzer down. Let's see, 0.3, you produce 0.08. And you produce 0.15, okay. So if I want even a yellow belt of lithium per second, then I need a red belt of this stuff per second. So granted, these are boxed, so I do have to keep that in mind, but all the same, I'm gonna need quite a lot of this. Might as well go ahead and throw modules in you. Let's see. Even if I had 10, that's 0.8. If I had 100, that's only 8 per second. I don't think I'm fitting 100 into this area. So what's the ratio from you to you? So you produce... do any of you have modules yet? You do. So you produce 0.95. And you're gonna consume about 7. Okay. Oh boy. Really? Okay, this isn't enough room at all then. I'm glad I checked. I guess I'm moving lithium into this little opening over here. Because this space isn't even close. Not even remotely. Let's just grab this whole thing. That is going to throw boxed salt into the logistics system. I'll deal with that in a minute. And so let's see. If the boxed salt is entering from up here, then I suppose I can start you somewhere around in here. Let's start like right there. Go ahead and break the pipes that don't make sense anymore. Flip the belt around. All of these pipes are no longer correct, so I'll get rid of all of these little extensions that I made up this way. Okay. So, all of that can go... Well, actually, that makes it easier to copy and paste you in just a second. So, let's not be too hasty. And let's grab a cluster. And just request however many of those happen to be in the logistics system right now. So there we go. So grab you. So after you, we'll have a line of these guys. Always leave a little bit of room. So something like here is probably fine. Actually, I do want to get a road over this way. Where can I get road from? Huh. Yeah, you're gonna go on quite an adventure to get over here. That is unfortunate. Though that does mean I think I want to move you guys just a smidge further this way. Just to leave a little room for the drones. Also, I do want to get a real grid. Just because I know the grid over that direction is messed up. And I still don't feel like fixing it, so... just gonna bring a grid down this way. And I didn't even think about that, but this will have to move in order to properly accommodate the grid. So let's grab you and just move you out of the way somewhere. And then I'll reposition you again once I have the roboports and such placed in. Also, this has been dragging radars down the entire way. Definitely don't need that. Oh, never mind, it was only one somehow. Oh, there you are. Okay. Don't think I need that one. But if I do, I'll just put it somewhere in here, I guess. Might as well just do that for the little extra bits of power. Okay. Then the ones that are actually going to have stuff near them will be converted into substations. I didn't want to do that to all of them because substations are still just a smidge pricey. You know, if you're going to be spamming like 300 of them, maybe not a great idea. Okay, so we have these guys in place once again. So let's try and figure out a rough amount of these that I'm going to need. Let's go grab that electrolyzer. Kind of just left him up here somewhere. Not entirely sure where. Brine stuff is down this way. There you are. Hello there, Mr. Electrolyzer. So, on the way, 51. Yes, there's quite a few in storage. There we go. And then you get to go up here somewhere. So again, if I keep about the same starting level, you get to go right there. So road, let's see. I wonder if fast road affects bots or not. No idea. Or the logistics drones, that is. Either way, let's do a road right here. I actually don't want to do you right there. Let's do that. Can't really see how much I'm erasing, but I think this is right. Okay, so here's road. You come up this way, everyone's cool. Where do I want to get you down? I could come from right this way. Yeah, why not? There we go. Then I guess I will back off a little bit. Yeah, right there is cool. And come in this way. There we go. So yeah, you have quite a journey to pretty much anywhere you could ever want to go, but you can get there if you're dedicated enough. If you are willing, you can get there. There we are. Just so I can see it a little easier, the windmill kind of covers them up. Okay, so once again, all you need is brine. You output salt box, lithium brine, saline water, and steam. So I will once again have to go and get all of those connected together somehow. You're no longer connected to anything, but I can actually just take you and start running you this way, I guess. This is saline, I believe. So definitely not on the road. Ever watch Avatar? I'm gonna guess you mean Airbender and not blue people. But, I haven't watched it, but I know most of it. How's that for an answer? Having lived on the internet, I do know most of Avatar. Making sure that's correct? Okay. Honestly, this wastewater, how much do you produce? Basically nothing. You don't produce wastewater at all. I can just dump you right here. I will go ahead and do a tier 2, just because, with as many of these as I'm gonna need, who knows how much dumping I'm gonna need to do. There we are. The cartoon, not the one with the blue aliens, yeah. We were on the same page, I guess. Um, yeah, like I said, I have seen enough that I can pretty much say I've seen Avatar, but I've never, like, sat down and watched episode 1 to episode 2 and so on. There we go. I was just old enough to miss it when it was on, but I finally watched it a few years ago. It was surprisingly good, actually quality. Everything I've ever heard about it is that it's fantastic, so that's not a surprise to me at all. And I think I fall basically into the same boat there. I was just a smidge too old when it was coming out to really be that interested in it. Like, it would never have been on TV at the same time I was watching TV. How's that? But I have nothing against it. If, like, I don't know. I have a nephew, and if he was like, "Hey, I'll watch Avatar if you do," then I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, bet. Sounds fun." Well, let's not get too close to that guy. Something like that's fine. There we are. Going back through it and just amazed at how good a cartoon for kids is and how bad Netflix is in general. My I can't believe this was made for children when I originally watched it. Why is this brown landfill? Why is this trying to be brown landfill? I don't make brown landfill. Give me gray landfill. Can I just override you? Yes, okay. Anyway, to finish my thought, my childhood, man, I can't believe this cartoon was made for children, was always Teen Titans, the original Teen Titans, because Teen Titans is so good. Like, even just as an adult, coming back and watching it, I love Teen Titans, it's great. I mean, obviously, it's not aimed at my age range, obviously, but it's still very entertaining, still very good, and, I don't know, poses a lot of interesting issues. How's that? Make sure I grab the correct landfill, since that seems to be an issue for now, I guess. I'm just kind of preemptively trying to fill this in so the bots can go ahead and get on it. I know I'm going to need it, so might as well go ahead and get it in. Remember watching Teen Titans? Yeah, Teen Titans was great. Okay, enough procrastinating, I guess. Time to actually get this on the go. Make sure this pipe extends out this way for piling reasons. Okay, so you connect in, all cool. Okay, you go there. I don't need these weird pipes. Wonder how many of those I have. Okay, just the one. You're not connected. Make sure you're connected. Okay, I think I'll just avoid the first machine or two. So let's start from over here. Oh, let's start from here. So once again, I'm not even looking at how many of these I'm placing, I just know I need more, so more is what I'm making. I'm just going until I run out of room. So there's build range, and I think that's a good enough place to stop for right now. And then I'm going to do the same with these guys. Actually, you don't tile that well yet, so let me make a nice tile for you. Okay, that's all good. You're connected. You're connected. Make sure that goes that way. Okay. And then just go out. Seems good. Okay. You need inserters, though. Both input and output. I remember my dad doing his best to record every episode on VHS as it aired. In related news, standing around at my grandmother's hurt my back. No, I'm right there with you, man. Right there with you. Let's get some inserters this way. And do I want to send boxes in? Yeah, these should be boxed already by the time they're on the belt. I think that just makes sense. So you will output a little further. And again, let's grab that so that you tile somewhat nicely. There we are. And then we also need output. So do that. Let's get you over here and over here. Belt comes in. Okay. I think that is everything I need. Let me see if you just tile. Okay, you would if I didn't grab that opening bit. The very first building there. So what if I only grab here? Now you work. Yes you do, you're just missing a belt. Okay. That's fine. Let's just do that one more time. So you start with the ester. So I want one that ends with ester. And there we go. How are you missing a belt on the top? Whatever. Oh god. I don't know why I expected that to just politely tile with me. There we go. I'll just have to rerun a line of belt across the top. Who cares? Okay, there we go. So, with all that fun and excitement out of the way, how much does this give me? So a box of you is 5. Okay, I think that's a standard ratio. I think pretty much everything boxes to 5. Let's get modules in here. If I didn't already, which I might have, just not sure. Spent a lot of time on Cartoon Network website playing the surprisingly good Teen Titans fighting game. I do remember that. I also spent a lot of time on the Teen Titans fighting game. I can hardly tell you anything about it, but I do remember that. I remember mostly fighting Cinderblock a lot. I think he was like the first guy, so if you just, you know, went to the page and loaded, I think he was just your first encounter or something. Let's grab this down here. There we go. And just keep on keeping on. And also bring you down this way. And down this way. Might as well fill in the gap. There we are. Hopefully I didn't replace any substations with power poles. I don't think I did. Make sure these are all substations through here, otherwise things won't have power. Okay, all cool. Might as well do you over this way. All good. Just grab that and make sure these are also substations this way. I'm sure I'm going to need them. Yeah, spent a lot of time trying to figure out the Hex Girl's moveset. She was really fun to play. It's so strange, because I can remember, yeah, I did the same. That was, you know, that was fun. I remember doing that. And at the same time, I try and remember anything concrete about it, and I've got nothing. Like, I really can't remember any details at all, but I just remember doing it. There is one piece of brown landfill somewhere. Good. I guess if it's a problem, I'll find it soon enough. Maybe I will just grab gray landfill, make it a little bigger, and try and just paint over my area the same way that I've done in my chemical areas. One bigger, there we go. There we are. And then the same treatment down this way. Almost 12 hours in, I've just automated space science. Hey, that's pretty fast. That's pretty good. Space science at 12 is definitely faster than I've ever done it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Let's get a request depot in here. And go ahead and request. What are you? Calcium something? Calcium chloride. Each one of you takes 0.02 a second, okay? I think we'll probably live with these two blue inserters here. Let's have you drop this way. And in you go. Oh, please connect the corner, thank you. Plus yellow and purple. Not too bad. I usually don't do yellow and purple until Vulcanus, so that's definitely pretty fast. I can vividly remember sitting at that family computer and the vibe at the time, but yeah, I can't remember anything specific. That's exactly where I am. I played a lot of Flash games, and it kind of sits in the same kind of nebulous area that all those Flash games that I used to play do, where I remember spending hours and hours on them. But if you were to ask me about literally anything that I did, I could not tell you. Go at least 16 to start with, because we're very far away. We're also going to need that. I did kind of forget about that. Let's see. So you can come down this way, and then just cut in over here. So, something. Phosphoric acid? No, phosphate ester. That's the one. And again, once you get placed, I'll add the drones and stuff. Wastewater is accounted for. Saline water is at least connected. Oh, you are actually, like, connected. Okay. That's cool. Wastewater. Steam needs to be connected. Want bot speed and beacons, don't we all? Flash games are very fun to play at school. Oh yeah, that's, like, the ideal time to reach for a good Flash game. There was this amazing fighting game that I played a ton of and can't remember. I remember one of the dude was in a red hoodie with blonde hair and the other guy had dark powers. Doesn't narrow it down all that much, unfortunately. But I have plenty of games like that myself where it's just like, I remember this so well and yet I can't remember it at all. Let's just clean some of this up. Not over top of the road. Do kind of like that. Good enough. My school played a ton of Flash games until someone discovered RuneScape. See, I tried so hard on like 4 different occasions to get into RuneScape. It's not even like I never played RuneScape or anything. I just never quite understood why I was playing RuneScape. Every time it almost felt like like someone had promised me it would get fun or something, if that makes sense. Like, you know, I just have to keep going. If I go a little further, then surely this will become entertaining. Surely this will become worthwhile at some point. And it just never quite did. Oh, is that actually correct? No, you're not connected to anything. Okay. But here's Steam. We're way low somehow. Let me just undo that. There we go. Was I meant to be up this way? Let's try and get Steam from here. Oh, you're underground, that's why. That does make sense. Right. Okay, what if I just break you? Nope, that's already a pipe as well. Interesting. I need to upgrade to a desktop PC with more power than my laptop. I mean, Depending on what you want to do, that's a reasonable thing, but especially right now it's a little pricey. Like, I don't know if you've kept up or not, but things are a little weird in the world of PC parts at the moment. See, is that the same? Nope. That is. It doesn't matter anyway. Might as well get the most length out of you that I can then. Where am I? I'm way up here, okay. Can at least connect in like that. There we go. And in you are. And in that case, I might even go ahead and connect you into Steam, just so that I don't have to send the bot in to do that. There you go. So 8 because that's the most for fluid, and if I need more than that, then that'll become an issue then. If you put like 50 plus hours into leveling and paid for the membership, there were a few really fun combat minigames. Yeah, definitely did not do that. Back then, there just wasn't anything else like WoW, other than WoW, right? But that cost money and was kind of different vibe. Definitely, yeah. My favorite history teacher plays Civ 3 and has tried Civ 6, but didn't like it that much. Still plays Civ 3. While I can't necessarily empathize with Civ specifically, I do definitely have those games sometimes where it's like, no, I think the older one was, you know, they were cooking. They were doing something. They had something figured out. There's something special about this one specifically. Sounds like the most recent he'd like is 4. Oh, yeah. Have cash in the bank for a new PC. Well, more power to you then. Wish I did. Let's get this painted around. And just fill in some of this random garbage up here. Maybe also get some of this road extended down. All cool. Okay, so let's get this brine connected somewhere. I already have my pipes in here, so can I get a brine connection? Brine is here. Maybe if I connect from up this way I can. Let's just do that. That is a brine output. I don't 100% know that this is gonna work. I'll have to check in just a second. Let's put you there. You come down this way. Connect in. And in. So the problem is, I don't know if I have more pumps facing the other direction down this way somewhere. No, okay, so all of the brine does come up this way. Okay. That is good, that is good. So that'll get placed in. We have the saline water connection. We have a steam connection. Okay, I believe the only thing I need is the salt box. So let's go ahead and reconnect that as a giant belt, I guess. Let's see. Because I could try and send you into here. That just... I don't think that works well. I don't think that's the vibe. So I think red is more than enough for you. Let's bring you this way. On a quest to learn the essence of speed. Well, I wish you luck then. But yeah, as far as RuneScape goes, I did play some RuneScape. I just didn't play very much. Well, how do I put it? Like, for example, I did a lot of fishing. That was just kind of my thing. For a long, long time, if I had time to kill, I'd just log on to RuneScape, and I'd go fishing. Don't ask me why, I've never enjoyed fishing in any other game. I would honestly find it hard to say I enjoyed fishing in RuneScape. But I did do it, and I didn't hate it, so, you know, take that as you will. How am I gonna get you in here? Okay, you'll have to come in, like, over here somewhere. That was the only skill, fishing and cooking, because I would catch things and then cook them. Those were the only skills that I ever ranked up to 99. Let's go ahead and just make you a green as well. That's just reasonable, I think. Ooh, actually, that was a little aggressive. There we go. There we go. Okay, so salt boxes can once again come down this way. They will be loaded into the unboxer, and then we have salt coming out. Very good, very nice. Just waiting on that to get placed, and then we'll be all cool. So you are getting your supplies. We don't put calcium chloride boxes into the system, so I'll have to go do that. But if I did, then I would be cool. Okay. So that's what I need to go do next, I guess. Let's go find calcium chloride. Also, how much calcium chloride again? So, like, 0.1 a second per. If I have, like, 200 of you, then that's probably at least a red belt I should be aiming for. Which, again, I don't think this little dinky area is going to be able to support. It might be able to supplement, but I don't think it will be able to be the primary area. Where'd you go? I know I make it. Oh yeah, it's in foundries somewhere, or distilleries, rather. Okay, hold on. Calcium chloride, there you are. I have 2 machines. Literally, I've got 2 machines making calcium chloride. Okay, you do also make steam. You make calcium chloride solution, which takes calcium carbonate and hydrochloric acid, which takes water, hydrogen chloride. Just thinking, maybe I need a whole dedicated area for producing this. If I put speed modules in you, there we go, and then a speed beacon as well. There you go. We'll just see how that does. We will also want a supplier of the box stuff, so let's come this way. We'll just throw a splitter on you. Move you in this way. Let's get a boxer. That's going to be in this tab. Here we go, I guess. And then I'll copy from you. There we go. That's completely backwards though, so let's remove that. If anything, I'd want to go more like that. There we go. I've had an executive dysfunction disorder in high school, so I'd log in daily, but just walk in a circle around the 4 free-to-play towns. Could have leveled something 99 if I just clicked on things during that time instead of walking around. You know, I definitely relate to the logging onto a game just to walk around thing. I played... Well, there's no real equivalent to that in Factorio, but I get kind of the same time, where sometimes I'm just staring at machines running, going, okay, what am I supposed to be doing? But more than anything, like the big one, is when I would play Nomi Factory, which is a Greg Tech pack in Minecraft. It's one of the easier ones, one of the more, like, accessible ones. But man, if I was tired and I was trying to play that, not happening. Just, there was no way that was gonna happen. We need more extraction speed, it looks like, though we're probably going to burn through our backlog of calcium chloride faster than we can make new. It does kind of look like we're keeping up, though. So maybe it's not too bad. Yeah, okay. We don't exactly need much, so maybe this will just work. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. So you all still need modules, that's why you're blinking at me. Okay, that's fine. Boxes are showing up. Once you do show up, then I make lithium chloride. Okay, they're very far away. Phosphate ester is still showing up. How much of that per second do I need? 0.55, so should go relatively slowly. It shouldn't be that bad. Part of why I dropped Nullius. I was hopping on and just walking around, dreading doing the next thing and doing nothing instead. Yeah, relatable. That's pretty much exactly what I mean. Okay, if anything, I'm gonna be limited by my ability to use salt. Let's see, why are you not running? Because chlorine is full. Interesting. Even though chlorine is low over here. You are a tier 1. What if I just upgrade you? And maybe top up to 30 instead. And hopefully nothing down this way is backing up, but it does seem like it's doing okay. It does seem like it. So maybe I'll just get another one. And then, you get to be... No, okay, you have to be there, otherwise the pipes connect. You just have to have your own top-up, I guess. Oh well. There we go. And connect in. Also, you hopefully have power. Yes, you do. Okay. A similar thing with BA, but was able to push through. I'd say, while maybe once or twice I would pop into Bobs and Angels, I definitely don't feel like I ever got the full-on, I just don't even know what I'm doing anymore feeling. Though maybe a time or two. Maybe once I'm like doing chemical work and stuff, maybe once or twice. But definitely a Nullius. Almost every stream by the time I'm done, I'm kind of staring at things going, okay, what am I meant to be doing? Just waiting on more trucks there. Okay. So, where is chlorine? Chlorine's over here. We have a full tank of chlorine ready to be provided. I might even just make another, just in case. Because we are making plenty of this stuff, we're just not... Well, okay. Maybe it's fine? Well, it is the sodium that's the problem. Sodium is full of chlorine, which means it can't produce well right now, because chlorine is full. Then these electrolyzers pretty much only exist to make chlorine. They make chlorine and caustic solution, and actually we are completely out of caustic somehow. Like, we're not even making enough caustic. Don't know how that's happened. Interesting. Maybe it's because chlorine was backing up? Go ahead and just avoid all that. That is tricky. How can I help with that? Like, what else can I do with chlorine? You produce chlorine. That's certainly not what I want. You are used in phosphate ester, and I am going to be needing quite a lot more of that soon. I might want to make dedicated phosphate ester rather than requesting it now that I look at it. Though it does take so little. It does take very little. Like, we'll be filling up buffers and pipes and stuff for a while, but actual production is not much at all. Salt is rapidly filling up. Everything else is fine, though. Yeah, best I can do is just keep coming back this way, avoiding the tank. Maybe upgrade the tank, so that when I void you, you can hold more. Yeah, I mean, we're making ECH, though then ECH just makes brine, which produces more chlorine. Calcium chloride is not being voided for some reason. Overflow at 80. What do you mean? Calcium chloride is definitely over 80. Oh, I broke the pipe at some point. That'll do it. That'll do it. Alright, that should help me void chlorine. Maybe that's why chlorine's been such a problem for so long already. Let's see. Wait, what? Why do I overflow this direction? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Okay, because that is where the voiding is. Never mind. We're cool. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. Where are the refineries? Okay, so you're up here. How do you even get here? From that pipe. Okay. See, getting lost. I'm lost in my own base. Nullius has made it clear to me that I'll never do pie. I mean, who knows? Maybe you'd enjoy it. Who's to say? Oh, you are still the first tier. Productivity. Let's get that bumped up. Okay, so chlorine is now sitting a little lower. Go ahead and void you one more time, and hope that's good enough for now. That should have sodium producing, and sodium is also something that eats chlorine. Or rather, no, it's the other way around. How does sodium work? There you are. Sodium produces chlorine. Okay. Okay. Just making sure I am on the level with everything over here. It does look like everything's okay. Alright. I was trying to avoid salt. That's what it was. I needed to get rid of salt. Looks like I need more on the other side there, so let me do this. So you will pick up from the right. You will go Knight's Move down, and output on the right. You can actually be one closer. Okay. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Are you finished? You're finally finished. Though I might move stuff again later, so I'll just go ahead and leave that there just in case. Yeah, pie's pretty different. I might also go ahead and do side balancing here, because I believe it's going to heavily prioritize one side of the salt. Yeah, I just cannot use this salt fast enough. What else can I do with salt? I can void you with fresh water. Might have to do that. Is that an option with box? Yes, I can throw salt boxes with fresh water and a hydro plant, and then just void it. Yeah, I think that's what I gotta do. Because there's no way I'm using that much salt. I will go ahead and buffer some of it. Just because, why not? So let's say I do something like this. Grab a large logistic storage, even though I don't want to do that. Yeah, that's fine. So large logistic storage. Then another one here, just like I've done for the ores. And then you output 1, 2 below to the top, and you output 1 below to the bottom. Yes, all cool. And then you pick up from 1 below, and you pick up from 2 below. Very good. Don't know if this affects where they pick up from or not, but I will go ahead and set them. And there we go. Okay, so that will at least give me some buffering. And then if I still have excess, then I will just have to void it somewhere. Let's say I put you like right here, turn you down. We're gonna have a hydro plant over this way. Go ahead and do hydro plant 3, just because I am a little space constrained here. Hopefully 3 is enough. What? Why would I ever want to do that? Anyway, salt, fresh water into seawater. Okay. Those were purples. Let's do blues. I think blue's more appropriate. Yeah, you can handle 20 a second. You can handle 20 a second. That's a fair bit. Let's get some pipes in here. Connect you up, and connect you out. That's just a placeholder for now, so that I can get a couple more of these guys in. And of course, 20 per second is more, way more than I'm gonna need. But I might as well go ahead and upgrade all of this to blue belt. Oh, that's a lot. There we go. Okay. Anyway, that should be a fair bit more salt. And I want you to output priority to the top, which I believe is what it's automatically selected. And then any excess will come down here and be turned into salt water and voided. So each of you needs 800, so that is 2 will 2s. So there we go, that should be 6 of you. Connect you together. And let's make sure you have power. Because I didn't extend the substations this far. You don't need it. Okay, all cool. How far does that substation reach? Let's go ahead and put a substation over here, and then I can get rid of these making power poles over that way. Anyway, that's gonna make seawater. Can I dump you here? Okay. What this is trying to do is it's trying to place road on the back end of it. And I don't know why, for some reason road counts as water for placing outfalls and things like that. I've kind of been considering that cheating, so I haven't been doing that. Or at least I've been trying to avoid it. Like, there might be a place or two where some snuck through that I didn't notice, but all the same, I'm trying not to. Where do you go? And down to here. Actually, priority reach? Perfect, okay. And then you go. So, how much do you make? Each of you is 800. Okay, so maybe I need more than one. Let's see. So let's grab some outfalls. And maybe just line them up this way. Again, not even counting. I'm just making some, because I know I'm gonna need some. And there we go. I feel like saying my dislike for a complex mod that takes a long time being a sign that I should not like a more complex mod that takes a longer time is pretty fair. I'd say the only real difference that I know of is that Nullius focuses pretty heavily on chemical chains, where from what I know, I think a lot of Pi, the complexity, is more Bobs and Angels flavored than it is Nullius flavored. So if you're able to get through Bobs, you might be able to get through Nullius. But I have not played Pi, so I am not the best person to listen to. Why don't... Oh, because this is boxed. Fair enough. Okay. Well, I just need to move you back 2 squares. 1, 2, there you go. Now let's get boxing machines. There you are. And in you go, and then you just have to make sure you pick up from the top. From the top, and then you from the bottom. And we'll see how that goes. I might even need more inserting than that, but who's to say? Just waiting on bots to get stuff placed. Hopefully this works fine. I guess Nullius byproducts are harder. See, that's the thing. Having not played Pi, that seems, unwise for me to comment on. Who knows? I might make green inserters. I'm not sure if I do, but if I do, I would like to have some. Okay, it does look like I have green inserters. Okay. At least they're not showing as missing or anything. The outfalls are doing their job, voiding it all. And it does look like we've gotten through the backlog finally, so there we go. Anyway. Where am I at? Okay, so you guys are technically running. You're just very slow. We are at full power, that's just how fast you are, even before modules. Okay. I mean, you do say 0.06 a second, so fair enough. Ah, you've played some Pi. Well, why not tell us what you think then? Okay, so you only input this. Thank God we have a simple one, finally. In you go, and over you. Let's just drag that. I know I'm gonna need more. And you take 0.3 a second. Okay. And then you output chlorine and lithium boxes, because of course you have to output chlorine. I'm drowning in chlorine. Let's just add a little more. So let's see, where can I get chlorine out? Chlorine. Well, here's a pipe of chlorine. Okay, chlorine does come down this way. What if I undergrounded here? And then began taking chlorine out this way. What's your pipe extent? 114 out of 144, so you're connected to a tank. Or just a red pipe, I guess. Oh yeah, you're just connected to red pipe. I think I can remedy that. Yeah, there we go. That should give me quite a lot more distance. Okay, so chlorine's here. We played through the first science pack, and I mostly remember thinking, oh, Ash is gonna suck in the future. That is 100% one of the only things I've ever heard every person I've seen play Pi mention. And I've only seen the first, like, 3 hours of Pi or something, but pretty much everyone's like, yeah, this is gonna get painful fast, isn't it? Speaking of painful fast, how can I get this across somewhere? If I choose there, then I think I'm okay. I shouldn't be in the way of lights or anything. Let's just turn down and start running. Because I know that chlorine pipe that I escaped is way over here somewhere. There we go. So, connect up the corners. See where I left off. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too bad at all. You're misplaced. And there we go. Well, that gives me a chlorine connection. That's something at least. How are you still hungry for chlorine? How does that work? What are you doing with all of it? Are you just filling up the ECH tank? Because you do take just chlorine. Okay. I mean, okay. I'm happy to provide more. I can do that. I will now go ahead and do that. There we go. Hopefully this comes with bots pre-done on it, but if not, I'll just have to deal with it. So, how much is all of this producing? With modules, 17. Nope, that's consumption. Never mind. With modules, 0.95. You, with modules, consume 7. So for every 7 of you, I need 1 of you. So it's a 7-to-1 ratio. And even then, not quite. Okay. So, lithium boxes. It is the same 5 ratio. So 1 box to 5 lithium, yes. So even if I just wanted a red belt of lithium, that would mean I would need 6 boxed lithium per second. So that's 40 electrolyzers. Let's just go ahead and get that set up. Let's get you some belt. And make sure that you alternate. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now just grab the whole thing again. That's 20, 30, and 40. There we go. So that is a red belt equivalent of lithium. I'm glad I did the boxed recipes, because these are already really big. Imagine if that was 5 times the size. Okay, anyway. How much brine do you need to supply that much, whatever that is? So if there's 40 of you, and that's 12 input a second, each one of you makes 0.08. So if I had 100 of you... If I had 100 of you, that would only be... So I need 150 of you. Okay. And that's without your modules. Okay, I think I'm gonna want some beacon. Call me crazy. Perfectly spaced so that this beacon cannot hit both of you. Well, I can't beacon electrolyzers. I might just go ahead and lower all of you. Yeah, I'm okay with that, but I do want to put a large storage up here first. And then something there with a splitter, with another large storage over here for output. So you go to the right, and you output to the left. There we go. And then I'm going to filter you to whatever this is, because I'm going to throw a whole bunch onto very soon. Okay, so you're in place. You just gotta get these in place first. Come on, guys, you got this. Good enough. So now that that's in place, I'll go ahead and place that in. And let's lower you all one. I don't even remember why I'm doing this, but believe me, it'll definitely be worth it. I missed the belt. Okay, let's grab from there this time. Okay, wonderful. Now, let's see. So, that's where it was. I need you to be here. There we go. So, you're still connected. You should be connected. I did break this. Oh well, that's fine. I'll just do that and connect you in there. Okay. Brian's connected. You're connected. Good. Alright, let's get the large beacon in. So you can start right there. And then right there. Right there. Well. Okay, some just don't get a beacon. That's fine. Yeah, that seems to be a recurring problem. Oh well. Not anything I can do about it. There we go. I already moved stuff once for the beacons. That's about the most I'm willing to do. If I'm going to do that, I might as well just make them all even, since it looks like I'm only able to get one in per spacing. So might as well just do that. There we go. And that one as well. And in you go. Oh, cool. I'm sure I'm going to need to expand more, and as I do, I'll just add more. Let's get a radar for that reason. And why is something blinking at me that it doesn't have a truck? Oh yeah, I remember placing you and then not giving you a truck. I did do that. My bad. Yeah, see you later, Clared. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. You still need yield modules. You guys are cool, I guess. Let's see. Okay, so you have your module. Why make large beacon 2s by any chance? No, I don't have the science for you yet. Okay, fair enough. Those will get placed soon enough. Let's see. I don't need you anymore. You're fine. You were placed okay. Let's make sure I input priority from that side so I can deal with you faster. Okay, we do have the first of the lithium produced. Fantastic. Very nice. You're not running because you have no lithium brine. Oh yeah, I didn't do ratios yet. So, with you... right. So I need 12, which was 150 of these, but then... you only produce... what is it? Let me look at you. Okay, of course that's pretty much impossible. Okay, let's say 0.08. I think that's correct. If I have 0.08, and I just wish I had the modules. let me poke around the main base and see if I can help out modules. We're missing tier 1 yield. Why would I be missing tier 1 yields, actually? Wait, what? You're being brought in. Wait, what? Okay, sure, whatever. Also, you need modules. Just add it to the stack, I guess. That is good if you're looking for something slow, chill, and complex. I think we should have a K2SE monthly map. I did once, almost as a dare, almost as a bit, run a 2-month K2SE map, even though everyone knew going into it that no one was going to complete it in that time frame. It was a good time. Let's just increase that a little bit. Might as well increase you as well, just to make sure you're constantly running. Because apparently I do have the modules, I just don't have the bots bringing them fast enough. I'm a little confused. Go ahead and increase you to like 400. Okay. Well, at least you're running now. Yeah, it says they're being delivered. Bots just aren't bringing them quickly enough. Where are these modules at? Maybe they're in like storage chests and stuff. That would make sense. That would make sense. In that case, what I might do is just to make sure I draw the ones out of storage first, is I'll come down here and I'll do just a couple of all of the low tier modules. Just all of them. Just in case they get replaced. Yeah, there we go. Okay, maybe that'll help, maybe it won't, who knows. Who can say? Might try to no matter stupid is. Might try no matter how stupid it is if you do it over July, August next year. I mean, sure, I can't promise. Not gonna promise anything a year out, but like at the same time, I'm certainly not opposed. I never got very far in it. I think I did literally like 2 hours on that map, so I would enjoy having another go at it. Seriously, why are you just doing nothing? I have another one up here, I'm pretty sure. Are you also doing nothing? Oh, I don't make yield modules up here, actually. Maybe that's what you can do. You also need to be upgraded. And your modules need to be upgraded. Look at that. Anyway, let's set your recipe to yield modules. So keep them, and keep like 400 of them. And then down this way, we'll do yield tier 2s. And then we'll also keep like 400 of you, maybe? I don't actually know how many of the other one that I decided to keep. Let me actually put you over here. And then you can go back to being a thing. Reason being, make sure you trash, yes. Reason being, you're expensive, I don't want to request a whole bunch of ingredients into you, but I do want to be able to bump up the ingredients on this one. So let's do that. Okay, I'm still being told that I don't have enough chlorine over here, and I don't know how that's possible. It does look like now it's a supply issue, because we aren't able to keep all of the trucks going. Which means, maybe, just maybe, yes, these tanks are not full, okay. So we are somehow managing to keep all of our chlorine on track. You are 50% overflow, and we are keeping you at 50%. Okay, very nice. Love to see it. School holidays give me almost the entire 2 months off. Oh, well, that is a nice bonus. Let's see, I do have ECH in here. You're running. You're probably voiding. You're not actually. I guess you're all going to be used to make calcium chloride over in here. Does look like it. Okay. I mean, granted, we are filling up a pretty substantial buffer over here. Anyway, that should get some modules being made. And it does look like 1 or 2 got placed throughout here, but we're still missing quite a lot. It is what it is, though. So let's see. If I were to try and just napkin math this, I think 0.08 is reasonable. And if that winds up being, if I wind up undershooting, I can just build more, and if I've overshot, well, then I have a little extra capacity, who cares? So, 0.08, that's 150, let's make 150 machines. So, how many do I have so far? 34, okay. 34, huh? What do you end with? You end with the ester. So, let's get one that starts with the ester. And I have 34, so let's grab 16. Just to make it a clean 50. Once again, somehow I don't have the belt. That's confusing to me, whatever. Anyway, that gets me a clean 50. And then you start with Esther. And you end with Esther, but I can't quite grab you cleanly, just because of the way that you start. But that goes well off map range anyway. So let's just do that. Fix the pipes and the belts. And then start getting more radars and more build range over this way. Let's pop you in there. And one below. And let's get a radar in here. There you go. And with 150 of you, how much input are you looking to take? That would be, well, 1.5 thousand brine. Or lithium brine. 1.5 thousand, okay. What's the plan for August? August is going to be the first 2.1 map. So just basically a normal run-of-the-mill map. Something to help come down from Nullius a little bit. But mostly to test out the new 2.1 features and give them a try. I've got to be honest, I probably won't be playing the August map because I'll likely be continuing Nullius well into August. I hope I finish Nullius in August, I'll put it that way. Okay, so 150. So times 10, so 1.5k. You output. Oh my god. You output 1.2. I need 1,000 distillery 2s making lithium brine if I want that much lithium. I don't think I care that much. I don't think I care that much. I'll continue expanding it. We're already out of brine. I cannot continue producing that much brine. So, let's see. What did I start with? I start with a brine. So let's get one that ends with a brine. And I'll just continue to the edge of map view, and then call that good. However many that is however many I'm gonna have. Let's see. Right there. Okay, all cool. And hopefully that gets built without any issue. And let's go ahead and get the beacons piled on down as well. So pop you in, you in, you in, you, and you, and then we're out of range. So as they fill things in, I'll have to fix it later, maybe. The next big overhaul, that is probably not for a while. The reason being, if you think through the months, we've got August, which is going to be 2.1. Okay, depending on big overhaul, I plan on running the Dosh Spaghetti mod, the one by Code Green. I plan on running that in September, though I might hold off and do it come November, because usually November and December are my like kind of goofy, wacky maps. But all the same, that's usually because I expect not much participation. But I think people would actually like to play the spaghetti map, so I was thinking of doing that in September. But I don't know, I guess if something interesting comes along for September other than that, I could be persuaded. Let's go. That's the plan. That's the plan. Okay, so I do need more brine, because these are already starving. So what is each of these tiles getting me? Also, I'm out of room, I just realized. I'll have to start doing them maybe on the bottom running that way, though if I need phosphate ester and maybe some chlorine production stuff, I was trying to leave that open. I guess I have plenty of open room down here. I'm going to go ahead and put these mines in, because if I don't, I am going to forget, and then I'm just going to be out of bauxite at some point, and then I'll be sad. See, can't quite do that there, so I'll bring you down this way. Pop something over here. Just go ahead and get rid of that. And just bring build range down this way. And get rid of all of that. That should give me build range over most all of this, I think. Maybe I do need to come in just a smidge. So let's just surround it. Where would you be? A little bit in the way. So I'll back off to here. And there we go. That should give me build range over this whole thing. Once it's placed, at least. And if not, then I'll deal with it then. So let's see. Go to the edge. There you are. Down to the bottom. And then just start dragging it around. Have to check the edges there. Yeah, there was a little outside of range. Ooh, and one more. I thought that was gonna be it. There we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and just upgrade all of these belts. And down this way. Okay. Pick up the excess. Oh, and I forgot to upgrade you. So let's get you in here. Also, you have to do something. Okay, you have to do more than that. Let's have you go this way, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. You come up here, get shoved into a splitter, and then join this way. You're in good company because we're going to have a splitter over there as well. You also will come up and join in, though I think that's plenty for one belt. And then you come in, go that way, and then you go. Okay, so those should be fine. I'm going to take the opportunity to make sure you are merged in here. And then each one of these sides, I want to balance. So actually, let's go ahead and break that. Because I'll just underground you... Nope, nope. Still did it wrong. I'll just underground you there. And then lane balance you here. Bring you in, bring you out. And if I'm using underground belts, I might as well get my money's worth out of them. Usually, is it worth it to lane balance your mines? Probably not. But, you know, this is a direct belt into consumption, so actually backing up into the mines is kind of a concern. Something I'd rather not do. Okay, so you're up here. You're still kinda kicking, but I think it is time that I splice in a little new life into here. So let's see what I can do. So I can put you here. Run you that way, then have priority input from the bottom. And priority input from the bottom. There we go. Okay. Should be fine. And then, back this way, I'll throw a temporary little splitter to make sure everything's okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, it's fine as is. Okay. Just waiting on that to get built. And we do have just a smidge that's still outside of build range, though once these robo parts are placed, that should be fine. Okay, this is still outside of build range, so I will help over here as well. Let's get that placed in. And that placed in. And might as well continue this direction as well. There we go. Okay. How have the modules been coming along? Slowly. I'm also missing a lot of pipe somehow. Whatever. We'll get there eventually. We do have lithium coming in, though. What can I even do with lithium at the moment? Not really anything, it looks like. Like it'll be useful in the next tier of Both. It's useful in the next tier of solar panels. We use it to make breeder cells. A little terrifying, but exciting. Batteries. I can use you to make batteries. Okay. And I don't have that yet. So pretty much batteries at the moment. Let's go ahead and just shove you into a supply depot. There we go. So you go down, and then you go up and up. Yeah, I'd love to hit the little logistics toggle, but until the bots actually come out and build it, and they're a smidge busy right now, I can't really do that, so it's good enough for now. Let's see, all of my ores are still doing okay. How's sulfuric acid? Still sitting at 0. Let me look for sulfuric acid elsewhere. Okay, I do provide sulfuric acid down here, but we are empty. And since you have an 80 priority, we really should use you before we use the other sulfuric acid anyway. Yeah, so sulfuric acid is pretty much empty. These are requests. Requests, yeah. So it does look like we need to be making more sulfuric acid. I'm not making nickel up here anymore, so these tanks aren't anything. As much as I would love to have them, I think it would be a little silly to try and set that up, though I guess I could. I could, actually. Funny enough, I could just throw temporarily a little fuel depot this way. Not fuel, a fluid depot. Connect you in, and then pipe extents 13, so you're fine, and connect you in. So is that hardly even worth the effort? Absolutely, but you know what? It'll get done. Okay, so down here, you are full on nickel. So that's one of the reasons we're not making more sulfur dioxide. That's fair. Hmm. I do wish we would be voiding with hydrochloric before we were voiding with sulfuric. But I do also need this for science, so I have to prioritize some coming out this way. And the way I built it, that just means that the sulfuric acid one gets priority here. Which is a little unfortunate. Anyway, that's all the sulfuric acid that I have. Let's see if I can make you on purpose. I know you come from volcanic gas. 1/5, 1/5, and 1/5. Okay. So no matter what, it is 1/5, so I don't have to worry about that when choosing a recipe. Oh yeah, when I cook gypsum, I get a little bit of sulfuric acid. Is that not running for some reason? All of these things are like, eh. They're mostly repeats. The box stuff is repeats. Yeah, pretty much the only thing that's going to give it to me is gypsum or volcanic gas. So I will check gypsum first, because we were just over there. Let's see, gypsum, there you are. Okay, so we just don't have a lot of gypsum coming in, surprisingly. That is quite surprising, actually. We do have enough that this isn't running, so that's fine. We aren't making it just to avoid it. Looks like it's mostly coming from calcium carbonate at this point. Just making sure you're actually able to run and empty. Does anything else give gypsum? Because I could have sworn there was more gypsum in here somewhere. Let's see. Calcium carbonate, yes. When I make sodium sulfate. That is just a recipe for gypsum. Okay, that is the recipe I run up above. And then I can make gypsum. Oh, when I make phosphoric acid, I produce gypsum. Okay. That's this right here. So you also produce gypsum when you run. Okay. The only problem with most of these processes is that they give the gas back, but they also take sulfuric acid, so they are still a lossy process. Yeah, okay. I just need a little more volcanic gas separation, I guess. You're stuck on boric acid. Boric acid I can use to make hardened glass, or boron. I don't imagine there's a way to avoid hard glass. How about boron? No, actually. There is no way to avoid boron. So, what if I use volcanic gas separation 1? That just gives me air and carbon monoxide. Okay, so maybe I need a little bit of the first recipe running also. Yeah, because you are completely stuck. It's just a matter of where I can shove you. Maybe I just convert a couple of the existing ones. I'm sure I had you to some particular ratio for boric acid, but I did just upgrade you not long ago, so I could literally change half of you if I really wanted and still have the exact same amount. So what if I go for like 8? Just start from here, change you to the first volcanic separation. All of your fluid outputs are the same. Okay, just had to check. Where does air go? Oh, okay, it's vented down there. Oh, cool. I produce air up top, but honestly, it would be much more trouble than it's worth to try and shove this air into here. Much easier to just let this all run. Okay. You still have boric acid in you, but that's just a, because you're stuck inside and can't get out. That's fine. I'll go ahead and leave your inserters, I guess. Some of you don't work correctly, it looks like. No? Okay. Why don't you highlight? You highlight. Why don't you? One, two, three. You should highlight. Sure, it's fine. Okay, you highlight if I copy you, just not like that. Okay, whatever. Anyway, they're running. That should be producing a good bit of sulfur dioxide. Maybe what I'll do, I can't circuit connect you, but I can put a tank in the middle. Can I fit you? Yes, I can. Okay. And then I'll just have to feed you along the machines, maybe? Yeah, I guess that's fine. Oop, missed one. Okay. And now, you here. I only want you to run. I don't really care about carbon monoxide. We get that from other places. The air is just voided, so I'm really just running you for sulfur dioxide. So let's say you only run if sulfur dioxide is below 100k. But I do want to leave room for these other guys to run. I don't want them to back up, and I certainly don't want to be voiding sulfur dioxide. That seems silly. There we are. Hopefully that deals with the problem there, and if not, then I'll have to come and deal with it. I do think that's everything, though. Just waiting on bots to actually come in and place it. We're also missing several hundred pipes somehow. Really not sure how we're still missing pipe. How are you missing power also? Who knows? Anyway, pipe. We have so many assemblers making pipe up here. And they are all running. Yep, they are all running. Some of you stop at 100. That's not correct. Make sure I swap all that out. How about you? Okay, you stop at 250, 250, 250. Okay, so I did do that one correct at least. Yeah, maybe I just need another pipe. Let's just do that. Yep, you even share titanium sheets as an input ingredient at least. Also, why are you not running? Because you've hit your limit. Okay. I mean, fair enough. Same here, same here. Okay. Let's go ahead and bump you to 200. I probably have another one making robot frames somewhere. See if I can find it. No, I actually don't see another one making robot frame tier 2s. Okay, well, fair enough. So let's see. You are producing, you're just going quite slow. Granted, I did need quite a lot of pipe for that area I built off to the west earlier. We're also not making much progress on solar panels. Let me see if those are just broken or something. Nope, they're just incredibly slow. Okay. Just real slow. What if I just gave you a beacon or something? Can't really fit another one in, not one that would reach you at least. But at the very least, 2 80% is still more than one 100%, so you are still better than a large beacon. Does look like we needed more pipe tier 3s also, so that's a nicely placed beacon, I guess. Okay, I did notice that some of these over here, somewhere, there we are, you are still tier 2, and you have the wrong tier of productivity and use. Let's deal with that. Okay, so that's all finished. We have boxes of lithium building up. And while I wait for that to work, I think I will come and see if I can help glycerol any again. Take sodium hydroxide. I think it might be worth it to upgrade these inserters here to the greens. Yeah, each one of you takes 8 per second. So that is at least a blue, if not a green, yourself. Oh yeah, I also need to upgrade the belt. Just definitely. If each one of these is 8 by itself, it only takes like 5 machines to run out. There we go. And there's 44. So let's see, 44. Okay, it's not 8, it's 7, just to be fair. Also, you have tier 1 prods in you, so if I upgraded you, which I definitely should, then that'll maybe dip just below 7. Make sure all those get upgraded as well. All of you, and you. And you. Everyone gets an upgrade! Hooray. So anyway, that does seem to help out with the belt at least. Let's see. Hey, you're mostly running full-time with just a single blue inserter, so that's nice. But yeah, so with 7 at a time, then 45 would be 5 machines, so for every 5 machines I need a whole nother blue belt. So with 44 machines, yeah, I need 9 blue belts. Well, it's a good thing I've got a road up here. I think I can finally start consolidating some of these. We have enough hydrochloric acid up here. I can also throw you in a tank, maybe. Let me go ahead and upgrade your pipes. Well, I don't have pipes already. And if I throw a tank on here, it doesn't actually help anything. So let's see if I can just get a large tank. Okay, I can put a large tank on this end. And then 2 pipes, that's for 2 pumps. It doesn't quite work, okay. I can do the pumps over this way then. So, overflow and top up. All my... the pumps are all unidirectional though, so that actually doesn't work very well at all. So let's just break that. So if I have something, I do want it to be over here. Yeah, I just didn't want to build in the way of these belts up here. But I guess I don't have all that much choice. I'll just try to be as kind about it as I can. So there we go. Actually separate you with the pump there. And as soon as that gets placed, I'm going to deconstruct some of these in the hopes that that's fine. Let's go ahead and get a request depot. Well, okay, so you're full on wastewater. I'll have to deal with that shortly. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right after this roboport, I can just break that actually. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll go after 6 since they are in pairs. Wait, what? Let's just do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so on down the way. Oh yeah, I wanted to delete some of these. Since you should be able to be emptying now. Do like that many. Okay, so I do want a new one like right here also, so let's get rid of this one on the end. And then maybe I won't get rid of you. And there we go. That should be connected still. Yes, it is. So you can be here, and you're going to request sodium hydroxide. Just like you are. Just like you are. And then let me grab the inserters here. Now, of course, obviously, I'm not making this much sodium hydroxide, so the remaining sodium hydroxide is going to have to come from somewhere. I don't quite know where yet. There we are. We can break you. And let's just keep on keeping on. So you go there. You have a roboport in the way, so you'll actually have to go the opposite direction. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So also another one just for these last little two right here, because of course there is. Yeah, good night, man. Have a good one. Can I move this down? Just a smidge. Just so you're the same as all the others. There we go. Okay, so that should be going in. That's going in. Going in. Everyone's all cool. Okay. I don't think I made any mistakes. I'm just trying to double check. All of them look like they have 3 groups of 2, so it should be good. Still missing 142 pipes, and once they're all placed, hopefully this alert goes away. So let's give all of you, like, 8 trucks. No idea how many I'm really going to need, so just kind of putting a number in there. There we go. And then you don't need 16 anymore, you can also be 8. So hopefully that increases the amount of glycerol that I'm able to produce. I wouldn't really hold my breath though, but we'll find out. Okay, so what can I do to make more sodium hydroxide? Sodium hydroxide is only made from brine or saline electrolysis. And unfortunately, both of those recipes also result in chlorine. Chlorine that I'm barely holding steady by just avoiding tons and tons of calcium carbonate. Why am I using so much calcium carbonate for other things? Lime is doing something. Actually, it looks like I need a lot more lime throughput. So let's go down and down, and up and up. We're also going to need power down to you, so let's do that. Okay, so those guys are fine. In theory, if I need more crushers, I could move this roboport back. How many are you capable of handling? So 3.3, so that's 13, like 13 and a half-ish on each side, so that's like 27 total. I might as well upgrade you to be able to handle the blue belt you have coming in. So if each block of 4 is 12 plus 1.6. That's 13.6. Yeah, 13.6. So then 27.2. And then one more 13 gives me close enough to a blue belt. So let's grab that. Those belts are in the way. I will have to move them. Let's see if I can just green underground out of the way. Oh yeah, with ease. Doesn't even hit the length limit. There we are. Just gotta wait for it all to actually get placed. Okay, we have finished pipes apparently, but I still have a pipe length warning, so I guess I have to go actually pay attention to that. Before I go, I do want to make sure this gets built correctly. Let's hope we have a big swarm of construction bots bringing parts down. Well, at least they were able to pick it up well enough. I'd also go ahead and just raise you a smidge. Okay, does everything look good? We've got input, we've got outputs. Make sure that's connected. It is. You're connected. Everyone should be okay. Everyone should be okay. You were placed, but you don't have text anymore. That's too bad. That's too bad. Okay. I think what I want to do is something similar that I've done in a place or two. Let's do this. Input, input, and output. Let's go find like the bauxite one, for example. That just makes it easier. There we go. So where was that? There you are. Okay. So, let's see. I don't want to interrupt the flow of the belt, so I'm going to have you feed up, feed from 2 up. Again, I don't know if this has anything to do with where the inserter chooses to pick up from on the belt, so I'm just having fun. You are going to be calcite. And calcite has a higher stack size than 50, right? No, it's still 50, okay. And then you drop above and 2 above. Oh, you are filtered to bauxite. I wonder if any of the other ones have that same issue. I bet all of them do, actually. Now that I think about it, let me go look at that. Yes, you're filtered to bauxite. I'm very glad that I thought to look for that. Well, I guess bauxite's gonna be fine. Would it be hilarious if bauxite was not filtered to bauxite? And iron is gonna be up this way. There we are. Okay, that is all of them, I believe. Let's see. Over this way. There we are. So, calcite. 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 And you're never gonna believe it. I want some calcite. You're in a tiny little square of 0 robot coverage somehow. What if I just upgrade these roboports? I'm sure that'll deal with it. It's got to, I'm sure it will. Also, are you outputting anymore? No, you're no longer able to output, which does mean... Let's get rid of you. It does mean I do need my first green belt. So let's go ahead and get all of that upgraded. Get you upgraded, and you upgraded up into display. Again, would just like to sit here and watch the bots get it done before I leave, just to make sure it's actually working, and then I'll go deal with this pipe issue. You got this, come on. You can do it. I believe in you, bots, and of course they're placing that. Okay, now let's see, can you output? You're outputting a little bit. You're outputting slowly. I don't know if that would keep up with this machine running. Okay, you don't run that fast. Okay, that seems to be working just fine, actually. Go ahead and upgrade that. And I might as well go ahead and upgrade this to a green belt. Or I could just bring in second blue belt in. Do I have room? Yeah, I think I'd rather just bring a second blue belt in. That's going to be higher capacity than a green belt anyway. There we go. If I'm going to have to use an underground, I at least want to get my money's worth, you know? And just, in you go. And then just continue on down this way. Well, that's not very nice. That's not very nice at all. Well, I'll go ahead and do that, and then just bring you down. Maybe I'll underground you instead. I'm trying so hard to think of a way to do this that isn't just awful. Okay, crazy idea time. Let's grab you. Move you back here. There we go. Now I can remove that. You can come up this way. Then I can connect you there. Okay. So you should be fine. If anything, let's move you back. You connect just fine, and you connect just fine. Okay, so that should be 2 belts ready to come in. I just need to get the second belt down. There we are. And there we are. That should do just fine. Oh, and the buffer worked as intended at least, because at least we're not completely dead in the water here. Also, you backed up. We backed up on phosphorite? Really? Huh. Well then. What if I did this? I'm trying so hard. Okay, what if I only got one chest in here? Or I could put a... I could put a buffer here. And just raise you there. Like that. And then just delete all of this through here. Definitely don't want this. So let's go underground that far. Go ahead and fill in the little gaps in there, why not? Okay, then you're gonna come in here and output over there. I mean, okay, at least it's running again, but that is concerning. Also, let's make sure I set your filter correctly. And you as well. Okay. Well, I never thought that would be a problem. So... phosphorite. Let's go read logistics. And phosphorite. Let me make sure I spelled that right. Phosphorite. Yes, okay. Well, there we go. At least it's running again, and we do get very little from this. We just had a pretty big backlog. And now we do have limestone backing up again, which is what I wanted to see. Even though a lot of it's coming over here, just avoid chlorine, that's fine. Yeah, hopefully that's not a problem. If that continues to be a problem, well, not sure what to do about it. So this line is 121 out of 64, which is definitely not correct. We have it kinked into you. Okay, I can just separate you with a pump. That's no problem. So let's see, these guys should be producing pretty much non-stop. We're just making sulfur dioxide, and then you'll output into here. Everything is wired up, so... oh, I didn't bring it through. There we go. Now you'll stop if we hit 100k. Yeah, because that's less than half of what this container can hold, and 100k is quite a buffer. So what science are we missing? Physics. Physics? Why aren't you running? Output is full. Okay. We just don't have any in the system right now. There we go. Okay, now that that's backed up, I can go ahead and re-enable you. And I can probably do that for all of these guys. Okay, they do all have numbers on them, so they are all okay. You can be a purple. Not that you're slacking or anything, but, you know. Let's make sure you're fine. How many of these are up here? So we did fall below 1 per second on science up here when I upgraded the modules, so let's see if I can't expand you just a smidge. Oh, never mind. You're over 1 per second. Okay. We're cool. Okay, we're pretty solid now. Science is running, everything is cool. Speaking of science, well, first let me check this chlorine alert. But we just cannot keep you full of chlorine, and we cannot keep the other place empty of chlorine. But anyway, this is helping tremendously, if nothing else. Let's start looking at some of the other bacteria and stuff that I need to be producing. Not sure where a good place for something like that would be. This is the chemical area, so maybe I'll just continue below here. Seems reasonable. Let me check my new recipes. So the bacteria genome, for instance, is fairly expensive, but I don't think I need to run you more than like once. They're made in a nanofab, so let's grab a nanofab. I need nucleotides and something else. Okay, so that's way up here. What I'm thinking I might do is I might sneak you in here somewhere. Let's see, so here's nucleotides, right? So, if I come up here and do bacteria genome, and then algae genome, which also takes nucleotides and a bacteria genome. Okay, that's not nucleotides, whoops. Nucleotides is Pepsi, of course. Do we have wastewater? Anyone got any wastewater? Yeah, there's wastewater right up there. Okay, hold on. I grab you, horizontal flip. Much better. Okay, now I can just bring you in this way, and you can just be pipes. There we go. Oh, and connect you in. Okay, so that'll give me mostly nucleotides. The other stuff I can just bring in with bots. Actually, let me think about this for a second. Let me underground here. There we are. Break all of this and bring you down to here. There's a good reason for this. Attach into here, into there. The reason being, I do have another genome that I need to make. And let me make sure I put whatever my highest tier yield is in there, just in case I do need to make more of these in the future. I don't think I do, but just in case. Yeah, if I do need to make more of these in the future, I'll find a more permanent place for them. So let's put you here, and you're going to be algae genome. Algae genome, there you are. Oh, cool. And then that way, I can just run the wastewater up this way and connect you in. That's why I did it all a little funky up there. Now let's get a request you and a requester for you. All cool. And then provider and provider. So you will not run if we already have one in the system. I guess I'll keep two. And then same for you. You'll be logistics connected and you will not run if we have more than two. Yes. Okay, so that's all cool. I don't put physics research. I don't put physics research in the robot network. Oh no, I definitely do. I definitely do. What are you talking about? Yeah, we have physics research right here. What do you mean? Oh, that's actually kind of crazy. I guess this one inserter can't keep up with demand of all of the labs, so I guess I will upgrade you. So once you're upgraded, then I will have excess physics, and then that can go get delivered. I'd prefer to store you as the box stuff, so I will go ahead and limit this. Okay, so now we're gonna fill buffers, so we still might be a second. But I mean, eventually that will get delivered over here. I guess something I should do is grab a hologram. Pop you over there and you over there. Otherwise I will lose you if I come looking for you later. Definitely not getting those modules in before the first craft. Okay, we did get a delivery of the physics. So, let's see. Bacteria genome. You in there. Add the world. Logistics count. And you. So, bacteria genome. And then the same over here. So, grab you. Oh, well, you haven't been placed yet. That's weird. Wonder why I placed this one so much before this one. There you are. So, what even are you? Algae. So, algae genome. I think it's a genome? Genome. Okay. You only request one. Good. Anyway, they're running. They're good. We're just waiting on the first one of you, which should be on its way, I would think. Okay, there you go, and there you go. So, we have both of the genomes. They are running. Let's see what I do with you. Don't have that recipe. Don't have that recipe. Don't have that one. Yes, I'm making you. Okay, so you take sugar, cellulose, the genome, protocells, amino acids, fatty acids, and you're gonna make an algae progenitor. Good. And then... what do I do with that? Okay, so I can make algae here. So it takes mineral dust, algae progenitor, seawater, and air, and makes 2 algae. And then hopefully I have a recipe to make algae from algae. Algae spore. Yes. Okay. What is effluent? I have no idea. Ah, that's why I would want that recipe. I guess this is a waste product that is difficult to deal with. In fact, the only way I can deal with you is this recipe for the time being. Interesting. Okay. So I will eventually want some of you. You are an ingredient in things. I just don't want you right now. Okay. Okay. Well, now that I have the genome set up, I need both in a bacteria area and an algae area. So again, I think the protocell is something I only need to make once. I'm pretty sure. Or at least the recipe using the protocell. It looks like lots of things use the protocell, but this isn't like how I want to be making it. So you do take amino acids and fatty acids and sugar. I guess I should be providing these. The problem is we make them in such small quantities. If I try and put them into a provider, it's going to take an absolute eternity to fill the buffer. So I'd really rather not do that. Like, we make 0.08 nucleotides per second, and that's when the machines are running. This has no sugar. In fact, there's not very much sugar at all. Sugar is still held back by glycerol. Why is wastewater building up? I actually kind of half remember that being a problem. Wastewater comes down to this one outfall over here, so I guess that's just not quite enough. Let's see, I can put another one over there. Go ahead and run you this way. And straight down. Yeah, sodium hydroxide. Waiting on sodium hydroxide. Okay. How can I make more sodium hydroxide? You're just waiting on a module, okay. We're down to only needing 89 modules, so that's pretty good progress. Sodium hydroxide, there you are. So we do make an absurd amount of sodium hydroxide, but we are eating it faster than I produce it all the same. Is there nothing else I can do with chlorine? So, hydrogen chloride, hydrochloric acid. Yeah, it can be made into saline water with caustic solution, but caustic solution costs the stuff that I'm trying to make. Oh, I do get a better recipe for sugar soon. Okay. Oh, it's not very far away at all. Okay, I just need botany, science, and microbiology, so let me just tough it out for a little longer on the assumption that this will solve all my woes. Does mean I need these two sciences first, though. Microbiology is made from... Wait, seriously? Okay, so I do need the genomes. I do need a source of the genomes. At least, yeah, I need the algae genome, which then needs the bacteria genome. So, okay, I do need a source of those. Which, I mean, I assumed I probably would. I was just hoping I wouldn't. Okay. So, this area is free to sit here if it wants, but let's go ahead and get a bacteria area set up. So I'll start at the same height as these guys. And let me actually look through that one more time. Let's see. Algae progenitor, that's the one. And then microbiology. So bacteria is fine, algae is fine. Those are closed loop systems. I'm okay with that. But for every science, every microbiology, I do need an algae progenitor, which is going to need 8 protocells and an algae genome. Okay. Algae genome needs a bacteria genome. Yeah, so that's quite expensive. Okay. If I want 1 a second of those, that's going to be 12 chemistry science a second, and 6 physics research a second. Also, that's going to be 18 nucleotides a second, which I don't believe I make. Well, gotta start somewhere, so let's move you down 1, and let's get a requester in. I kind of thought I'd just find one. Whatever. So, requester for nucleotides. Those don't go into a provider yet, but, well, apparently they're gonna need to. There we are. Then we're gonna have wastewater coming out this way. So, let's see. Once the modules go in, they're gonna be substantially slower. Let's see, you're 1 every 30 seconds, but with all of the modules, you will be, yeah, 45% slower. So basically half. So let's say 0.015. Yeah, definitely gonna want beacons out here. Let's go ahead and get a few on order, just because I know I'm gonna need them. So that's going to combat some of that. That's going to give me back 20%. So I'm only going to be down a measly 25% speed. Which brings me down to 0.023, something like that. Let's say 22. So if I did 5 of you a second, that would bring me up to 11, 0.11. So 50 would be a little too much. What would 40 do? So times 4. Let's see, that would give me 0.088, and then that would be 88. So let's just say 46. So go ahead and do this to make you tile a little nicer. You need inserters. That is true. That is true. You don't really have room for inserters with the substations here. Oh, welcome back. Today it's cooler today at 66F. Hey, that's pretty nice. I'd say 66 is just about perfect weather. For me, at least. Like, that's very nice go outside and take a walk weather. Okay, how many items? 1, 2, 3. So you have 3 items, so that's at least 2 belts. Let me move you. Pop you over here instead. You can go into there. I know I was trying to do tiling and all, but give me just a moment. Get this worked out. There, I can grab 4 from that whenever I want. So, I can output on the bottom. Nope. You need to move. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I guess I can just see it. Can't I? Not if it's a ghost. Not really, okay. Looks like right there. And if not, close enough. Okay. Not sweating constantly. Yeah, that's usually a nice benefit. This also needs to come down a smidge. There we are. That way I can get a built through here. There we are. Make sure these are longs, and that you alternate. There we go. Okay. We're like most of the way there. So 2 belts on the back. 1 and 2. And then you're going to do basically the same thing. Well, you know, it would be easier to just start over. So, let's do that. Each one of you must drop further. And then the ones on the outside, let's make them pick up further. Oh, cool. Okay. Now as for your actual inputs, the thing you need the most of is green science, so I guess I'll have a belt to that, and then the other belt will be nuclear science and empty canisters. This is the most absurd belting that I've ever done. I've never tried to use expensive science packs as ingredients for a more expensive science pack, but it is very interesting. So that's... There. You can go there. So this one can be... Actually, that's a little inconvenient the way that's worked out. But oh, I don't want to go too far down. So I guess what I could do is break you. And does it work if I try and put you up here? That might work. Okay, it works if I get rid of you. And then you live over here. Okay, so these two are the ones that share. So they're going to come up this way and in. And then this one can come down this way. So this one can be physics. You're gonna have to go in a box. Because I shipped them out in a box still. Okay. Well, that's fine. So... Physics, science, boxes. You go away. And then let's grab a unboxer. Right there. And then that inserter just gets to move. There you are. You output to the inside, I guess. And then you get to just be normal. Don't imagine I need more than one truck for you, though I'll revise as necessary. Empty canisters, same deal for you. You also do not go on to a truck, so I'll have to figure out what to do with you. Go ahead and make it 2 trucks. And then this one is green science. And you get to be 4 trucks to start with. There we go. And we'll see how that does. That being said, let's get empty canisters into a supply depot. Okay, there's no reason you need to be going into a supply depot. So let's have some fun. You can output upwards, and go into a red chest. Then we get rid of you, and then we have a requester chest. You pick up from the side, and you're going to be empty canisters. There we go. And then we'll just restrict you to like a single row. Also, I have to turn logistics spots off, otherwise they'll go back and forth. That'd be funny. Not quite what I want though. So let's see, they should be bringing you in, yeah? Okay, there was a delivery. We got 2. It says on the way 50, okay. Let's increase this. Keep like 400 in here. Now, the other trucks, they shouldn't have any trouble. Okay, we actually have to get the trucks down here first. That should be fine. And we have to put nucleotides into something. So let's see. Nucleotides are actually already being requested. Nope, that's methanol. Never mind. So where do I make nucleotide? That's nitric acid. There we go. Okay, let's give you a holographic sign as well. Okay, so you come down this way. So let's get a fluid provider shoved right over here. You're actually right on the way, so let's move you over that way. Okay. That's gonna be nucleotides. Very good, very cool. Okay. I'm sure amino acids we will also need. Let me double check. Yes, we need you for the algae progenitors, so let's also get amino acids in here. Might go ahead and move you up this way. Amino acids are a little trickier to get out. What if I just move you? Yeah, that works. Okay. That's fatty acid. I also need fatty acids. That is true. So let's get a fluid depot up this way. So fatty acid can go in there. Or amino acid. Okay, I am storing amino acid, I think. That's what this pipe is. Yes, it is. Okay. You're limited by glycerol, however, so not a lot of you going on. Okay, so nucleotide. Nucleotide. We're gonna do circuit. Nucleotide. Nucleotide. Okay. I am, of course, going to have to give you a circuit connection for that. That shouldn't be too bad. I intend on just grabbing a small tank here, putting you in line, and then reading off of you. Oh, right. Let's go with a math guy. There we go. And then I'll put into you, and then you into you. So your max storage is 20k. So let's go nucleotide. We want to divide by 200 then, right? Yes. Because it would be... We want to divide by the number that is 20k divided by 100. That way we get a percentage output. Now nucleotide percent. There we go. makes sense that this would be empty. You also need amino acids, which I may or may not have broken for you. No, okay, you're running just fine. Okay. So, amino acids. Let's get you a hologram up here. And we're going to do exactly the same thing. Going to grab a tank. Shove you right there. Pipe extents might be an issue. 28, 59. Let me just go ahead and throw a pump on the side. Alright, let's grab you. Connect you in, and then change whatever you input and output. There we go. And your name is going to be different. So this is amino acids. So circuit count. Is it just amino? Yes, it is. So amino %. And then we're just waiting on all of those to get placed. Okay. New silicon production method. Okay, so waiting on nucleotides, that's gonna be a minute. That is the only thing we're waiting on though, so that's cool. Yeah, not sure if 2 trucks is going to be enough for those guys, but we'll find out. Can pretty easily increase the number. Okay, nucleotides. What can I do to help you? You need sugar. That kind of figures. Which needs more glycerol. So, glycerol needs sodium hydroxide. Just sodium hydroxide, huh? Well, okay. Is there any way I can amp up the amount of sodium hydroxide that I'm offering? Also, where is it? There we go. Maybe you also need a little hologram, so you're easier to find. Let's get a combinator. There you are. And I'll just read chlorine from you and then into you. So you have a max capacity of 60k. So we're going to change you to 600. And then you're going to be chlorine. And unfortunately, I can't set you until you get placed, so we just gotta wait around. There you are. Okay, so chlorine. Read circuit. You are chlorine %. There we go. I wanted divide. Okay. All cool. Maybe I'll do the same thing over here for sodium hydroxide then. All of these guys are running at full speed. Only thing I could maybe do, because I certainly can't jam more of them into here, I could either make another area that handles saltwater and chlorine and everything, which just does not sound that fun, or I could upgrade these to electrolyzer 2s. All the same, I do have a feeling I'm probably going to need a more expandable chlorine area soon. So I might just go out this way. Like, I am kind of tempted. What would it entail? I need seawater filtration, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Could even take advantage of some of the salt that I'm voiding, wherever that's happening, but I don't really care that much. I think I'll just set up more seawater filtration. Call it a day. Yeah, I mean, if it's not enough, it's not enough. So, it's almost enough. Like, it's nearly there. This area can then be reserved. Like, I don't have to mess with this anymore. This is just for keeping caustic and the acids going. So, let me see what I can do. So, I'll start with seawater and work my way down. I am very quickly going to run into this mine over here. Kind of the problem. Let's see. Let me copy this. And just start making my way down here. And one more. Okay, so that fills in the set. And then we'll just fill in a little bit this way. Just go ahead and have it prepared for us. I guess I might as well just copy that. And then I can just run you this way. There we go. Okay. So while the bots work on that, let me see what I want to do. So let's get some hydro plants. I do specifically need saline water, and this is still the most reasonable way to get saline water that I know of. Those are uses. Actually, I do generate saline water up there. That is true. How is all this salt still working? So we are voiding you. Like, we are just straight up voiding you. Okay, I don't want to rely on this, though, in case I do someday start using that salt, because then I don't have enough saline water, and then everything kind of dies. And then I'm sad. So let's just grab a row of these guys, and start right down this way. So inputs on top, that is correct. Put you at about that height. And then just start working our way down. I'll even bring the road down, because that seems important. Where can I actually get another road connection out? Like, what if I did a road connection out this way? And there we go. Might as well just keep it going this direction, and then we'll hit in here. I'm not that worried about the belts. The belts can do whatever. Everywhere else I've been undergrounding the roads, but I don't really care right now. Let's not worry about it. So we have one input to two outputs. You should be the same. Let's see. You are made to stop at a certain amount. I don't really mind. I guess if that gets in the way, then I will deal with it. Let's wire all of these in. There we go. And get some undergrounds in place. I forgot to say please. Okay. So this is the correct way round, and we need seawater, which can only be gotten from seawater intakes. So each one of you takes in 200. Seawater intake can do 500. Okay. So each one of you is 2.5. There's a lot of water out this way. So I might start my seawater intakes like over this direction. Let's not do that. And let's not do that. Okay, so that is enough for 30 machines. 30 machines should be more than enough, and if not, I have plenty of room to continue it. So let's see, I might as well just make 30 maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Each one of you does 140 saline. How much does a single electrolyzer up here deal with? Hold on, this is why we have things. There we go. So each one of you does 78. So, not a very nice ratio. Hold on, so you're 70 for 1 second at a speed of 1. You're 52 at a speed of 1. Okay, well that's why you don't work very nicely. So be it then. Well, I guess I will go ahead and grab a couple of those though. Also, this is finely placed. Let's do hydroxide. And you can just be logistics count, I think. Also, what? Oh, I tried to get rid of the ghost. There we go. So, hydroxide. I'll add the sodium, why not? So right now this is my total global sodium hydroxide count, but actually once I have the other place going, that won't be quite right. So let me go ahead and grab a reader, and then connect you up. And then I'll remake you as a count, circuit count. There we go. And if I'm doing that, I might as well set you as a percentage. Percentages are just nicer to look at. There we go. So let's see. You have 80 slots. You stack to 100. So I just want to divide by 80 then? Because if you only stack to 1, then that would be 80, right? There we go. What are you? Signal M. I guess M would be maximum capacity. I guess. Percentage. Read circuit. There we go. So yeah, when you get to 800, that'll be 10%, right? Okay, well, they just came and took some, but anyway, that does look correct. Like if all these were arranged across the top, we would have nearly one full row. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rows. So yeah, nearly 10% does ring true. Okay, let's just leave that alone and come back up this way. You do have quite a lot of wastewater. Let's see, it's 1/5. So for each one of these, I should have 100 voiding. So if there's 12 of you, that would be at least 3 tier 2 outfalls. I also might have a tier 3 outfall. I think I do. You can do 1,000 a second. Do I care? I might as well use one. Why not? So I'll do 2, because 1's not quite enough. And in you go. Okay, that is the wastewater, so that's fine. Wastewater I can actually recycle into more saline if I wanted. Yeah, I could. Well, then it just turns into sludge. And then there's not a lot of good ways to get rid of sludge. So I don't really care. I think we're okay. Well, let's start putting electrolyzers down and seeing how it goes. So I'm gonna try and get them into this same cell in here, though they do have an item output, which makes them a little tricky to work with. So if I put you here, then same deal. Let's say chlorine gets to be 2 tall, and then the saline gets to be 1 tall. Then I can just connect saline in right there. And then I'll mimic it on the front. So oxygen gets to be 2 tall, and hydrogen is 1 tall. And then again, just connect them up. Make sure we get enough to get a good tile going. So at least that many. And let's see, you produce 1.5 second, which a purple should be perfectly happy to deal with. And I'll just put you in front of the hydrogen connection. So you reach forward 2. And let's make sure to alternate you. There we go. And so, if I'm a 10, that would be a yellow belt. So let's aim for 30 for a red belt. So, okay, I only have 9. And there we go. Ooh, I don't want that underground up there. There we go. Knew there was going to be something wonky. There's going to be another one when I copy you again, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, so that is all of my science so far completed. I guess I can queue you, which is going to give me a new volcanism. Tier 2 extractor. Okay. So I do have more science out this way. Isotope separation. Okay, you seem important. Let's make sure I get you. And then I'll go for mining productivity. Okay. Let's see. 33 out of something. So once that gets placed in, probably around 50, but it's 50 out of 670, so I think we are A-okay. Let's continue pulling this pipe over. Connect you guys in. There we are. And let's just get a connection right there. Okay. So that's going to produce hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine, and sodium hydroxide. Let's bring the sodium hydroxide into the right. That way I can continue expanding to the left as far as I want. Now the chlorine, I can load and ship out, of course. But I think we're probably at about the point where I don't really need much more chlorine. There's a recipe in here literally called the chlorine sink. That's funny. It takes plastic, though. Let's see, plastic, 2 different types of weird landfill, and a whole bunch of chlorine, and then it makes tan landfill. I mean, that is pretty funny. Let's see, I do have this recipe for lime boxes, chlorine, water. That'll make calcium chloride solution and oxygen. Already gonna have oxygen over here, but might as well. And I can just dump calcium chloride, that's not a problem. I do wish there was a way it didn't take lime. So this is 3 lime to 50. Okay, so you're exactly the same, never mind. That is calcium chloride 2 that I'm already using, and this is calcium chloride 2 box. Okay. Fair enough. What is the original calcium chloride recipe then? Oh, you take just chlorine and lime. Okay, let me actually go update my existing recipe, because I'm pretty sure I'm using the first calcium chloride recipe, which takes hydrochloric acid. Yeah, I am. Look at that. It does mean I'm going to have to get lime up here. Don't think that'll be a big deal. I am breaking that so that it'll clean the belts for me. Let me just confirm the other recipe is lime specifically. Yes, lime and water, and you output oxygen. Okay. So a lot of this changes. Okay, let's go ahead and run a lime belt this way. Where can I squeeze you in? Where does this come in? So, over there. Okay, if I come in on top of graphite, I do just barely fit. I can just do that. There we go. So we'll have to underground here. And then once more over here. Don't do that. And there we go. Okay. Oh, and of course there's pipes and power poles in the way. But it's fine. We got there in the end. Okay, so where do I want to be? You want to be this right here. Okay. Let's go down one and then into there. Might actually just grab you, put you like right there instead, feed you up, and then feed you in. There we go. That's a little neater. I guess if I want to be neat, it would actually be over there. Okay, cool. Now, calcium chloride 2. So you need water and lime. And you output oxygen instead of carbon dioxide. I don't know why I'm breaking these pipes. I still need the pipes. They're just going to be oxygen now. There we go. What I need to break is this connection this way. Actually, there's oxygen literally right there. And there we go. So still need water, you need chlorine. This is used for something over this way, so I won't need to move you. I do have chlorine literally right here, though. Let's see. So let's grab you and move you over this way. Actually, I'm already sending hydrochloric acid that way. So, where do you go? Down this way, okay. Like, if caustic wasn't there, this would be great. Since caustic has to be right in the way, not as great. So, I might actually go ahead and do you, because why not? There we go. And then just connect you over that way. All of this can go away. That all stays the same. We can avoid that so that we don't contaminate pipes. In fact, let's go ahead and get the oxygen connection down this way. There we are. And then water's... that's saline water. That's a shame. Would have worked out really nicely if that was just regular old water. You don't have a pipe attached to you. That's unusual. Okay, I do make water up here. Just regular old water. Just a matter of getting you down. Okay. Go ahead and start doing this sort of thing. Just get some of this area upgraded. I have the extra pipe. I might as well get it in place. There we are. And we're still not even missing any. What do you know? Okay. Little tricky to get you in there. Oh, I can just come up this way, though. Make sure to patch in the corners. You're all cool. Okay, that should be water taken care of. Should be. Let's give you one speed module each, and a speed module over here to make up for the input. Just because I am going to be drawing a little more water out of this system now. I don't actually know how much. Each one of you is another 100, actually. I might need more than just the speed module for that. That's going to be another 700 water. Yeah, that's another 2 of these guys. Wastewater's fine, because you're the one producing the wastewater. Just don't lose where it's going. Okay, so wastewater is coming down this way anyway. Actually delete you in order to get the extra length. But there we go. Bring you in, bring you up, and bring you out. Then of course, let's grab a substation. Just make sure you have power. Oh yeah, and then we need 2 more of these guys. So let's get them in place. And you need a speed. There you go. Okay, that should give me enough water to run the new sodium hydroxide recipe. At least as soon as I give it a chlorine connection. Let's see if I can drop you one. That way I can connect right there. Just barely, but it does work. At least once the bots put the pipes in place, it will work. I'm so happy to have something that now just directly avoids chlorine. That's incredibly nice. I do actually want to come down here now, since this is overflow. I don't want to be spending chlorine if I don't need to. So you have no power. But that actually works out because this power pole wants to be up here. Makes it nicer anyway. So anyway, let's grab a line from you and try and find somewhere I can run you. Literally nothing. Okay. Where would this substation want to be? It would want to be right there, which it actually can be. That is fine. And I bet I can run a wire of chlorine down to there without too much difficulty. There we go. And then I guess I just need a power pole down this way that I can connect into. So the whole idea here is I still want this overflow here. So we only void if we're overflowing, that just makes sense. But then I only want to continue I only actually want the void if we have enough chlorine. So if we're overflowing on chlorine, then cool. Otherwise, we are just wasting chlorine. Let's say like that much. As long as you're less than that, as long as you're more than that. There we go. So I'm perfectly cool to fill up on calcium chloride solution. That doesn't matter anymore. You're not going to consume my acid. We can build up on caustic as much as we want, and only if chlorine itself starts getting full do we have to dump you down this way. That's so wonderful because it takes all the pressure off the hydrogen chloride and the hydrochloric acid machines. It is just raw chlorine. Couldn't be happier. We've got a little bit of contamination on this belt. I don't know how, but we did. So let's clean you up. Yep, just waiting on bots. There you are, big ol' swarm. Thank you guys, and let's get that back in place. Hopefully they'll come and break this before someone comes and builds. Don't know why they decided to just leave this one square right here and go on vacation. There we go, okay. Now I don't have to worry about it. Also, hopefully this oxygen is actually going somewhere and isn't gonna just back up. So I guess this is the same oxygen line we connect into up here. Let's go ahead and upgrade those chimneys, just in case. Also, looks like we should be upgrading these inserters because they can take quite a lot of input. Oh yeah, that's a little more than my current line can sustain. So I think what I'm gonna do, I would like to upgrade the yield in you even. Yeah, that's a little more than I can manage, it looks like. So I think I'll do one of you and one of you. There we go. That way I can just copy and paste you around. Let's try not to get the underground pipes. I didn't get the left guy somehow. There we are. And now that makes a lot more sense. Until this very last guy. Then we just special case you. There you go. Alright, so those should be quite a bit faster now. Or at least be producing a little more. Maybe quite a bit's a little too extreme. Okay, I guess we're good. So, chlorine is holding just fine. Alright, let's continue with the electrolyzers over here. Or, what time is it? It's, almost 10. I might leave this as a project for next time, because one thing I did want to do is I did want to make sure I had a solid bacteria setup going. So, these guys are disabled. We did get apparently we got a delivery of nucleotides, which I was not expecting, honestly, but very happy to see. And let's see, how many of you did I need per second? So, around 30. Even with the modules. Even with the modules, around 30. Okay, that's not too bad. So let's say 34. This is 6. A little hard to grab the inserters and everything. Cannot build on shallow water. I forgot to say please. Okay, let's grab from you to here. And that does mostly kind of work. That doesn't underground for me, so I'll have to come in and do that myself. I guess I could have left the landfill in. In fact, let's just do this. There we are. Okay, so everyone's still all cool. Let's grab this and continue on. And it does look like you might tile. You just might tile. around the substations. Like, out of curiosity. You do. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that makes this whole process so much nicer. If you can just tile around the substations, oh, that's wonderful. Okay, anyway, that's 22. How much is one to the other? Looks like that's 10, but how many new do I actually get here? 7 new, so that would give me 29. And then 8 new would give me 37. So let's do that and then just scrape off like the last 3. Just, yeah, we can get rid of all that. So just to confirm, how many does that leave me with? 34! Knew it. Perfect, okay. Alright, we do need something to do with all the wastewater this is going to be producing. But I think something down the way actually needs saline water, so I might actually reserve judgment for a minute, and I might turn the wastewater into saline water. Even though we do have all this water over here. Anyway, that's enough to do 1 bacteria genome per second. Even though I don't have the production to sustain that, it is what it is. We'll work on that some other time. You're way better, but for now I have to do you. Okay, so you should be a little faster, so it shouldn't take as many machines. You take climatology and also nucleotides. So you are going to be fighting over nucleotides, and you do both produce wastewater. Interesting. So for the most part, I can just do exactly the same thing again. So if I take, let's say 20 here. Make sure you're at the same level. Then just put you right there. Nope, doesn't work because of the beacons. But I can put you there. And then we can lose the outside inserters. We just grab beacon, that's a little easier. Even if only a little. Even if only a little easier. Okay, there we go. So let's change the recipe now. You're going to make algae genomes. There we go. Okay, I can do this. Put you there, and then underground immediately. Connect in there. That's not a big deal. Oh yeah, and I don't want that in there, so I can just get rid of all of that. Go ahead and fill in all of this with landfill. Perhaps even a little more, just in case. Again, just kind of to mark the area as, like, reserved. Same there. Okay, so nucleotide should come in. Your only item input is bacteria, along with climatology research, so let's get a climatology research over here. So this output, what all do I do with you? You're only used in the 2 algae genome recipes and bacteria 1. Bacteria one takes sugar, protocells, other stuff. Okay. I have sodium hydroxide in here. I did completely forget that I was making sodium hydroxide up here. I did completely forget that. Well. Hold on. I know how to fix this problem. There we go. I've solved the issue. Let's see. Where was I? Okay, so if I'm producing chlorine up here, let's get a math guy up here. And a hologram. Even if that'll take a second, it'll be fine. Do I have another one of you? There we go. So let's copy you. Grab chlorine. There we go. And I might as well copy you in case it allows me to. That doesn't allow me to do anything. Yep, just waiting on deliveries. There's one guy. You're probably the math guy, though. Yep, you are the math guy. You've got the arithmetic circuit right there. So you're easy to set up. I would just like this to be constructed so I could actually build you. That would be cool. Oh, must be you right there. Boom, okay, so let's grab chlorine. You're going to be read circuit, chlorine percent. There we go. So we have plenty of saline water up this way. But if I begin expanding you, I don't know how long that will last. What do you start with? You start with water intake. Let's get someone who ends with water intake. Also, I have no idea how much I just grabbed. I just grabbed. That was 14. Okay, let's add another 6. There we go. That way I can say I added 20. So at 20, that's going to be... hold on, let's just say each one is 80 input. So then that would be 1.6 thousand apiece. So you do 230. Well, how many of you go into you? So 2 of you would be 160. And then a third would be about 140, but a little less. So like 230 something. 230 something. Okay. That means 3. Each one of you does 3. Especially if I come in here and give you an upgraded speed module. I almost didn't check the outputs before I did that, so let me be a little more careful. Okay. And there we go. So that should be all of you getting a speed upgrade. Pipe extents. Let's just do this for most of this area. Ooh, let's not get whatever that top thing is. Let's just do that. There we go. And then hopefully pipe extents are not something I have to worry about for a little while. does look like we should have enough pipe. It's not showing it missing yet, so unless it just hasn't made up its mind that it's missing, we'll be able to make that upgrade, no problem. Okay, while we are waiting for that to happen though, oh, there we go. They're upgrading across the top, even though I'd like them to upgrade down here first, but okay. Actually, water is a problem, so I guess it would be nice to have this done. Oh yeah, there's so many bots and they're so mad at me right now. At least there's plenty of places for them to charge at this point. Okay, so let's see. So I added 20. Every 3 is one of you. So that means I need to add 7 of these. But I believe there was every so many I need an outfall. Let's see. Every 10. Okay, let's just add 10 then. There we go. Connect you. Underground. Underground and underground. Okay, and then you have an outfall right there. And then you're gonna need 5 of these guys. So let's put you over there. In fact, is 5 still enough with the speed modules? Because that would be 2.4k. So you produce 2.5k. Okay, just barely. Just barely 5 is enough. This belt will probably need to be upgraded now. Let's see, there's 40, and yeah, you produce 1.5 a second, which means we're producing 60 items a second if you are running full uptime. Does a green belt even do that? 75 items a second. Okay, so green belt's fine. Let's go blue back to here. Then green, the last little way, maybe to like here. So let's make sure this all gets upgraded to at least blue. And honestly, the first little bit, probably to green. Oh, I don't need to upgrade this way. There we go. Nope. Just you, please. Come on. There we go. Okay. You are fine. Yeah, you come from down below. I didn't add to that. I only added up here. There we go. And I guess I can upgrade you to green. Okay. We're still getting construction bots coming in, but they might just actually be mad at me. Well, you say 144, so you're connected to a tank or something. Yeah, I don't know where you're connected to something. Okay, we got pumps there, pumps there. Oh, you're just still red pipe. Never mind. I am just silly. There we go. Now it should be better. It should be, at least. I really hope it is. Once again, kind of just waiting on bots to get down here, so I'm gonna assume that's better. I'm gonna assume that's fine. So that's going to make a lot more sodium hydroxide. Then I can ship that off and make a whole bunch more, what was it, glycerol, I think? Yeah, glycerol needs just a whole bunch of that. Where do you load? You load down here. So let's give you a holographic sign. You're going to have one of these guys to read your contents. And then, of course, an arithmetic circuit. There we go. Sure. There we go. Why not? So did that fix things? Are you still mad at me? There's still a few left to be upgraded. So the bots are still doing some work. Especially these down here. Yep, still just waiting on them to come in. Anyway. So you're cool. You do have this enabled condition, which I can just turn off or change pretty easily. You're also bacteria, which is not correct. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, anyway. Climate is in here. Don't know why it shows 11 when I'm specifically asking for 4. So let's do that and get rid of you. Might as well get rid of you also. All the same. How many per second do you need? Oh, you need a lot. Okay. So, 10. Well, 20 would give me 0.8, and then another half, so 25. I need 25 to get 1 per second. I have 20, so let's go for 26. There we go. Just because that way we get a nice, like, full tile. There we are. Let's go ahead and get the wastewaters connected, I guess. Just might as well. Even if I don't wind up using them to make saline water, it's still nice to have one big pipeline for them. And then, yeah, you just need the genomes and the blue science. So, let me think how I want to do this. I think I will keep a red chest, a single stack of the genomes over here. That way I can do stuff with them when the time comes. And then you can come down this way and in. There we go. You're not producing because you are limited. How high does the stack? Stack size 5. Weird. Okay. Maybe I'll do 2 stacks then. And then I'll go ahead and get this logistics connection removed. There we go. Oh yeah, that's gonna be expensive. That is gonna be expensive. They are running though, so that's good. I did notice that the pipeline warning is gone, so everything up here should be running again. 165 and 179, so yeah, we are A-okay up there. Not even close. Okay. That's for the caustic. Makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering why I was just randomly making fresh water down here. I've also got way too many well 2s up here. Well, okay, each one of you does 400, and each one of these is taking 500. I guess what I should do, since you have speeds in you, is just this, and then do that for you as well. And then I can get rid of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you should be perfectly in step with each other. Hard to tell, but it should be. Eventually it will be. Let's see, you're full on chlorine. I bet I'm just missing pipe. Yep. There's another. Okay, don't know how I wound up missing those, but glad I caught it at least. Go ahead and do the same thing up here for this guy. Just landfill out to show where he's going to expand into. Let's see, you do 559, you take 559. Yes, they are perfectly in step with each other. Very nice. So, you are coming in, and I can only assume that is more. I really don't know. Let's go circuit. What are you? Sodium hydroxide. Why not? Oh, I didn't set you up. That would do it. I don't actually know how many slots you have. Oh, actually, it tells me. So there's total capacity would be 8,000. So 8,000 items, so that doesn't seem right. You have 80 slots, you stack to 100, so that is 8,000, okay. So then I only want to divide by 80. Well, okay, you have 80 slots, this stacks to 100, so that makes sense. Okay. Wow, and I still cannot keep up with the chlorine demand. That's crazy. Green belts are pretty nice. They go pretty fast. I'm actually really surprised that these 3 green inserters are capable of keeping up with them. I mean, granted, I guess half of it is going off this way. Nope, okay. Full priority, full lane, right into here. That's just crazy. Okay, anyway. You should be able to produce. Let's get rid of your condition here as well. But you can begin. And I'll do the same thing that I did up here. There we go. Also, I guess I should come up here and get rid of these 2 guys. Ooh, I didn't want to do that. So before I do that, I do want to grab the bacteria genome guy and throw you up next to bacteria. And then I will do the same for algae genome. And pop you right there. And then these guys can just go away. Yep, there we go. Goodbye. So it is bringing in more climate science. But I did get some to craft at least. Oh yeah, look at that. There we go. We had a few. we had a few. No holographic sign yet, that's weird. What do you stack to? Still 5, okay. Alright, you look like you need an upgrade. Inexplicably. Guess I should probably upgrade these guys too then. Well, that gives me the algae genome. That means I can move on to algae progenitor 1. Though, what does you take? What does you take? Yeah, you can tell I've been streaming a little too long, I think. So let's see. 2 fluids, 5 items, 2 fluids, 4. Okay, so that's part of the reason I wanted to check. This recipe is substantially better, but it takes up a little more room. That would require 3 belts. This one requires only 2. Let's see, you take algae as a return, because algae progenitor will go down and make algae. Okay, you also take cellulose, so I guess I have to make cellulose in here. Go ahead and get cellulose made. That's sugar and solvent. Kinda wish I'd already had that made a while ago. Let's see, I have sugar up in this area. And it is kind of working. You kind of have glycerol. Even if the pipe... Oh, nope, that's wastewater. Well, these pipes are empty too, so... Like, you kind of have glycerol. But it does look like most of these are running. Yeah, we go way out here. And we're still running. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good distance out. Let's see. Granted, we have no more glycerol coming in, but well. Yeah, we're still mostly limited on sodium hydroxide, it looks like. And also, maybe 8 trucks just isn't enough. Let's bump you up to 12. Just all of you get to be 12. I don't understand why this one isn't sending any trucks out. Like, you have the drones. And of course the one up front. There we go. So with 80 slots, if each of those are 12, let me think about that. 5 would be 60, 6 would give 62. So 7 times 12 would be 4. Let's see, 14 plus 70 would be 84, so yeah. So 7 is where it breaks, so I can sustain 6 easily. Let me see how many I have. 1. Okay, so I do have 11. So I don't know if I'd quite be able to sustain that many. Just because I will run out of slots. Huh. Okay, let me move this out of the way. Actually, you might just reach. Yeah, you just reach. That's fine. In which case, Do you? No. But I can do that, and that's fine. Let's see where you reach. Hey, perfect! Look at that! You love to see it. Alright, anyway, let's get you moved down here. Put you over here. Well, you can actually handle this whole line, though. But I guess I'll go ahead and see what I can do. And I mean, in theory, I guess I do want to have more, if that's still not enough for production. So, what did I do up here? I think I needed... I think I only needed 5, but I added 10. Something like that. Let's see. 3 of you would be... If you were 80, 3 of you would be 240. That's 1 of you. So for every 3 of you, I need 1 of you. I have 30 of you, so I should be able to sustain 90 of these guys. I only have 40, so yeah, I could make way more of these. So I might as well go ahead and get at it. You start with hydrogen. So someone who ends with hydrogen would be right there. So how many extra was that? That was 38. So I have... how many total? 78 total. Okay, so I need to add another 22. Well, no, I don't want to go to 100. I want to go to 90, so I want to add 12. Okay. And in you go. So let's upgrade this to be green belts, just pretty much this entire duration. There we go. And at some point, we're still going to run out of room, and I'll have to just make this a secondary belt. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I know why. I'm recording. So I have run out of disk space, I suppose. Yeah, let me look at that for one moment. Okay. What if I do that? I'm just freeing up a little bit of space real quick. Now allow me to manually save, because that was kind of terrifying. There we go. Okay, I did check. I am completely out of disk space. If you didn't notice, I think that was like 112 kilobytes or something. Did not have it, so... so I just had to clear up space real quick. Well, that's something for me to do when I'm done streaming, I suppose. So granted, like I said, I am just recording this stream, so a good chunk of that is going to come in the part, or a good chunk of that's going to be solved just by moving it to a second hard drive. I usually save the footage to a second external hard drive. Wait, why did you... Am I consuming power just standing here, actually? Like, even if it's very, very slowly? Oh, it does look like it, okay. What is consuming power here? I don't know. Huh, well, something over here has just an idle power draw that I did not realize was a thing. Well, anyway, let's see. That's expanded out to 90. I'm pretty sure. Yes. So that should be the maximum capacity for these hydro plants so far. So let's find where you're no longer able to output. Hydrogen is an issue. I guess I need another one of these, just extended off, like this direction. Let's put you here, and then we'll put you over here. Just break those, and let's see what I can do. So hydrogen I can bring down from right there. And then let's get a... Okay, so you definitely can't output up here. Looks like you can output most of the time. You can output sometimes. The reason I'm thinking about this is because of where I'm gonna have to put stuff. Though with things kind of dying, it does make it more difficult. Let's just move this oxygen. The reason is, if I don't want these two belts to connect, then I don't want to underground these two belts. But, you know, a little late at this point. So connect you, move you over here, and connect in. Oh. There we go. Okay. And those should just be falling into place. Come on, guys, you got this. You can do it. There's so few bots. Okay, there they are. There's the last level. Nope. Okay, charge first. Charge first, then we can place them. Okay, seriously, come on, guys. You're just messing with me now. Okay, we've got the hydrogen in. We just need the oxygen. That would be cool. I didn't even know we were still missing that many pipes, honestly. Okay, there we go. Nope, we're still missing one. There you are. Oh, cool. Okay, so now everything should be all connected. We're producing more steam. Okay. So it does look like you're not quite able to output your sodium hydroxide at this level. About over here, still no. Still no. Okay, right here looks to be like we're hitting a max. Though, since the sides aren't balanced, it's actually a little hard to tell. So what if I move you over? We'll throw a green balancer right here, and then side balance you. I guess it could just count. So if you're 1.5 apiece, after 2 that's 3, after 4 that's 6, after 5 that's 7.5, so after 50. After 50 we'll hit a full green belt. I guess I want to be doing this from the end though. Well, we'll be expanding from the end. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, we want to do this from the end we won't be moving from. So 50 is right here. So I guess I'll go out to 51. Sure. And then you come this way. And in you go. So that is a saturated belt. So let's bring you down this way. The reason being, then I could move you back one more. And just do this. Yeah, it's a little ugly in there. Could I do anything about it? I guess if I really wanted to, I could neaten this up a little bit by just waiting to do the balancing. So let's see, if I grab a green here. Okay. First things first, have the underground map pipe. Nothing can happen until this level. Then, I'll combine them. Nope. I will lane balance you first, actually. And then bring you back in. And transport drones is crashing. Well, I'm so glad that I made a manual save earlier. I'm very glad I took care of that. Fortunately, we do have the autosave here. That is not the first time that's happened, so I'm not that surprised. Okay. Doesn't look like I lost too terribly much. We still have all 90 of these. Let's go find lucky number 51. So there you are. Break all of that, and then bring you down this way. There we go. And then we'll come down this way, I guess. No, actually, you do have to go here, because otherwise we don't fit down below. So first things first, once again, we want to underground to here. And then grab the green splitter. And we will side balance once again. And then we can merge you. And keep that going. I guess I don't really need that specific merger if we're going to merge down here, so I guess that's fine. I do just want to make sure that they are both lane balanced, because that matters quite a lot when you're trying to output from that many machines. Let's see, can I eventually make you in a box? Used in or produced. I can make you from brine in a box, but unfortunately I'm not using brine. Oh well, that's fine. Let's see, we do have all the belts, we are just waiting on bot. Okay, so they are coming to place them all, but that should be substantially more sodium hydroxide than I've had before. Come on guys, you got this. You can do it. Oh, okay, you're crashing again. Oh, I think I kind of remember this. I think it's a problem with the reader trying to read from an emptying provider. So let's do this one more time. And it's probably you right here. So I guess I'll just have to remove you. Okay, so one more time. Move you down here. Connect you in there. Let's bring this all the way back somewhere this way. Just go ahead and get it started. So number 51. So here's 50, here's 51. And there we go. Okay. So once more, we have a connection there. Yeah, so let's go ahead and finish this off one more time. And then continue that down into there. And just in case that is not the problem, I will go ahead and save, because I don't want to keep having to rebuild that 83 times. And so, unfortunately, sodium hydroxide just doesn't get to be a percent. We just have to read you from the logistics network. So logistics. There we go. Now we're just waiting on bots to build. Again. For like the third time, I think. Okay, so here they come. Nope, they gotta go charge. Well, they're most of the way here. What's the holdup down this way? Okay, there's a whole stretch down here that hasn't been built yet. Still waiting on that as well. But I would just like the output to be reconnected. One more, come on. There we go. Now at least we're not doing nothing. We have something coming in. And then once all this gets built in, then all of the new stuff starts pouring in as well. Okay, not much more, so they are coming in. I just want to see it work. As with all of my builds, when I'm done, I just want to see them work, and then I can move on to something else. I think I am rapidly approaching the end of my stamina for the night, especially after those two crashes there. I think I might want to just take a breather, be fortunate that it wasn't more than it was, and just come back to it later. Okay, come on down. There we go. So that's all running. Oh, cool. This really could use more, actually. So I might even reroute you down this way, or even down to this way. Get rid of that. And then have a splitter over here that feeds into you. I know it's a little ugly, but oh well. This is the height that this splitter needs to be in order to feed this belt. Which I guess does mean I should have another guy over here. There we go. Yeah, so you're all the same conditions as this guy now. That way, when we have enough caustic solution, which we do, then it will all come in here and be piled into the supply depots. Also, I don't know why there's pipe over here. Get rid of that. Okay, here come the hero bots. And cool. Okay, we're still missing this part. That's the important part. They're just messing with me at this point. Not even anywhere in sight. Nowhere. Oh, there you are. Okay, come on. Come on. And boom, okay. So 125 is the cutoff. So now that we're making caustic solution again, as soon as we are over 125, we should see this prioritize this direction. Maybe you also need to be in there? Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's working correctly. Okay. Oh yeah, watch the number tick up. Okay, well it actually ticked down because there were so many trucks coming, but there are so many trucks coming because we have so much sodium hydroxide now, which is always wonderful to see. So that should be helping glycerol quite a bit. Yeah, all 12 of your trucks are out here. You still have not sent off a single truck. Okay, you feed down this guy. So product's finished. Okay, almost 5,000. So you do occasionally turn on. Yeah, none of these say products finished 0, so they all should be operating from time to time. Yeah, okay. I guess I just don't have enough sodium hydroxide yet for them, though the number is definitely increasing. Number is definitely increasing. Okay. Well, that should help glycerol a good bit. And glycerol is what I need for basically everything in this layer. So what do I need this for? How do I proceed? I remember I needed something in sugar. Something in sugar. Cellulose. Cellulose is sugar and solvent. So let's make sure I have sugar going into a provider. Looks like I don't. Okay. Well, first things first, let's put that in there. And then also split you, like, over here. So that I can shove you that way. And get a depot right here. Why can't I go there? Oh, is that water or something? I think there's a tiny little bit of water in it. Yeah, because there's these outfalls here, so that must be it. So anyway, we'll get you connected in there. You definitely have power. Okay. Again, every time I try to build something down here, it takes forever, but we're getting there. Maybe something I should do is get a buffer chest. I don't think I make a large buffer chest, but I do make just regular buffer chests. And let me just put some building materials down here, like you can be belts or something. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh well. I mean, fine, they can go ahead and start bringing some in, I guess, but not quite what I was after. So let's see, that's 4 stacks of you, then another 4 stacks of you, and 4 stacks of you. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Nope. So just right there. So we got another 8 stacks left. So let's do 1 stack each of the undergrounds and the splitters, and then I'll have 2 stacks left. Oh, once again, I didn't mean to put it in there, but I guess get a head start, sure. And then same for the undergrounds, so let's get those in there. Then we should have 2 stacks left. So what else do I want? Let me think about that. I guess inserters. Inserters make sense. No matter what you're building, you're probably going to want inserters, and that's going to fill this whole thing. Alright, up next, let's do pipes. So, once again, let's do like 4 stacks of pipes. And at least 1 stack of undergrounds. Don't really know if I need anything else in here just yet. So let's just leave it at that. You're still empty, let's get rid of you. But anyway, that should help building stuff in here in the short term, I guess. Okay, anyway, did you get placed wherever sugar is? Yes, yes you did. Let's go ahead and limit you just a little bit. I can't help but notice as soon as I did logistics connect, it starts trying to take the boxes of sugar away, which tells me that I probably have a requester somewhere from when I accidentally dumped sugar boxes in. Yes, right here. So I think I'll just turn you off. That's fine. Anyway, that's going to start filling up with sugar boxes. Which, yeah, I mean, I need the sugar. Nothing I can do about it. Needs more glycerol. Okay, it does look like all of you have at least some sodium hydroxide coming in. Finally. Your wastewater is full. That's interesting. I have an outfall too. I have another outfall over here, but I guess that's not quite enough. Let's see, I can get another outfall over here. Right there. So you do have... yeah, you do have the red pipe on you. Why can I not grab you? What? What? Okay. Good. Sure. Let's get rid of this. Don't need that. I guess I'll just remake this. Let's line them up. So there's 3 previous tiers, so I can do that. So 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. There we go. Even though I never really used the blue pipes, I might as well have them in there just in case. What was I even doing? You know what? I talked about this earlier, how once I start getting tired, I lose my ability to focus. I lose my short-term memory. It was wastewater. I just don't remember who it was. It was glycerol. Glycerol. Let's come up here. So just all of this get upgraded. Have fun. And then wastewater is out this way, which also requires an upgrade this way. Just make sure all of that's getting upgraded. Anyone and everyone. Okay. Send you this way. You come over here and connect up. There we go. Where is glycerol? Hello. So you produce just shy of 100 wastewater per machine. So yeah, that's like 4,000 wastewater or something. Each one of you only does 400, so I need at least 10. Okay, well I've got 3. Let's come around this way, I suppose. There's another couple. And then I can get a couple down this way. So that's another 7. Well, that's 10. Let's get one more, I guess. And I guess one more, and then I'll move this one. There we go. So connect you up. I don't really want to build on top of the road. Let's do that there, and then connect you together. And then we can just connect you there. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. Well, that could be one thing that's been holding glycerol back, I guess, is that we just haven't been dumping even close to enough wastewater. We do have the hydroxide coming in, at least. Yeah, okay. We are missing some pipe, but at least it's not yelling at me. Pipe extents are fine so far. Let's go ahead and get these upgraded. Those two. You're already good, you're already good, you're already good. Okay. So the whole point of doing this was I was trying to come up to sugar to get sugar in a box. You know, that is boxed sugar in a supply depot, which I did. Let's see, road's a little weird in there, but whatever. So then I'm gonna come down all the way this way. And I know I'm gonna need bacterial genomes for something. Yeah, I need to make bacteria. So I should only need to make bacteria once. And then that'll be a self-sustaining loop. So that's why I haven't really worried about it too much. I've just thrown it into a chest up here. I'm trying to figure out what belts I need to bring down. So, for example, I know the algae belt, the algae genome belt. I do need to bring down. Even algae 2, I still need an algae genome. And it is specifically algae progenitor that I need for science. Like, I start looking around, grass genome 2, well, progenitor used in microbiology research. And this is the only recipe for microbiology research, so this is the only one we're ever going to have. You take an algae progenitor, and no matter what recipe you look at, that takes algae genome. So I think I'll bring it down at this level here, just because that is strictly speaking out of the way of those, but maybe that's not enough room. Maybe I will do here. There we go. Let's just lock that in. But before I do anything with the algae genome, I have to make the fiber, whatever it was, I don't remember. Cellulose, there we go. Do I ever get another cellulose recipe? Lots of things eventually make cellulose, okay. I can make cellulose from algae, along with algae spores, okay. Interesting. So the problem is I don't know if this is going to be like the primary way I get cellulose, or if this is just a jumpstart recipe. I do also need to make protocells. I'll do that down below. So let's do cellulose first. Once again, that's going to produce more wastewater. So let's continue connecting that up. You need solvent and sugar. Let's continue the road down, but not an enormous road. Just a normal old road. What are you? Oh, we've already reached this area. That's just crazy, okay. I will move you over there. Just get you out of the way. Gonna make the bots unhappy? Oh well. Clean up just a smidge. Just because I can. Okay. Did I go too far? No, you're fine. So that one's still running, everyone's cool. Let's get my requester down here for solvent. And then one for sugar. Because I'm sure not belting sugar all the way down here. Also, it has to be boxed sugar, because that's the only one in a depot anywhere. Might go ahead and do that in case anything else needs solvent. I guess I should look. Yes, other things do need solvent, so in theory I might want to tap into this. I really doubt it because we're probably going to be really far away by the time we're making those recipes, but all the same, you know. Let's make sure I get modules into you, because you are taking sugar, and sugar is extremely expensive. Okay, so let's see, how do I want this? So inserter thing... Oh. Unfortunately, I might have made you one tile too high. I mean, what's it matter? Let's just move you down a couple tiles. I can just do that, I guess. So let's see, the sugar comes this way, and it will underground that way, though I could also just underground you, which I think I'm more likely to do, even though that means I'll have a whole bunch of algae genomes just in storage somewhere. Maybe it wouldn't be a crazy and wild idea to just have a requester chest feed them back in. Let's do something like this. So you pick up from above, and you drop to the bottom. Yeah, that should be cool. And of course, you have to actually request the algae. There we go. Oh, cool. Alright, so once again, you take very little sugar per second. So I can pretty safely do this. And then we need a boxer. And an inserter feeding into that. And then you right here. There we go. That's going to be how that tiles. So once again, I have no idea how many of these I actually need. But I'm sure it's going to be at least this many. Let's see, what are you used in? I can make a textiles out of you, okay. New explosive recipe eventually. I can make sugar out of you. Well, currently I'm using sugar to make you, so I don't know how that would work out. I don't have that recipe yet. Let's just look at algae. So, algae progenitor is 1-to-1 cellulose. Okay, I want to make at least 3 a second, I think. So, 5 gives me 1 per second, so I want at least 15. Let's go 16. So let's see, I've got 4. So that's 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And if you're wondering why I didn't include any inserters on the bottom to take the cellulose out, well, so am I. Who knows? Let's do that. You over here, and make you inset. And then just pile that on down. There we go. Oh, cool. Now I can just send the belt back. So let's see, that's still only 3 per second, so it's not like that's an enormous amount or anything. And we are missing a little bit of black pipe. Anyway, that's cellulose. So let's bring that down. So I might also, since you are used in weird stuff, like it can be made into carbon fiber, explosive, textiles, stuff like that. I might also throw you into a supply depot. There we go. In you go. Maybe I'll do it over here. That's just a little more reasonable. And then I don't have room to put one up here. I suppose I could just move you out one. There we go. So, up, down and down, and up and up. There we go. So let's see, what else do I need? I do need the protocell before I go too much further. I think that is a reasonable next take. Because in order to make you, I do need the protocells. Yes, I do. Let's see, bacteria. I don't actually have the recipe to make bacteria from bacteria yet, so that's a little inconvenient. Wait. You're a liquid? I never would have guessed that you were a liquid. Okay. I mean, fair enough. That makes sense, I guess. I just never would have anticipated that. Okay. So 3 fluid inputs and a fluid output, 2 item inputs and an item output. Fortunately, the item inputs and item output are both equal ratios, so they're pretty minuscule. Do I get a different recipe for protocells? Eventually, yes, you can be made from bacteria and saline water. You still output graphite, though. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. So anyway, sugar and mineral dust. So you also need sugar, huh? Guess I'll be doing another one of these. Which means you do need to move down a smidge. Let's go at least... Well, that's in the way of the roboport, actually, I just realized. So at least here. And then let's set you to the correct spacing. There we go. Okay. So you go there. That means you have a belt running this way. We'll split here, run you down, and in you go. Okay, so you have sugar. Very nice. Awesome. Cool. You need saline water, fatty acid, and amino acid, mineral dust, and sugar. So I've already got the sugar. So let's run mineral dust there. And then you get to be a 2-tall pickup. Actually, you're in the way of a fluid, so you get to be a 2-drop. That works. Because I need to be able to run fluid this way. So you have a pipe there. Just all of these have a pipe. Horizontal flip. Connect you in, and let's see what I can do. So those pipes connect together, and then underground out, and out somewhere. Okay. Looks like you have to underground here. So maybe, actually, You go out a little further. We'll see exactly where you line up. And then the outputs are pretty much nothing. They're fine. Let's just see how this lines up now. Okay, so that's cool. You don't need to be there at all. You just go into there. Fill this in. Okay. Let's see. So the saline water can do kind of the same thing. It can come down this way and connect into here. And then you can be a 2 tall and connect across like that. Okay, I think that's everyone connected. Not real happy with that. I think instead what I'll do... let's see. Yeah, let's just put you there. You go that way. Of course, you're right in the way of that belt. Well, you get to be special cased somehow, that's fine. But we'll have a pipe up here. Hopefully I'm never in the way of one of the roboports, because otherwise that would get annoying really fast. I might even rip this up and move you a space over. And likewise, you a space over. That way I can connect you a little more easily. Also, that works better. So let's do that. That way I can access this from the left if need be. Okay, I think that's fine. So let's see how I can tile you, if you do tile correctly. Okay, well that wants to grab the roboport. Oh well. I'll deal with it in a second. So let's see, you go there. It does look like everything continues correctly. Okay, so you go here. Yes, good, cool. I'm just trying to get a tile that doesn't include the roboport, and that's being more difficult than I expected. There we go. And of course, you are in the way of the roboport. Because of course you are. Okay, well, I just have to move these pipes. That's fine. They just have to go away. So you have to go... Well, if I'm gonna move you, let's at least move you out of the way. So you go at this height. There you go. Pull you over. And connect you in. Okay, there we go. I believe there's one more to do. Yes, right on the very end. Okay. Well, that was a little more inconvenient than I'd hoped for, but it got the job done, I guess. Let's see, that's cellulose. We don't need cellulose in you, no. So you can just continue on down this way. We've got a little biology minibus going on up here. Oh yeah, I guess I should probably get trucks into here and into here, along with some output. Probably makes sense. So you go down and down, and then you go up and up. There we go. I do need mineral dust and amino acids, fatty acids. Let's just request those real quick, because I certainly don't want to be doing random piping up in this area. Move you off the road, please. In fact, you can go away. That one's fine. So, let's make you amino acids. That is the blue one, yes? Yes, it is. You're in biology. That's why I can't find you. Amino acids. Then the other one is fatty acids. Right there. And there we go. Okay. Oh, cool. So that'll get all connected up. Do I need anything else? I do still need mineral dust. You keep forgetting that one. Okay. And that has to be on this belt here, so let's go ahead and request it up here. So, mineral dust. Let's make sure you've got trucks. Don't think I'm going to be able to support 4 trucks of these guys, but you know, I can dream. Okay, these guys need to underground, it looks like. So let's do that again. There we go, and let's get mineral dust in here. I just copy you guys. If I flip you around, I can. Alright, so that'll bring mineral dust in. And I think that's all that I needed. All I need is sugar, mineral dust. The acids, I do need saline. Okay. Okay. Well, I've said a couple times now, the wastewater can be turned into saline water, so I think it's time to take advantage of that. Let's go hydroplant. Do I really want to do that, though? What I might do is request saline water, go make saline water somewhere else, and then use that to supplement in case the wastewater saline is not enough. I will use a hydroplant 3 to try and take up as little room as possible. Though I guess this is the huge area, I might as well make it big. I can use hydroplant 1s if I want. So let's see, you're gonna take wastewater, turn you into saline and sludge. Let's make the sludge the 1 tall so it's easier to get out. And then the saline is the 2 tall. And yeah, your saline is literally right there. There we go. And then what can I do with the sludge? I can combine you with the water, turn you into more wastewater. I can boil you into mineral dust, actually. I need mineral dust. I don't think this is going to give me enough, but hey, that's something I can do. I'll even use a boiler, why not? It'll be probably the only place in the whole factory I use a boiler, but I might as well use one. Just for the fun of it. So let's see. Boiler. I don't even make boilers, probably. I guess we'll find out. So let's see. We're gonna make an item output, though. Which means I need you to be substantially lower. Probably here. We'll see how it plays out. Boiler, once again, where are you? Okay, you're in the chemistry tab. Good to know. Oh, do I not have the sludge boiling recipe? Oh, I don't have you. How far away are you? Okay, you're a little bit away. Yeah, I'd have to make, like, the next tier circuit, and... that's a shame. I was looking forward to that. I thought that was going to be fun. Okay. Well, everything can go back where it was then. Okay, how else do I deal with you? I guess I can just combine you with seawater or freshwater and turn you into more wastewater. Yeah, okay. So you can go there. And let's see. That's gonna be... sludge, freshwater... Yes, there we go. The reason I'm choosing freshwater instead of seawater, even though seawater is here, is because you actually take up a smaller footprint with these guys. Like if I swap the recipe out, just to demonstrate, sludge and seawater here, that would take 400 seawater, whereas you only produce 500. So I guess I could use the 2s. I guess that wouldn't be that big of a deal. Anyway, that handles 80 sludge. Whereas you handle 150 sludge, and you only consume 300 freshwater. So you take a good bit less space. Okay, I've been running the wastewater down this level here, right where I have whatever you are, fatty acids. So fatty acid, you might just have to move over one, in which case this should just be a regular pipe. And then you can just connect over there. There we go. Get rid of that. And then bring the wastewater on down. The reason I was thinking about that is I was trying to figure out where the sludge was going to come down. Okay, and then I do want a pump right here, just so that I can avoid backstuffing these pipes and causing everything to come to a halt. So let's say you are top up only. And then sludge can come this way. And be the 1 tall. And then freshwater can be the 2 tall. If these are running full time, that's going to be 200 sludge a second. So I will need a second one of you. In you go. Okay, and that's going to be 600 freshwater per second. Which is going to be not quite 2 wells. Because this is going to be 800. Oh well. Also, it looks like we're outside of substation range, so let's go ahead and get those placed in. Don't know why you're not connected. Let's make sure you are. Okay. So that's going to give me saline. I will go ahead and request saline as well. Just in case I do need to bring more in from somewhere else, but I will throw a pump on you. These, once again, are kind of in the way, so they will underground again. So, there you are, and you will be top-up only. And in you go. I think I mentioned this, but the reason I keep adding a single pipe in front of these guys is in case I need to somehow get the fluid out. Take it to some other machine somewhere down the line. That just makes it way easier to work with if need be. Who doesn't have drone? Ah, you don't. Let's do that then. And make sure you're full stack only. Full stack only, and again, give you like 8 or something. 8 is the most for fluid depots. Okay, and that should be everything. We're just waiting on deliveries and pipes. Name of the game. So, fatty acids and amino acids. That's up this way. So, amino. Let's see. Let's do the same for fatty acids up here. The pipe extents should be fine. Grab you and bring you down. Connect you in and change you from amino acids to fatty acids. Let's see. Sugar I tried to do a readout on, and that was crashing the game, so maybe I won't do that again. So, amino, fatty, where are nucleotides? There you are, so nucleotides, aminos, and that should give me fatty acids. There we go. So, fatty acid is actually completely full. Interesting. I mean, good to know, I guess. Amino acids are doing their best. You do take glycerol, though, so not all of these are going to be running. It does look like I have 5 trucks of glycerol coming in, though. So it's not like we're skimping on the glycerol too much anymore. I mean, okay. All of the sugar machines are running. Oh yeah, let's go. It only took like what, 30 hours, but we have all the sugar running. Let's go. Let's see. You also take glycerol. Is all the amino acid machine running? All of the amino acid machines running, and they are. Beautiful, wonderful. Okay, who is missing drones? Said you. I think it just doesn't know what's going on. That's fine. Yep, now it's gone. Okay, so you're bringing in the mineral dust, you're bringing in fatty acids. We don't have any amino acids, and we don't have a saline water supply, but that's fine. We should have an overflow voiding for wastewater. Maybe like right in here is fine. So overflow, and then outfall 2s, and we'll just start laying them like in here. Might as well do a couple. Yeah, I don't think we make that much wastewater, so that's just future-proofing. Definitely future-proofing. Just in case we wind up filling up on saline water. So I'll connect you there instead. I think that's better for pipe extent reasons. Okay, and now all you guys need are mineral dust, correct? No, you don't have saline. Why not? Because your pipe is incomplete. So you need saline and mineral dust. All you need is mineral dust. Okay, very cool. So mineral dust is on the way. We do have cellulose in here, so let's go ahead and check that to logistics box ready. Okay, we're just waiting on trucks. Like, I recognize they have to come from a decent ways away, but come on, guys. Maybe I'll go ahead and increase you to, like, 12. Because mineral dust is all the way over here. Like, it is exactly the opposite end of the factory. I would just like to see it work. I guess I can just continue building on and hope that it does. Let's go to at least this level. Oh, you need modules. Let's make sure we put modules in you. So what's next? So once I have the protocell, I don't really want to make the bacteria yet, but I will make the algae progenitor. And I think that's maybe the only thing I can do next. I do want to check those science packs, wherever they went. Okay, what do you take? Microbiology, which is... Okay, I do have to make bacteria. I'll just do bacteria last, since it'll be a more temporary recipe, I guess. So after the algae progenitor, I need to make algae. Then I need to make bacteria. Well, that's fine. So you need the algae genome, you need cellulose, you need sugar, and you need 3 fluid inputs, and you make wastewater on your way out. Fair enough. Let's bring you up, and then you down. Because this line's already full of sludge, so I just have to bring you down that way. So let's do this, I guess. Connect you in there, and I'll figure out how you're gonna tile before too terribly long. Let me just get all the individual things in here first. So fatty acid and amino acid also. That's those 2 guys, so I actually do need to bring you down. And then in the middle here is going to be the cell goop. Any item inputs? 2, 3. 3 item inputs, okay. Okay, I will probably connect downwards then. For cell goop. Since I'll likely already have to underground here. Then I'll need the belt to be at this level. for the output. So cell goop will need to go at least that far. And then in you go. Okay, so let's copy this, flip you around, connect you into there. So actually, you want undergrounds here and there. Okay, and then I still do have wastewater to contend with. That is true. Also, you have 3 item inputs. So, even at a minimum, I have to do something like this. So each of you have to be a long drop. And then you have to be a far pickup. In you go, and in you go. Okay, so now wastewater. What do I do with you? I guess I'll do the same thing I do with cell goop, or I could just bring you up. Not an awful option. Like, I could do that. Yeah, I mean, that works. There is the potential of you being in the way of the Roboport, which means I will absolutely be moving you down if I want to keep the pipes up there, which means maybe I don't want to keep the pipes up there. Maybe I do just bring you down here, connect the pipe in, and then figure something else out. Then, of course, just come down here. It's not like that's an awful idea. I can just connect in. Let's figure out how I'm going to get cell group down. Protocells is the name if you want to be, you know, all proper and all. I don't think I care too much right now. And in you go. Okay, so that gives me protocells. That should be all of my fluid inputs, actually. And that gives me wastewater out. I need the 3 item inputs. You should be output. Let's alternate you. And let's make sure we get some landfill in here. One more. There we go. Okay, so that's connected. Hold on, that's my protocell line. Yes, so protocells are connected. They are also running. I didn't put graphite. Didn't put a graphite output. Okay, I can work with this. There is technically room. You just have to drop 2. And then the graphite goes out that way. Let's see. Let's grab you. And then just continue that along the whole way. There's not very many of you. There we go. Thank you, game. And there we go. And let's just go ahead and landfill in a whole bunch of this area too. Okay, so that's graphite. Wonderful. What do I do with this? I guess I can do a supply depot and just make you really high priority. There you are. So, down, up, and as soon as you get placed, then I'll do the rest. Just filling all this in. There we go. Okay, still no supply depot. Still waiting on that. Maybe that's one that I can throw in over here. Let's go supply depot and request depot. How much landfill? 500. Let's go ahead and bump that to 1,000. Okay, what am I still waiting on? So you're here finally, okay. Allow logistics priority cranked. Let's bring the road down. Sure, whatever. Okay, anything else? You still need sugar and cellulose. Sugar and cellulose. Okay. So let's bring you up one so that I can split you. Okay, you need like a green underground, I guess. Let's just get it. Okay. There we go. Sugar, cellulose, algae genome. Let's move that in a little bit. I'm sure I'm gonna need those, but I'm not gonna need algae genome past this point. Okay, since you already have to reach, you can be the sugar, I guess. So let's get a boxer. Then sugar belt right there. Once again, we are in the way of the Roboport, which is really cool. I could compact this, but could I compact... Yes, yes I could. Yes I could. So you go here. Move you two to the side. Move you two to the side. And then you're gonna output your left. You're gonna output to your right. Gonna get a boxer right there. Then an inserter here that's gonna pick up from their left. You're up too far away. And then you do the same but mirrored. And that will just work. Okay, wonderful. Now, you need the split because you're not the only place I'm gonna need cellulose. Maybe I'll even underground you one more time somewhere up here. Let's go 2 up. 1, 2. Okay, that should do it. So now let's see. If I split you here, then I can underground this one, and you can just continue. And then this cellulose can merge with the genome. There we go, okay. And that should be everything. Should be everything. So you take 150 seconds, and that is before we take into account the 30% slowdown from the yield modules. But considering how expensive you are, I definitely need the yield modules. So let's see. I can fit you in here. So I can at least beacon you a little bit. See, is that wastewater? Yes, it is. So you fit into there. Make sure I do that so that you tile properly. We don't need that upward facing underground on the wastewater anymore. Let's see. All of you seem to work properly. Yes, okay. Okay, let's keep it up. So hold on. Wastewater right there. And that way I have something that I can overlap as I tile. Okay. So how many is that? 18 so far. So let me copy from here up to here and just keep it going for a little while. We're gonna need a few of these. Ooh, and I've hit rails. That's inconvenient. Let's see how close I can push it. Let's say only to there. I know I could go all the way right up to the rails, but if I do need more than this, then I need the ability to go under the rails. And if I went all the way right up to them, then I'd be too compact. Too packed in. Okay, so let's grab all of these. And continue this down. There we are. So that should make some algae progenitors, but probably not quite fast enough. And I remember doing this. So let's just copy you and say this is going to be good enough. It's not quite perfect spacing for the large beacon, but it's about as close as I can get, and you actually do manage to hit every building it looks like, except maybe this one? Yeah, so we miss one every now and then, but like, if I try to tile them perfectly, then we start running into issues with roboports again, so I'd say this works just fine. Still missing underground, though they are coming along quickly. We're missing boxers, of all things. Don't know why. Let's immediately underground you again. In fact, can I just move you? There we go. Sure, whatever. It's fine. Anyway, that allows you to come out. That's gonna make algae progenitors, which I will then use below to make algae. Though I do need to get the roboport going. I think I'll go ahead and copy this one that has the large beacons attached. Though I do need to get a vertical line, I guess. So let's do that. And then flip back. Grab you. And start running down this way. Unfortunately, that is right on top of the train tracks. But I think I can manage. I think I can get one more thing in here. I think I can do it. So let's see. Algae progenitor is used to make algae in a flotation cell. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I already have algae too. I also do have bacteria too. No idea what that's for. But that's a little frightening. Okay. So, algae 2 is made with algae spores. So, I have to start with algae 1. This looks like a temporary recipe. So I won't invest in you too heavily. I might do like a single machine here. I might even just do like mostly requests. I do have mineral dust right here though. Let's see what I can do. Let's see. So if I put you here, you go there. Okay, and that will get me mineral dust, which is one of my only 2 item inputs. The other one being these progenitors up here. So I guess for now, I'll just bring this in, loop you in, and come out like that. So wastewater connects in here. I'm going to produce oxygen that I will just be voiding. And then you need seawater. Just seawater. Okay, I mean, that's reasonable. How much? 72 it looks like. You can do 125. Okay, so just straight in. And then oxygen gets voided. I do need to do air. How much? 48 oxygen. So let's just run a pipe this way for the air. And you need 120. So you will do. And how long do you take? 20 seconds. Okay, I can deal with that. There. Have fun. Just filling in a little bit of this, but not enough to disturb the seawater intake there. Ooh, didn't want to do that over the road. Whoops. And there we go. Okay. So air is coming in. All I need is the algae progenitor, which isn't running because we don't have amino acids or fatty acids. That's because I didn't connect you. I suppose that would help. There we go. Unfortunately, you take absolutely ages to run. I was kind of hoping you would already be running while I was building the next setup. Oh, I might have some just storage. No, I haven't run this recipe yet. Haven't run the recipe yet. Oh well. Do I have a break in the pipes or something? Fatty acid. Oh yeah, I just never continued the pipe long. Oh, that kind of hurts my head. There we go. Okay. Now we just need protocells. And protocells are genuinely not being made. You need mineral dust. Because that's backwards. Because I'm a genius. There we go. So all of these should run now. Yeah, there we go. So all the protocells are now running. Okay. Only like 1/3 of the way done. Oh, joy. Well, let's see. How long do you take? I think this is a wonderful place to call it for the night. Let me take a quick sip of water here. There we are. So as soon as this has finished, which it is now 50%, so I'd anticipate maybe another minute 10 or so. That's going to come down, that's going to make the very first of the algae, and then when I come back next time, I'll be able to take the algae and use the algae 2 recipe. In fact, let me throw that down somewhere over here as a reminder to myself. I might even go a step further, just to make sure I do rip this up over here. Let's see, 66, 2/3. We're almost done with the solar panels. I kind of expected that to go a little faster. But all the same, I think we made pretty good progress. Especially, we now have almost full chlorine up here. Full hydrochloric acid. ECH is still, like, dying for some reason, but that seems to be a propene issue that I'll have to deal with later. Temporary. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Okay, so there's the first of the progenitors coming down. And in you go. So that's going to start making some algae. And boom, okay. So with this algae, let me go ahead and do you output any other items? No. So with this algae, we can start work next time on a more large-scale algae production area and the next 2 tiers of the biochemical science, because I basically have enough to do both of them. I just haven't actually made them yet. Anyway, once again, thanks for coming out and watching. I always appreciate it. Any tips, tricks, comments, whatever, always a good time. I've been streaming for almost 12 hours now, almost 12 hours exactly, and I think I'm done for today. So I'll see you in the next one. And as always, make sure to save. Here we go. Later. Oh yeah, I just tabbed over to OBS and I just noticed that my disk is completely full. So I guess I have something else to do once I'm done here. So anyway, yeah. Good night, guys.